With 16 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Sir, correct lang, 17. 17.
To correct, we have 17 senator judges present.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court dated August 4, 2026, and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before this impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honor.
For the respondent.
Same appearance for the respondent accused. Good morning, Your Honors.
Before the chair continues, the clerk of court, through the OSA, is directed to kindly situate the witness at the witness stand for the continuation of his testimony, Mr. Wamil. Mr. Wamil, I would like to remind you that you will be continuing with your testimony under the same oath that was administered to you the other day. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. When we adjourned the examination of the witness by the counsels for the parties were finished, and we will now proceed with the interjections of the senator judges this morning and yesterday. We already indicated the sequence of the interjections and questions from the senator judges. First to make his interjections will be Senator Raffy Tulfo. Sir, you are recognized. You have 2 minutes and you may proceed when you're ready.
Your Honor, may I be recognized, President?
Yes, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Chua?
Your Honor, may we request the counsel for the prosecution, Attorney Kapunan, be recognized, Your Honor.
The counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, the designated handling counsel for this witness, may situate herself also accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Same appearance. Good morning.
Good morning, Attorney Lorna. Senator Tulfo, Raffy, you may proceed, sir, when you're ready. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Wag muna, Mr. Presiding Officer, point of order lamang muna to.
Yes, what is your point of order, Honorable Tulfo?
Kasi kahapon, nabanggit na si Attorney Pua, magaling na abogado siya, ay pumunta sa COA, tama, para makipag-usap tungkol dun sa sinasabing audit query. Now, hindi po pa conflict of interest yun para siya ay mag-represent dito ngayon? Sa ano natin, pinag-uusapang confidential funds when in fact, siya mismo pumunta doon sa COA office para makipag-usap sa kanila. What do you think, Mr. Presiding Officer?
The respondent in this case, Senator Judge Tulfo, is the Honorable Vice President, Sara Duterte. Attorney Poa, although he served under the office of the Vice President, I believe, and even under DepEd, is not a named respondent to this case. And in fact, is one of the lawyers, as you can see, of the respondent. There is no, I believe there is no conflict with respect to that, given that he is not the one in trial in this case.
Okay, I rest my case, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ngayon,
Pwede nang simulan ni Anika.
Yung oras.
Yes.
Mr. Witness, bukod sa OVP at saka DepEd, we're talking about confidential funds, meron pa ba ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan na inaudit nyo ang kanilang confidential funds?
Based on the GAA po, meron may mga other agencies na may allotment for confidential fund.
Kaya nga, meron kayong mga na-audit.
Yes po, Your Honor.
At dito sa mga ahensyang na-audit ninyo, magkapareho bang utilization nila ng confidential funds sa OBP, DepEd under BP Sara and those agencies na in-audit nyo?
Yung utilization naman po ng confidential fund ay separate and distinct for every agency since yung kanilang utilization ay based on their mandate or operations.
Okay. Sila ba'y gumamit ng mga aliases, gumamit ng mga pangalan chichirya, etc.?
Yan
Para
po
sa
ay
mga informants?
yan po ay hindi ko na pwede. Ang alam ko po ay hindi ko po ma-determine based on the documents submitted since hindi naman po naka-indicate dun sa kanilang submission na yung mga pangalan na nandun ay aliases or not.
Okay. Noong April 2026, nag-issue kayo ng disallowance sa OBP and its officers para at the same time ipinasusoli nyo yung parte ng confidential funds.
Can you repeat your question po, Your Honor?
I think that was April of 2025. Nag-issue kayo ng pinasusoli nyo ilang parte ng confidential funds ng OBP.
I do not have personal knowledge na po about yan since wala na po ako sa ICFAO noong February 12, 2023 po.
Okay. Anong reason ba't pinasusoli yung parte ng confidential funds na disallowed? What are the reasons?
Wala po akong personal knowledge about dyan since hindi naman po ako yung nag-issue ng disallowance. Since nung na-issue po yung disallowance ay na-transfer na po ako to other agency of the COA.
Okay. I think it was April 10, 2026. So wala na po kayo doon.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Sinabi kahapon ni Attorney Poa na binanggit niya ata yung co-circular ng 1992, if I'm not mistaken, na hindi dapat banggitin yung pangalan ng mga recipient dahil for reasons of security and national security. Security ng tao, ng recipients and national security. Would it compromise sa tingin po ninyo yung security ng informant kung hihingan nyo sila ng resibo patungkol sa mga gamot na natanggap nila mula sa confidential funds?
Katulad nga po nung sinabi ko during my testimony, ang hiningi po namin ay yung proof ng pagbili when it comes to the official receipt and the sales invoice po.
Correct. Halimbawa, resibo, bumili ng maintenance o antibiotics, yung ganong klaseng resibo dapat iba ang hinihingi nyo.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Pero ang sinasabi nila, yun daw ay magdi-jeopardize ng magkakaroon ng problema sa national security.
Actually, yung minention po nila na circular which is yung 1999 is already repealed na.
Repealed na.
Opo.
Pero just the same, sa tingin niyo ba yung pagbibili ng chichirya o dili kaya pagbili ng shampoo o suka sa sari-sari store, would that jeopardize the national security kapag yan ay binulgar sa inyo, binigyan ka ng sibo?
Hindi po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo. Next to make his interjections would be Senator Bam Aquino. You are recognized, sir. You may proceed when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney, good morning.
Good morning po, Senator.
So, ang common understanding ho kasi ng confidential funds ay secret, pwedeng gamitin sa kung ano-ano, hindi pwedeng ibulgar sa publiko. Hindi po to totoo, no? Meron po talagang rules and regulations sa paggamit ng confidential funds.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Were you already part of the ICFAO in 2015?
Yes po, Your Honor.
So yung pinakitang memo nung 1992 at itong memo na pinag-usapan natin na circa 2015, parang magkaiba siya, no?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Do you know the reason why the rules changed with regard to the usage of confidential funds?
Since yung paggamit po ng confidential fund at intelligence fund ay kailangan ng strict accounting and auditing rules. So, nagkaroon po ng circular para ma-ensure na yung paggamit po ay properly accounted at hindi po magamit for personal use or misuse.
Yan yung laman ng memo. Pero ang tanong ko, do you know why it was changed? Kasi parang lumalabas magkaiba yung paggamit nito. If you look at the 1992 circular, iba sa 2015.
Dun po kasi sa 99 sa yung circular ng 1999, walang differentiation as to the CIF po. Pero dun sa 2015-01 kasi dun na in-specify na dapat yung confidential fund ay gagamitin lang sa ganito for civilian government agencies, yung intelligence fund ay gagamitin lang ng uniform and military personnel as well as yung mga intelligence practitioners.
Kumbaga, nilinaw nung 2015 circular yung paggamit at pag-liquidate.
Yes po, Your Honor.
And is there a new circular after 2015 or ito pa rin yung ginagamit ninyo?
Yan pa rin po yung ginagamit, Your Honor.
Okay, second question. Anong pinagkaiba ng AR sa OR?
Ang OR po kasi, ini-issue po siya ng mga pinagbilhan na BIR registered. So, yung AR naman po, yun yung ginagamit ng agency para proof na binigay nila yung payment or payment dun sa tao na naka-receive noong payment.
And it seems na mas katanggap-tanggap sa inyo yung OR kesa AR. Is that correct?
Depende po yan, Your Honor. Kapag purchases po kasi, kailangan po talagang OR yung ibigay sa amin kasi doon po namin tinitignan kung yung ginawa, kung nag-purchase po talaga sila.
Kasi official receipt, acknowledgement receipt, sabihin ng tao, pareho namang resibo, parehong receipt. Ano pinagkaiba niya?
Yung acknowledgement receipt po kasi, ina-acknowledge doon nung recipient ng payment na natanggap niya yung payment. Pero yung OR po kasi, parang yun yung proof na nag-purchase si agency doon sa pinagbilhan nung item.
Nung item. So pwede mong matrace. Kung OR, pwede niyong matrace.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Kung AR, pwede niyo po ba itong matrace o hindi na?
Pag AR po kasi, kung ano lang po talaga yun nandun sa face nung document, yun lang po yung basis namin since document-based po yung audit namin. Pag AR po kasi, makikita lang po doon kung saan binili.
Okay, yun lang yung information. Tsaka kung sinong tumanggap.
Opo, yung pinagbilan po.
Okay, dito naman sa tumatanggap, no, allowed ba yung code names? Allowed ba yung alias sa inyo?
Based on the provision of the joint circular, it is neither allowed nor prohibited po since silent po yung joint circular as to that.
Is that as of 2015 or even in previous liquidation of confidential funds?
So, wala. Based on my recollection po, even yung dating circulars po, buhat nung nag-assume po ako sa ICFA, wala naman pong provision as to the use of aliases.
So bawal ang paggamit ng alias?
The circular is silent po.
Okay. Para sa inyo, kung alias, yung paggamit ng alias ay bawal, so hindi importante kung may ibang tao ito, totoong tao ba to, basta yung pangalan na binigay sa inyo, ang expectation nyo, totoong tao yan.
Based on that, kasi ang katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, document-based po kami, so wala po kaming way to determine if this is an alias or not po.
Oh, but in general, ang tinatanggap yung dokumento, dapat totoong tao.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay, next. Did you have any, napag-usapan nyo kahapon yung dealings nyo with OVP nung lumabas na or malapit nang lumabas yung AOM? Previous to that, meron ka bang dealings with OVP?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
So walang kumausap sa inyo, walang nagtanong kung paano to dapat i-liquidate apart from the meeting which included Attorney Poa?
Wala na po akong maalala, Your Honor.
Okay. Last question lang, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Please wind up.
Yung notice, yung AOM, ibig sabihin yan, may chance pa kayong i-correct, di ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Pag notice of disallowance na, may chance pa ba yung i-correct o naniningil na?
Actually, the moment that we issue notice of disallowance, ni-require na po yung accountable officers to restitute po yung amount involved.
And to your knowledge, is there a notice of disallowance for the OVP and DepEd funds?
Wala po akong personal knowledge, pero nakita ko po sa news po, so I was made aware na may end din na po yung OVP 2022.
So may notice of disallowance na ang OVP for the 500 million pesos?
For 125 million pesos po for the fourth quarter of 2022.
So sinisingil na yan kay Vice President Duterte?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Aquino. Next to make his interjections is Senator Judge Pangilinan. You're recognized, sir. You may proceed when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. Magandang umaga, Mr. Witness, Ginoong Mawil.
Wamil po.
Wamil.
Magandang umaga po, Your Honor.
Yes. Nabanggit nyo sa inyong testimonya kahapon at nung isang araw na yung tinatawag na supporting documents kasama dyan ay either sales invoice o official receipts. Tama?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me backtrack a bit. 10 years kang nasa ICFAO, tama?
Yes po, Your Honor. Almost 10 years po.
Okay, without mentioning the agencies, ilang agencies ng gobyerno ang na-audit mo tungkol sa confidential funds?
Marami na po. Pag sa NGAs po, parang nasa 30 plus na po yung na-audit ko. And sa LGUs, marami na rin po. Hindi ko na po mabilang kung ilang agencies
So,
na po yung
more
na-audit.
than 30.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa mga ahensya na ito, 30 ahensya, masasabi mo ba na nire-require din yung liquidation ng official receipts at ng sales invoice?
Yes po, Your Honor. Kasi yung requirement po ng circular ay ini-enforce po namin sa lahat ng agencies na ino-audit po namin.
So sa 2022, from December 21 to December 31, ilang sales invoice o kaya official receipt ang kasama dun sa mga liquidation report?
Wala pong sinabit sa amin, Your Honor.
Ni isa.
Acknowledgement receipts lang po yung sinabit sa amin.
849 acknowledgement receipts, tama?
Yes po, Your Honor.
So, ni isa dun sa mga ginastos, walang official receipt at walang sales invoice.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa karanasan mo sa 30 mga ahensya, masasabi mo ba na yung findings ninyo dito sa OVP ay similar o standard ba? O nangyayari rin yung ganung walang official receipt at walang sales invoice sa mga liquidation?
Yes po, Your Honor. Since sina-apply naman po namin uniformly yung provisions po ng Joint Circular 2015-01.
As in, puro AR ang sinasubmit ng ibang ahensya?
May mga agencies po na nagsasubmit naman ng OR po.
So, sa experience mo dun sa December 21 to 31, masasabi mo bang standard practice yan ng iba pang mga ahensyang iyong na-audit?
Hindi ko po siya masasabing in standard practice since ito po yung kauna-unahang beses na puro AR po yung sinamit sa amin.
So, first time sa iyong 10 years na puro AR lang at walang sales invoice at walang official receipt.
Opo, at ganun po kadaming AR kaagad yung sinamit.
At 125 million, no? Na walang sales invoice at walang official receipt.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Doon naman sa usapin ng kung walang sales invoice at walang official receipt, masasabi mo ba na halimbawa yung sa medicines, talagang medicines ang ginasta?
Kung sinabit po sana sa amin yung official receipt po or sales invoice, masasabi po sana namin. Pero since AR lang po yung sinubmit, hindi po namin masasabi based on the documental.
Kasi sinasabi nilang, total naman, just to wrap up, gamot naman yan eh. Di ba? Mabuti nga, bumibili ng gamot. Masasabi mo ba dun sa liquidation report nila na yung 122 million worth of medicines talagang medicines ang binili?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Pangilinan. Next, for his interjections will be Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. You are recognized, sir. You may proceed when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ginoong testigo, tama po ba ang pagkarinig ko na sinabi niyo kanina under sa COA DBM Joint Circular Number 2015-01, hindi naman kailangan ilagay ang tunay na mga pangalan ng mga intel agents or informers na tumanggap ng intel o confidential funds sa OVP tulad ni na Mary Grace Piatos, Chippy McDonald, Mickey Mouse at iba pa? Is this correct?
Ang sinabi ko po, Your Honor, ay silent po yung circular as to that matter po.
Silent. So po pwede. Kung when we say kasi silent, pwede.
Hindi po, Your Honor. It is neither allowed nor prohibited po.
So, if this is not allowed or prohibited, I mean, bakit nang i-audit po ninyo ang confidential intelligence fund po ng OVP, hindi ninyo hiningi ang tunay na mga pagkakilanlan ni na Piatos, McDonald, Mickey Mouse at iba pa?
Katulad nga po nung sinabi ko sa sa aking previous testimony, ang focus po ng audit namin ay compliance audit. So kung ano po yung provision ng circular, yun po yung ginagawa naming basis for our audit po.
Okay, compliance. When you say compliance, ito po ba periodic or random?
Yung compliance audit po kasi wala po siyang particular period kasi pag sinabing compliance audit, ine-evaluate po namin yung subject matter if it is compliant with the certain applicable laws, rules, and regulations.
But I'm saying every agency na meron pong intel or confidential funds, do they have to undergo audit periodically or random lang? Dahil marami po tayong ahensya ng gobyerno na may mga intelligence confidential fund na hindi naman dapat.
Ang audit po namin ay based dun sa liquidation documents po na sinasubmit nila.
Pero is it periodic ba? Kailangan bawat agency na i-liquidate niya yung kanya i-audit ninyo yung kanyang paggastos ng intel or confidential fund?
Yes po, Your Honor. Yung kanilang kailangan...
So it's periodic, it's not random.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Kung kaduda-duda na po ang disbursement ng OVP, obvious naman, sabi niyo po, di po ba, yung mga medicines, mga pangalan ng tao, bakit hindi po ninyo pa sinampahan ang kaso sa ombudsman ng OVP?
Under our rules po, Your Honor, pwede lang namin siyang i-refer to the Office of the Ombudsman kapag nagkaroon ng final order at hindi po kinumply ni OVP yung order po.
Bakit? Nasaan na po ba yung order ngayon? Ano na po ang status? Itong mga findings nyo, 2023, 2024 pa ito, 2026 na po tayo ngayon.
Wala po akong personal knowledge about the status po since hindi na po ako connected sa ICFAO.
Okay, so dahil hindi ka na connected sa ICFAO, so wala ka ng pakialam kung ano na nangyari sa kaso na hinawakan mo.
Hindi naman po sa wala akong pakialam, pero yung mga ganyang bagay po kasi ay confidential na hindi naman ina-announce sa buong COA po.
Ayun. So, ibig sabihin, hindi mo na alam at hindi mo rin alam kung bakit hindi kinasuhan or ni-refer sa ombudsman itong issue na ito.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Next would be our distinguished Senate President, Senator Gatchalian. You are recognized, sir. You may proceed. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, nakita ko dito, merong 6 na AOMs na in-issue. And meron dito sa 6, non-submission of documentary evidence of payment. Ito ba ay na-fulfill ba ito after nag-issue kayo ng AOM?
Based on sa mga na-issue ko po, since ang na-issue ko lang po na AOMs ay for the fourth quarter of 2022, first to second quarter of 2022 of the OBP, and first to second quarter 2022 of the OBP. Ang naabutan ko po lang po na may response na may kasamang documentary evidence of payments ay yung fourth quarter of 2022 po ng OBP.
Fourth quarter of 2022. At yun, diba kasi pag nag-issue kayo ng AOM, ang sagot normally is compliance, diba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Yung na-comply nila is fourth quarter of 2022 for this particular item in non-submission of DEP, documentary evidence of payment.
Yes po, Your Honor. Based on my personal knowledge po, kasi yan lang po yung naabutan.
Ano yung kanilang submit para ma-fulfill itong non-submission of DEP?
Nag-submit po sila ng acknowledgement receipts po, Your Honor.
Ito yung mga acknowledgement receipt na pinakita ng Counsel for the Prosecution.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Nung sinabit sa inyo itong mga acknowledgement receipts, may mga pangalan nga na sabi ng ating mga senador, vinalidate nyo ba kung itong mga pangalan na ito ay totoo o hindi?
Hindi po, Your Honor, kasi hindi po yan yung focus po ng audit namin.
So sige, go ahead.
Since what we do po is compliance audit. So ang naging focus po namin ay yung expenses po na based on the face of the acknowledgement receipts, as well as yung date kung kailan binayad, as well as yung amount po. Since binavalidate po namin siya based on the requirements of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Binavalidate nyo ba kung yung pangalan ay totoong tao o hindi?
Hindi na po, kasi hindi po yun yung focus ng audit po namin, Your Honor.
Nasabi mo rin kanina sa sagot mo na neither allowed or disallowed. Tama?
Neither allowed nor prohibited po.
Or prohibited ang paggamit ng alias.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Sa ibang mga agencies na enforcement agencies, ibang government agencies na gumagamit ng alias, pinapayagan ba o hindi?
Hindi naman po namin ma-determine based on the documents alone kung alias or not, kasi wala naman po silang ina-attach na document na nagsasabing alias po yung nakalagay doon sa kanilang resibo.
Meron bang mga agencies na gumagamit ng alias?
Katulad po ng nasabi ko, Your Honor, hindi po namin ma-determine based on the document alone kung alias ba yun or not po.
Lalo na sa mga informant agencies yung gumagamit ng intelligence funds, I would assume na may mga cases na gumagamit sila ng aliases dahil nga mga informants. Meron ka bang ganyan na experience na sinabi sa inyo ng agencies na hindi nila ma-reveal yung totoong pangalan? Dahil hindi naman prohibited, di ba?
Opo, wala pa naman po akong experience, Your Honor.
So lahat ng mga ARs na merong ganitong source of information, totoong pangalan ang sinasabit nila?
Hindi, katulad po ng nasabi ko, wala po kaming way to determine since naka-base lang po kami on the face of the document as submitted po.
Okay, yung mga sa ibang mga agencies na nagsasubmit ng mga ganitong rewards, no, nagbibigay ng information and rewards. Nakita ko dito merong rewards for medicine, rewards for various supplies. Ano siya, cash or medicine or in kind ang ibinibigay?
Based on those documents po, since nakalagay close and open parenthesis medicine, so medicine po yung binigay, and then yung isa po, payment of rewards, close and open parenthesis various goods, so various goods po yung binigay, Your Honor.
So ang ibig sabihin, may reward sila, hindi cash ang binigay, medicines at various supplies.
Based on the acknowledgement receipts po, yes po, Your Honor.
And that is allowed?
The joint circular naman po is, wala naman po siyang naka-specify kung paano nila babayaran yung rewards, as long as yung requirements po nung circular ay fulfill po.
Alright, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Next, for its interjections would be Senator Judge Joel Villanueva. You are recognized, sir. You may proceed when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witas, are you aware of ESI 100? It's International Standards of Supreme Audit Institutions.
I am aware po of ISAI, pero yung specific po na 100 hindi ko po ma-recall, Your Honor.
Yeah, member po yung Pilipinas at they found on the word professional skepticism that requires an auditor to question records submitted, but also to fairly consider yung agency's explanations and contrary evidence. Is that correct?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Para lang maintindihan natin, actual nyo po bang sinuri ang mga transaction? Ibig sabihin, isa-isa po ba itong ini-examine lahat? Gumagamit ba kayo ng sampling, piling transaction, yung sinusuri? Gumagamit ba kayo ng materiality threshold sa pagpili at evaluation nito?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Lahat po ng documents ay ini-evaluate po namin.
So lahat, meaning gusto kong maintindihan, dinutugmaan nyo po ba yung bawat transaction from original receipts, accomplishment reports at iba pa?
Yes po, Your Honor.
And how do you, hindi ko maintindihan, when you're purchasing an information, paano kung bibigyan ng official receipt?
Your Honor, kapag ang katulad nga po nung sinabi ko kanina, kailangan ng official receipts kapag binili po mismo from the supplier.
So ibig sabihin sa supplier lang, sa tao hindi kailangan ng resibo?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Malinaw po yun.
Pag sinabi pong resibo, OR po, pero pag purchase of information, inaalaw po namin yung acknowledgement receipts po.
So you allow acknowledgement receipt dahil information yung binili, wala namang industriya na nagbibigay ng resibo for information that they're selling.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Sa madaling salita po, yung findings po ba ninyo ay batay lamang sa deficiencies in the documents submitted o nakukumpirma nyo rin po na sa pamamagitan po ng inyong independent verification?
Ang audit po kasi namin ay document-based. So kung ano po yung nilalaman ng documents vis-a-vis yung provisions ng joint circular, yun po yung nagiging basis for our findings po.
So hanggang dun lang sa dokumento na ibinigay, wala na po kayong ibang ginagawa to go out of your way and do your independent findings?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ngayon po, Mr. Wamil, Attorney Wamil, para malinaw po sa atin, kayo po ba mismo ang nag-audit nitong bawat transaksyon at naghanda ng initial findings o meron po kayong team?
Ako lang po, Your Honor.
At kayo lang po ang nagre-review nito bago maging final report?
Hindi po. Meron po akong division chief. Siya po yung nag-review, Your Honor.
At dun po sa proseso yun, ano-ano ho yung material findings, recommendations, and conclusions na maaaring idinadagdag o inaalis o binabago ng inyong ino-audit? At bakit po?
Actually, yung laman po nung na-issue ng AOM, kinumpare ko po yun sa aking draft at parehas naman po.
Sorry. Pakiulit po.
Yung in-issue po namin na AOM po kasi, kinumpare ko po yun sa aking draft at parehas naman po yung substance nung AOM.
Mr. Ramil, from AOM to notice of discrepancy, suspension, I mean, and then notice of disallowance.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ano po yung mga nabago dun?
Kapag AOM po kasi, parang nire-require po namin, based on the joint circular.
Sir, ang question ko po, ano po yung nabago? Ibig sabihin from AOM, nabago po, di ba? Kasi binanggit nyo sa kanila, ito yung hinahanap namin.
Yes,
wala pa rin po. Nag-issue na ho kayo. Sa pangalawang stage, nag-issue na po kayo ng notice of suspension.
Yes po,
Sa pangatlong stage, nag-issue na kayo ng notice of disallowance. Dun sa stages po na yon, marami po bang nagbago? Para ho kasing sinasabi natin dito, hindi pa rin po sila sumunod sa pangatlong pagkakataon, sa ikatlong stage.
Yes po, Your Honor. Actually, ang na-issue ko lang po ay hanggang notice of suspension, pero discuss ko na lang po din yung contents ng notice of suspension. Una po...
Sige po, from AOM to notice of suspension.
Ay, sige po.
Yes. I'm winding up, Mr. President. It's the same question that I'm asking because we don't want to talk about the notice of disallowance. From AOM to notice of suspension.
Okay po, Your Honor. Since nung nag-issue po kami ng AOM, wala pa silang documentary evidence of payments. So, sinabit lang po nila yung documentary evidence of payments sa ICFAO upon receipt na nila nung kanilang AOM. And then, dun po sa yes po, Your Honor. Actually, ang na-issue ko lang po ay hanggang notice of suspension, pero discuss ko na lang po din yung contents ng notice of suspension. Una po...
sige po, from AOM to notice of suspension.
Ay, sige po.
Yes. I'm winding up, Mr. President. It's the same question that I'm asking because we don't want to talk about the notice of disallowance. From AOM to notice of suspension.
Okay po, Your Honor. Since nung nag-issue po kami ng AOM, wala pa silang documentary evidence of payments. So, sinabit lang po nila yung documentary evidence of payments sa ICFAO upon receipt na nila nung kanilang AOM. And then, dun po sa aming notice of suspension upon evaluation of their responses dun sa aming AOM at kasama na rin po dun yung documentary evidence of payments. So, dun na po namin nakita yung mga payment of rewards na cash, medicines, and in various goods. Tapos nakita din po namin yung mga purchases nila na walang visual receipts or sales invoice na supporting document. And then yung mga date po ng payment ng kanilang acknowledgement receipts ay naka-date po ng December 2023 at yung iba po ay walang date. And then Your Honor, may I be allowed po to refer to the NS for the...
Witness may do so. Kindly turn on the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. This is very important because it shows that the agency were given chances, 3 stages para mag-submit ng hinihingi po ng ating COA.
Kindly wind up, Senator
Yes,
Judge
this is the last
Villanueva.
question, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Yun po, Your Honor. Doon po sa NS po namin, nagkaroon din po kami ng findings na mas malaki yung amount nung kanilang expenditure based on the acknowledgement receipts compared to the accomplishment report ng 150.
Which was not present in the AOM.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank you. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Villanueva. Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Yeah.
Mr. Witness, para klaro po sa mga nanonood, kapag pinag-uusapan po yung confidential and intelligence funds, chine-check pa rin po ng COA kung paano ginastos yung pera. Tama po ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay, so ibig sabihin, kahit confidential ang tawag sa confidential funds, kailangan busisiin pa rin yung pinagkagastosan. Tama po?
Yes po, Your Honor, kasi public funds po siya.
Kasi public funds. Okay. Ngayon, yung mga resibo na hinihingi nyo sa COA, again, para sa mga nanonood, para saan ba talaga yung mga resibong iyan?
Kailangan po kasi naming malaman kung talagang bumili po sila nung kanilang mga binili, Your Honor.
Okay. Kailangan malaman nyo kung talagang binili
Yes po.
yung sinabing ibinili.
Opo. At
So,
At doon lang po namin makikita yun sa official receipt or sales invoice po.
okay, OR o kaya sales invoice. At hindi lamang sa mga AR.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay, unless nga para dun sa pagbili o pagpabayad ng information.
Yes po, Your Honor.
So, importante talaga na makapagsumite ng mga dokumento at resibo ng mga di umanong pinagkagastusan.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa kaso po ba ng OVP at ng DepEd, nakapagbigay po ba sila ng mga kompletong dokumento at resibo na hinihingi ng COA?
Ang paring period lang po na, sa pagkakalam ko na mayroong documentary evidence of payments based on may stay sa ICFAO o yung fourth quarter of 2022 at based po dun sa kanilang documentary evidence of payments for that period, wala po silang sinamit na official receipt or sales invoice, tanging mga acknowledgement receipts lang po.
Okay. So yung mga supporting documents na required, hindi ko po pwedeng tanungin kung kaagad nilang naibigay dahil hindi po naibigay yung ibang supporting documents.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ni isa po within any time period after na dapat nilang sumitihin yan.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. So, hindi ko rin kailangan tanungin kung kumpleto ba ang ibinigay dahil hindi ba kumpleto ang ibinigay nilang mga dokumento at resibo?
Pwedeng pa ulit po ng tanong.
Kompleto ba o hindi kompleto yung ibinigay nilang mga dokumento at resibo?
Hindi po kompleto, Your Honor.
Hindi kompleto. Now, according to the joint circular, kailangan ng evidence of success for rewards payouts. So, itong tinatawag na evidence of success for rewards payments, naibigay po ba ito ng OVP?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Naibigay po ba ito ng DepEd?
Katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, yung sa OBP lang po yung may DEPs na naabutan ko.
Alright. Pero hindi po naibigay ng OVP yung evidence of success for reward payments.
Opo. Pero i-clarify ko lang din po, since ako po yung nag-initially evaluate noong first and second quarter ng DepEd, based po dun sa aking mga na-evaluate na documents, wala din po silang sinubmit na documentary evidence of payment. Documentary evidence na of success of the surveillance activities or information gathering activities po.
Okay. At sa simpleng salita, bakit importante itong evidence of success sa rewards payments?
Diyan po kasi malalaman kung valid ba yung naging payment nila ng rewards po.
So kasi dito sa acknowledgement receipt, makikita natin marami-rami po ito, no? Nakalagay na kapag claim sila ng reward. So huling tanong ko sa inyo, Mr. Witness, sa round na ito, ibig sabihin sa itong evidence of success for rewards payments, patunay na merong napala ang gobyerno sa mga operasyong iyan.
Yes po, Your Honor. Kaya po namin ni-require na i-submit po yun.
Alright. Salamat, Mr. Witness. Salamat po, Mr. Presiding
Thank you,
Officer.
Senator Judge Ontiveros. Before recognizing the Honorable Padilla, Chair, yes, Senator Lacson, after Senator Soto, I believe. Chair would like to inform the councils for the parties that you may take your seat unless a question is thrown at you by a Senator Judge so that you can relax. It goes for both parties.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your
Next to interpolate, Senator Judge Padilla. You may proceed when you're ready, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong tagapamahal ng hukom. Meron lang po ako mga tanong. Maiksi lang po ito. Saan po kayo pinanganak?
Sa Nueva Ecija po, Your Honor.
Nueva Ecija. Opo. Saan po kayo nakatira ngayon?
Sa Manila po.
Manila. Saan po kayo nag-aral?
Central Luzon State University po, ng accountancy, and then Arellano po, University ng Juris Doctor po.
Okay. Saan po kayo nakaikot na sa bansa natin? Nakaikot na po ba kayo ng Mindanao, sa Bicol?
Marami na po akong naikutan, hindi ko na po maalala lahat, Your Honor.
Opo. Kayo po ba ay nakarating na sa BARM?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Opo. Saan po sa BARM? Sa Sulu? Sa Basilan? Maguindanao? Hindi niyo po matandaan?
Hindi
Mauubos
ko
po
po
yung oras ko.
matandaan, Your Honor, kung saan.
Bicol po, nakaikot na po kayo sa Bicol?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Saan po sa Bicol? Sa Camarines Norte?
Sa Camarines Sur po.
Sur. Sa Norte, hindi pa po?
Hindi ko po maalala kung...
Nakaikot na po kayo sa mga bundok?
Saan po, Your Honor?
Mga bundok?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Nakita niyo na po ba ang pangangailangan ng mga tao sa malayong lugar? Katulad ng gamot? Katulad po ng pagkain?
Wala naman po ako na-observe, Your Honor.
Ayun, wala. Hindi po kayo exposed. Exposed po ba kayo sa threat ng terrorism sa bansa natin? Nabalitaan niyo po ba ang ISIS, ang NPA, ang Abu Sayyaf? Exposed po ba kayo doon sa mga balita?
Sa news po, may
Sa
mga
news.
nabalitaan po ako, Your Honor.
Opo. Alam niyo po ba na kung gaano nakagrabe ang terrorism?
Wala po akong threshold, Your Honor, to determine that.
Wala po. Pero kayo po ang humahawak ng investigasyon patungkol sa confidential fund. Tama po ba?
Hindi po siya investigation, evaluation po.
Evaluation, nako, tama-tama. Ibig po sabihin, kahapon po, sinabi ninyo na gumawa lang kayo ng preliminary investigation. Tama po ba? Preliminary inquiry.
Hindi po, part po siya ng process namin na mag-issue po kami ng AOM.
Opo. So, ibig po sabihin, kahapon kasi narinig ko parang yung ginawa nyo, preliminary lang.
Yung AOM po, preliminary lang.
Opo, hindi po yun konklusyon.
Kung ang tinutukoy niyo po ay yung... Meron po kasing provision as to the joint circular as to tinatawag na prima facie.
Pakisagot na lang po kung conclusion ba po yun? Final?
Hindi po kasi we require...
So, hindi po final.
Based
Boss,
on the AOM po.
konti lang po oras ko, hindi po final.
Sa AOM po, yung AOM po, hindi po final.
Hindi po final. Opo. Kayo po ba ay naniniwala na ang mga confidential agent ay dapat magpakilala? Sabihin ng kanilang mga totoong pangalan?
Wala pong provision as to that po sa joint circular, Your Honor.
Opo. Kayo po mismo, palagay niyo po, sa personal po ninyong pagkakaintindi, ang mga confidential agent dapat po bang magpakilala?
Since that calls for an opinion, hindi po ako authorized to express that, Your Honor.
Ano pong definition niya ng confidential?
Based on the joint circular po, ang confidential expenses ay yung...
Hindi po expenses, confidential lang po. Bilang kayo po ay abogado, ano pong pagkakaintindi niyo sa confidential?
Classified po, Your Honor.
Okay. Boss, sa next na lang po akong round.
Thank you, Senator
Salamat
Judge
po.
Padilla. You may avail of the second round. Next would be Senator Judge Marcos. You are recognized, ma'am. You may proceed when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Judge. Okay, kanina sinabi mo na hindi ka umabot doon sa notice of disallowance pero andun pa rin sa ICBAO nung na-release yung notice of suspension, di ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. So, doon sa notice of suspension, katulad ng disallowance, nasabi mo, kahit wala ka na ron, you were made aware kasi nabalitaan mo, pinagbawal ba ng COA yung mga confidential expenses dahil peke o fictitious, gawa-gawa lang yung mga AR?
Anong pong notice yung tinutukoy niyo po, Your Honor?
Doon sa mga AR ng OVP, meron bang sinabi na gawa-gawa lang, hindi tunay, peke?
Dahil hindi po yan yung focus ng audit namin, wala po kaming basis para magkaroon ng findings po doon sa mga sinasabi niyo.
So ang sagot, no. Walang sinasabi na fictitious yung AR. At doon sa AOM, pati sa suspension, gano'n na rin sa ND, sinabi ba ng COA na yung AR and documentary evidence of payments, yung DEP, peke, falsipikado, huwad?
Since hindi po yan yung focus ng audit po namin, wala po kaming findings about that, Your Honor.
Sinabi ba doon na falsipikado yung DEP at saka yung AR? Na it was forged, kumbaga?
Wala pong ganong findings, Your Honor.
Wala rin, di ba? At doon sa mga pangalan ng mga recipient ng award, tama ba ako sa pagkaintindi na hindi rin sinita ng COA yung mga kakaibang pangalan tulad ng Mary Grace Piatos, Andy Lim, etc. Ang sinabi at binanggit talaga ng COA ay yung mga datos na hindi tumutugma. Tama ba?
Since what we did is compliance audit po at wala namang provision yung circular as to the use of aliases, yes po, wala po kaming findings po.
Kasi sabi mo nga, neither allowed nor prohibited. Tama po. So, doon sa AOM at sa notice of suspension, the names of these reward recipients was never raised by COA. Di ba?
Yes po.
Tama. Dahil nangyayari talaga na kakaibang pangalan ang binibigay kapag confidential or intelligence fund. Kaya isa pang tanong ko, dun sa notice of suspension, pati na rin sa ND, ang pagkaintindi natin, final ba ito o hindi?
Kapag sinabi po kasing notice of disallowance under the joint circular, meron na pong obligation to restitute agad.
Tama, final siya sa COA. Pero kahit ang desisyon ng COA, pwedeng dalhin sa Supreme Court para maging pinal na pinal. Di po ba?
I-clarify ko lang po, kapag dumating na po kasi sa Supreme Court, ang tanging ground na lang po dyan ay grave abuse of discretion amounting to lack or excess of jurisdiction. So wala na pong kinalaman po yung factual matters.
Ganun nga, talaga naman na matters of fact, hindi naman rin na-raise sa Supreme Court, tama ka doon. Pero hindi pinal. Pwedeng dalhin sa Korte Suprema. At no point at this final.
I-clarify ko lang po, yung decision po ng COA to restitute ay hindi po apektado nung pag-file sa Supreme Court. So kahit mag-file po sila ng petition for certiorari sa Supreme Court, kailangan na po nilang ibalik kaagad. Kasi yung pendency po ng petition for certiorari, hindi po niya na-stay yung obligation to restitute.
Naintindihan natin yun, pero hindi pa tapos ang kaso. Pwede pang dalhin sa Korte Suprema, hindi po ba? At saka dun sa notice of suspension, balikan ko lang, was there a finding na ginamit sa pansarili yung mga confidential funds ng OVP?
That is a presumption po under joint circular.
Misappropriated ba yun?
Kindly wrap up.
That is a presumption po. Hindi po kailangan directly sabihin kasi nagkaroon po ng presumption.
Pero hindi sinabi. Sa madaling sabi,
Pero dahil
wala
presumption
talagang
po siya, hindi po siya kailangan sabihin, Your Honor.
Naintindihan ko, pero wala doon. Is there a COA finding na ninakaw ang confidential funds doon sa various AOMs and notice? Meron bang sinasabi doon na ninakaw? It was stolen?
There is a prima facie evidence na nagamit po siya for personal use or benefit under the joint circular.
Kaya nga.
Kindly wrap up, Senator Judge Marcos.
Yes, I am done, but I have questions kung may second round.
There will be a round two, and I will register you, Senator Judge Marcos. Thank you. Senator Judge Ejercito is recognized. You may proceed, sir, and when you're ready, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Siguro dagdagan ko na lang din nun. Ito tayo tinatanong na rin yung tungkol doon sa mga paggamit ng mga alias sa ating mga senator judges. No? Dahil alam naman natin na kinakailangan din na lehitimong may pangangailangan na protektahan, no? Dahil nga confidential itong mga information. Ang sa ilalim ng Joint Circular number 2015-0, paano dapat maprotektahan ang pagkakakilanlan ng mga confidential informant?
Wala pong provision as to that, Your Honor. Kasi yung wala po namang requirement yung circular as to the pwede pa ulit po ng tanong, sorry.
Well, yung hindi kasi parang alam naman natin, no, dahil lalo na sa mga intelligence at saka yung mga activities, mga confi, ginagamit yung mga alias, no, nabanggit nyo rin kanina. Hindi ba pwedeng gamitin na lang, halimbawa, John Doe, Jane Doe, o Juan de la Cruz, kasi alam naman natin na binambibilit, reward for information na siyempre pinoproteksyonan din natin yung mga pinoproteksyon ng mga agencies yung identity, no, ng mga informants.
Ang masasabi ko lang po, Your Honor, wala naman pong provision as to the joint circular sa use ng aliases kasi silent po yung joint circular.
So tanggap yun. Halimbawa nakita niyong medyo parang yung mga pangalan mukhang alias lang ay tinatanggap dahil pag-intelligence gathering.
We based lang po dun sa document submitted to us. So kung wala pong naka-indicate dun sa document submitted to us na alias po yun, hindi po namin malalaman, Your Honor.
Tapos meron ding dapat may coordination paggamit ng intelligence or confidential fund. May coordination with law enforcement agencies. Tama po ba?
Yes po, based on the joint circular po, Your Honor.
So doon po, tanong ko lang po, meron po bang o may nakita po ba kayong naganap na coordination with the agencies, no? Of course, yung PNP, AFP, PDEA at iba pa, NBI na ginawa ang halimbawa OVP in this case sa kanilang paggamit ng confidential funds para sa sinasabi nilang confidential programs.
Based on the documents submitted po sa ICFA, wala po, Your Honor.
Dahil sinasabi ng joint circular, kung di ako nagkakamali, na kailangan may proper coordination ang paggamit ng confidential funds with these law enforcement agencies.
Yes po, based po on the joint circular, Your Honor.
Isa ba ito sa mga findings ng COA sa IOM o sa audit observation memo or notice suspension or notice of disallowance na inilabas laban sa OVP, yung walang coordination?
Wala po kaming naging findings about dyan, Your Honor.
Last, Mr. Presiding Officer, doon sa course ng iyong audit, Mr. Attorney Wamil, did you see any evidence o may ebidensya ba kayo na si Vice President personally ang tumanggap, ang nakakuha o nagbenepisyo doon sa Confidential Intelligence Fund?
Based on the documents po, wala po, Your Honor. Wala po akong personal knowledge about that po.
So para sa record, for the record, just last point, Mr. Presiding Officer, sa pagkakaroon o kawalan ng ebidensyang nagpakita ng personal na pagtamanggap na kinabang ba ang isang opisyal ng pamahalaan sa pondong bayan ay sapat na? O upang matukoy kung may umiiral na pananagutang administratibo, sibil o kriminal?
Under the joint circular po kasi, since si OBP po, si head of the agency po yung may responsibility to oversee kung paano gamitin yung confidential fund and to ensure yung compliance nila dun sa joint circular, then the accountable person din po si head of the agency, Your Honor.
So last question, Mr. President. Upang maging malinaw ang inyong testimonya nang sabihin ninyong wala kayong nakitang ebidensya na ang pangalawang Pangulo mismo ang tumanggap, nagpanatili o nakinabang sa confidential intelligence, inilahad lamang ba ninyo ang inyong audit findings at hindi kayo nagbibigay ng legal na konklusyon hinggil sa pagkakaroon ng kawalan ng pananagutan? Is it based on your audit findings or legal conclusion hinggil sa pagkakaroon ng liability?
Based po sa audit findings, Your Honor. Kasi nilalagay po namin yung persons accountable dun sa aming ini-issue po.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge JV. Before recognizing Senator Judge Soto, Attorney Wamil, just on the point of Senator Judge Marcos, to clarify, the decision of COA with respect to any appeal is final, is executory but not final even if it is appealed before the Supreme Court, correct?
With respect to the obligation to restitute po, kahit magkaroon ng pendency ng petition for...
Attorney Wamil, listen to the question, please.
Okay,
It is, unless a TRO is issued by the Supreme Court, it is executory but the decision is not yet final. Would that be correct?
Yung decision po, final na, Your Honor. Kasi
in-appeal nga sa Supreme Court, paano magiging final? Ikaw naman. A decision of the COA
executory na po, Your
appealed to
Honor,
the Supreme Court is executory unless a TRO is issued but is not yet final.
Yes po, Your Honor.
That is a correct statement.
Opo.
Thank you. Senator Judge Soto, you are recognized, sir. You may proceed when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Witness. In your testimony, August 3, upon direct examination by the prosecution counsel, you were presented representative samples of selected forms. The question 845 acknowledged receipts, if I remember it right. Correct ba yun?
Yes po, Your Honor.
All right. Sinabi nyo na kayo ay gumawa ng observations doon sa mga acknowledgement receipts nito kung saan ilan dito ay pinagagamitan ng confidential funds ay hindi naaayon sa Joint Circular 2015-01. Ngunit may mga acknowledgement receipts according to how I recall it na wala naman kayong observations, ano?
Yes.
Sapagkat ang pinagamitan ng pondo ay naaayon sa nasabing circular. Tama ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Alright. Halimbawa, yung acknowledgement receipt ni Mary Grace Mary Grace Piatos na 70,000 for medicine, walang supporting documents. Kaya gumawa kayo ng observations.
Yes po,
Tapos
Your
yung doon naman kay acknowledgement receipt ni Janice Marie Drevilla, 70,000 at Patty Ting na 150,000. Wala kayong observations dahil ang pondo ay ginamit sa purchase of information na binayagan o allowed ng nasabing circular. Tama ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
That's the way I recall it. All right? Okay, now, ito ngayon ang tanong ko. Out of these 845 acknowledgement receipts na pinag-uusapan sa kasong ito, ilan ang nagawa nyo ng observations dahilan sa kawalan ng supporting documents?
Hindi ko na po matiyak kung ilan yung exact number po, Your Honor.
Ilan ng, well then, my next question will not be answered because tatanong ko, ilan yung malang observations?
Pwede ko po pwede po ako mag-refer sa tabulation po, Your Honor.
Please.
You can refer to your tabulation table that was earlier marked. Assisting counsel, can you show him the previously marked evidence pertaining to his tabulation or summary? Assisting counsel for the respondent.
Trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Vicente C. Soto III.
Almighty.
Magandang araw mga kasambahay. Ikalabing-apat na araw na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ngayong araw, inaasahang muling iuupo sa witness stand itong si Sailin May del Campo, State Auditor ng Commission on Audit Intelligence Funds and Confidential Funds Audit Office o COA-ICFAO. So sa kanya itinurn over ng dating State Auditor na si Attorney Roderick Wamil yung liquidation reports ng tanggapan ng pangalawang Pangulo maging ng Department of Education noong panahon na kalihim pa nito si Vice President Duterte. Gayunpaman, hindi pa natitiyak na agad makakapagbigay ng testimonya ito si Sailin May del Campo kaugnay doon sa libu-libong acknowledgement receipts dahil last week hindi pumayag ang defense team ni VP Sara na mag-stipulate o tanggapin na authentic yung higit 4,000 dokumento ng prosecution. So going back last week, kahon-kahon na mga papel at dokumento ang ipinresenta sa impeachment court bilang bahagi ng ebidensya ng prosecution na hindi nagamit umano ng tama ang confidential funds ng opisina ni VP Sara noong 2022 at 2023. So kabilang dyan yung mahigit 3,600 na acknowledgement receipts para sa liquidation ng mahigit 600 million pesos na pondo. So ayon doon sa testigo na si Attorney Roderick Wamil, sa buong panahon niya sa COA-ICFAO, tanging si VP Sara lang umano yung Vice President at Department of Education Secretary na may alokasyon para sa confidential funds. Aniya, 40 million pesos umano dito yung na-disallow ng COA dahil hindi pasok sa COA Joint Circular yung pinaggamitan. Kabilang yung pinambili umano ng mga gamot at pagkain na ginamit umanong pabuya at 10 milyong piso naman na ginastos sa incentives at biyahe sa confidential operations. May bahagi rin aniya ng pondo na ginamit umano sa maintenance at operating expenses ng DepEd o dapat ay nakapaloob dun sa regular na pinagkakagastusan ng ahensya. So ngayon, pakinggan na natin ang pagpapatuloy ng ikalabing-apat na araw ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Duterte.
Senator Judge Cayetano Pia, Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 18 Senator Judges present, the Chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure in impeachment trials, the Chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of the Senate Sittings and Impeachment Court dated August 5, 2026 and shall consider the same as approved. The court will please, the clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honor. We are ready.
Same appearance for the respondent, Your Honor. We're ready.
Thank you and good
Your
morning
Honor.
to the counsel for the parties. Yes, Honorable Chua. What is your pleasure?
Your Honor, I understand that this is a continuation of the examination of the prosecution's witness. May we request that Attorney Kapunan, counsel for the prosecution, be recognized, Your Honor. Please.
Yes, Attorney Kapunan is recognized. Attorney Lorna and Attorney Christine, I understand that the parties were not able to meet during the two rainy days that parang tumangkad ka, Lorna.
Oo nga po. Parang binigyan ako ng apple box dito.
Wala namang baha dito sa... Yes, I understand that the parties were not able to meet the last 2 days of last week, perhaps given the inclement weather, but the fact remains is you were not able to meet.
May I make manifestations, Your Honor?
Yes, Attorney Kapunan.
First of all, Your Honor, we, this Honorable Court and Presiding Officer, will note that when we broke off last Wednesday, it was very clear that prosecution through this representation made a motion, in fact modified the motion, that we be allowed to present the documents, 4,492 documents, before the Honorable Clerk of Court. And for purposes of comparison, Your Honor, and this Honorable Presiding Judge will recall that it did issue a directive to the parties to make themselves available on Thursday and Friday of last week, just mutually agreeing on a common time, Your Honor. Also, the Clerk of Court was directed to make themselves available either on Tuesday or Friday or both days, subject to a time agreed upon by both counsels for the petitioner and the respondent. Ito po ang nangyari, na-indyan po kami. Why do I say that? Wednesday, we made a text message, and I have the text messages here. When do we meet? Tomorrow or Friday? Wala pong sagot nung Wednesday. On Thursday, we waited the whole day. Kailan tayo magmi-meet? Thursday na ngayon. Friday na bukas. Our witness will be on board on Monday. Wala pa rin sagot, Your Honor. The whole day of Thursday. At the end of Thursday, at the end of office hours, Thursday, Your Honor, and we have the evidence here, at 5:38 in the afternoon of Thursday, they texted, counsel for the respondent texted to say, we are available on August 14. This coming Friday, Your Honor, August 14, when napakalinaw naman sa directive ng presiding officer na mag-agree on a date on Thursday or Friday of last week. August 14, what good will that do us? The hearing is today, August 10, and they want us to appear before the Clerk of Court to compare documents on August 14. For what purpose, Your Honor? Now, the text message is even more disturbing because apart from saying sa August 14 na lang, they even disclaim the fact that this Honorable Court said Thursday or Friday last week. Wala naman daw sinabi ang presiding officer except to set a time, date, and time mutually agreed upon by the parties. That is bad faith, Your Honor, because sinabi ng presiding officer ang specific dates, Thursday or Friday last week. Wala daw sinabi ang presiding officer. And the presiding officer will recall that you left it to the parties, Your Honor, to agree on the time but not on the dates. Now we are told August 14. The Clerk of Court over the weekend also was waiting for notice from both parties. And we got a call from the Clerk of Court saying, walang sinabi sa amin except August 14. In a last attempt, Your Honor, in a last attempt for them, for counsels, for the respondent, this morning, as late as this morning, we approached them to say, we have 1 hour to go, let's start. And they said, again, they refused. They refused, no need daw. Kasi pakitahan na lang ng summaries, etc. No need, Your Honor. Let me just say, Your Honor, that this attitude of the respondent is not new. We had the same attitude pre-trial pa lang. Ayaw na mag-stipulate. Why? Because daw, hindi faithful reproduction yung kopya nila tsaka yung kopya namin. Bakit hindi faithful reproduction? Because ang pinag-awayan, presiding officer, Your Honors, isa lang ang pinag-awayan, covering page. Covering page ng 4,492 documents na yan, ang pinag-awayan, covering page. And that's why they did not want to stipulate. So, Your Honors, if I may, we will necessarily have to go over very briefly this witness, briefly glossing over the documents and identifying her summary, her tabulation, pursuant to the presiding officer's suggestion. And we are invoking as well Rule 130, Section 7, and Section 3C on summaries and tabulations. We will do that, Your Honor. But,
I have a question, Counsel. Before I recognize Attorney Christine, Attorney Lorna, Attorney Wamil had a table and summary for the ARs for December 21 to 31, 2022, which was turned over to Ms. Eileen, so she can testify on that as well, given that it's official records. My question is, does she have a tabulation and or summary? Because apparently, Attorney Wamil did not, dahil hindi na rin niya inabutan yun, ayon sa kanya, di ba?
Yes,
May
sure.
tabulation at summary ba si Ms. Eileen ng first to third quarter of 2023 ng OVP at DepEd confidential funds?
Yes, Your Honor. Our witness, Ma'am Silene May Del Campo, does have a similar summary of all of the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor.
Again, to clarify, covering the first to the third quarters
The
of
first-
2023 of both DepEd and OVP.
Yes, Your Honor. For the first quarter of the OVP, the second quarter, and the third quarter, Your Honor, that totals 1,823 acknowledgement receipts.
How many?
She has-
1,000?
For the first quarter of February 6, March 29, 2023, covering 519 documents, our witness has a tabulation, Your Honor, a summary.
Second quarter of OVP?
For the second quarter, which is the period April 25 to June 30, 2023, covering 530 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, our witness also will be presenting a tabulation or a summary. And for the third quarter of the Office of the Vice President, our witness will be presenting a tabulation for the periods July 14, September 30, 2023, covering 774 documents, Your Honor, totaling 1,823. And she will confirm as well the tabulation made for the December 2022, 21 to 31, 22 tabulation of Attorney Wamil, consisting of 845 documents. So for the Office of the Vice President, this witness will be presenting and identifying 2,668 acknowledgement receipts. Likewise, Your Honor, if I may continue.
Counsel me, for the DepEd?
For the DepEd, Your Honor, for the first quarter, covering the period February 20 to March 30, 2023, our witness has a tabulation of 561 acknowledgement receipts. For the second quarter, covering the period April 25 to June 30, 2023, our witness has a tabulation of 619 acknowledgement receipts. And for the third quarter of the DepEd, covering the period July 14 to September 30, 2023, our witness will be identifying and as well the tabulation of 644 acknowledgement receipts, or for the DepEd, a total of 1,824 documents, which will bring us to 2,668 for the Office of the Vice President, 1,824 for the DepEd totaling 4,492 documents, which counsel for the respondent refused, Your Honor, to stipulate on. We are now therefore constrained to present this witness and the tabulations before this honorable
She can
court.
testify based on the tabulation that she has, again, in accordance with the ruling of the chair, citing Rule 130, Section 3C, in relation to Section 7, which is an exception to the original document rule. Your comment, Attorney Christine, before
yes,
we
Your Honor.
proceed?
Just one more manifestation, Your Honor.
With the kind indulgence
In
of Attorney
addition to
Christine.
these tabulations, Your Honor, we will be presenting, but not identifying, we will be presenting folders containing these acknowledgement receipts so that the witness can flip over them, Your Honor. Just flip over them. And if counsel will say we are not given the opportunity first, they've been given the opportunity. They refused. And the reason being, number one, they don't have enough lawyers now. We heard on an interview that they did not have enough lawyers and could not schedule, could not follow the directive of the presiding officer. 15 lawyers for the defense, for the respondent. They did not have enough lawyers, nor the time to comply with the directive of this honorable presiding officer. Lastly, Your Honor, in any event, Your Honor, there is no denial of due process. They will have the opportunity when all of these documents are presented in a formal offer of evidence. That is their time to compare. That is their time to make their comments. That is their time to raise their objections, Your Honor, when it is formally offered in evidence in due course. Thank you, Your Honor.
The chair notes the manifestation of Attorney Lorna and her point with respect to the respondent having the opportunity to comment once formal offer has been made is well taken. Attorney Christine, yes, your comment, ma'am?
Your
Before we
Honor,
proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, please. I would like to thank the good counsel for their willingness to explore or to implement Rule 130, Section 7. At least we have aligned with what we are expected to do before this honorable court. In fact, Your Honor, earlier this morning, I was asked by one of her partners about the comparison. And I actually told her partner, Attorney Lazaro, Attorney, we don't even need to compare the exhibits in order to expedite the proceedings. Because first of all, that's the authenticity of the exhibits is something something that the court will have to decide. And the court will only decide on that after the prosecution has already submitted their offer of evidence, and that will be subject to our comment. And there's no need for us to actually compare the exhibits just so we can arrive at a stipulation that this and that are the same. And also, Your Honor, with regard to the identification of the witness of the exhibits, that goes into the witness competence. Now, we did not stipulate here in open court that the witness is competent to identify the exhibits, Your Honor, kasi hindi naman ho namin kilala ho yung taga-COA. Pangalawa, we don't know the extent of her examination of the documents. Pangatlo, she just assumed the work of Mr. Wamil. So, mahirap naman po sabihin ng kliyente namin, sige, okay na, we payag na kami, she can identify the exhibit, she knows all of those, she has examined all of those. Precisely, that's the duty of the counsel to do in open court. Now, there's Rule 130, Section 7, and for those of you who are litigating before the CTA, you already know this rule, that a witness can testify based on a summary, and that would actually show that he's competent to testify on the exhibits by reason of the summary that she made. And that would attest that she has examined all of the documents that are contained in the summary. That's why yun po yung sinuggest ko sa counsel ng kabila. Sabi ko, we will not even object, attorney, as to how many exhibits you will identify or you will have as samples, kahit 10 per quarter or kahit 100 or kahit wala. Di ba? If you check Rule 130, Section 7, hindi naman ho ni-require na isa-isahin ho yun. At hindi ho nire-require, Your Honor, na kailangan ho namin mag-stipulate on the exhibits, on the authenticity, so that they can use Rule 130, Section 7. And if properly done po, Your Honor, I think they can identify or they can finish all 1/4 in less than 10 minutes. I'm talking about that, no? I'm talking about that based on experience. So, Your Honor, we don't object to their implementation of Rule 130, Section 7, as to the manner by how they will do it. We will also not object, but subject to cross-examination, Your Honor. Thank you.
The manifestation of Attorney Christine is noted. Chair will make a ruling so that we can move on.
May I just respond to this, Your Honor?
Ako na
Just
magre-respond.
very-
Ako na
very
magre-respond
briefly.
para sa kanya. Sa'yo, Attorney Kapunan. The chair did make a ruling, issue an order for the parties to try to meet Friday or Thursday. However, for whatever reason, lack of lawyers or inclement weather, that did not happen. Chair would just like to correct, hindi ka Attorney Lorna ininjan, baka ginost ka. Kasi hindi ka sinagot eh. Pero hindi ka ininjan, wala namang pinag-usapan date pa eh.
Inignore.
Ghost na nga eh. Ghost
Ginost,
bago ngayon.
ginost.
Hindi na. Ghost na yung bagong.
Ghosting.
But having said that,
Ghosting.
the chair notes, because the chair also inquired, that given what happened in the pre-trial, wherein the copies of the exhibits marked by the respondent, no copies were retained by the court. So the chair would like to request the counsels for respondent to kindly furnish the court with a copy of the marked pieces of evidence during pre-trial. Kasi apparently meron kaming pre-marked pieces of evidence from the prosecution, but not all the pre-marked pieces of evidence from the respondent. So in lieu of meeting, kindly just submit that, Attorney Christine, so that we can do the comparison ourselves, either as a court or through the individual senator judges.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Kindly do that within the day or at the latest tomorrow. If you have it with you, within the day. If not, at the latest tomorrow. So that whatever may happen, the court will already have a copy of these pre-marked documents. In relation to Ms. Eileen, as stated by Attorney Christine already, they will not object to the presentation of a table and or summary citing Rule 130, Section 7 in relation to 3C. Therefore, we may proceed with her and hopefully be able to finish also Ms. Pareja today. Counsel, can you proceed?
Your Honor, please, can I just make a brief manifestation?
Yes, Attorney Kapunan.
While really, indeed, Section 7, Rule 130 is applicable, may we note that this summary, Your Honor, is being used to establish the rulings, the provision says, when the facts sought to be established is only the general result of the whole. So that summary will just establish the fact that these were the very same documents given by the defense counsel to the COA, Your Honor.
And that these were the very same documents or ARs used by the COA in coming out with the respective issuances that they did.
Yes,
to include
Your
the
Honor. And
AOMs,
so
the notices of
therefore,
suspension, and the notice of disallowance.
if we can get that from, because we don't want to be held in ambush with subsequent witnesses who will use some portions of this acknowledgement receipts for subsequent witnesses, Your Honor, who we have subpoenaed for this impeachment proceedings, Your Honor. They might say, and I don't want to speculate, or I don't want to, anyway, ghosting ba yun? I don't want to anticipate the strategy, but we will have subsequent witnesses who will testify to specific acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. And they might say, you did not identify them, you only identified the summaries. So, Your Honor, if we can get a stipulation now from counsel for the defense that when a acknowledgement receipt is presented through another witness, Your Honor, they will not object. Because precisely, they stipulated that the summary
Counsel, again, let's abbreviate the proceedings. That's always subject to cross.
Subject
if you
to
present
cross,
a document and their copy says otherwise, then they can confront the witnesses during cross-examination as to the difference of that document. But if not, then I guess they will skip crossing the witness on that point. As an implied admission that indeed the document she based it on or the document she testified on is indeed the same copy as what they do. But by that time, counsel, we will have a copy already of both documents and the court can
In
make
fact-
the appropriate ruling at the appropriate time.
One last, Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Kapunan. Attorney Lorna.
We would have preempted. We would have saved this honorable court considerable time if they just agreed to use their documents. We don't need even this clerk of court, even the presiding officer, even the honorable judges don't need to make comparison. We are amenable to use the defense exhibits, Your Honor.
Attorney Lorna.
Because these exhibits, Your Honor.
Attorney Lorna, the chair considered that too when you made that manifestation. However, as I said, given the fact that we don't have a copy, I guess you don't have a copy too of their exhibits. So they would have to sift through each and every exhibit marked with their own marking to look for, let's say, a particular name in the AR. So once we get the copy, we will furnish you with a copy, and you can use that copy if you wish at the appropriate time as well. So asking for a copy will solve many issues, Attorney Lorna. Attorney Christine, yes, you want to...
Quick reply, Your Honor. Actually, it doesn't matter if they will use our own exhibits, Your Honor. It doesn't even make their witness competent. That is why we are here in open court to establish the competence. So kahit pagamitin ho namin yung exhibit namin, kung hindi naman ho competent yung witness nyo to identify those exhibits, it will still be a waste of time. It will be useless.
Thank you for that, counsel. Let's now move on. Call your witness, Attorney Kapunan, Attorney Lorna. Clerk of court is directed to kindly escort or assist Ms. Eileen May del Ocampo to the witness stand.
Your Honor, we'd like to call our witness, Ms. Eileen May L. del Campo.
Ms. Eileen, before you sit down, do you understand that you will be continuing with your testimony before this honorable impeachment court under the same oath that you made and was given when you last appeared Wednesday ba? On Wednesday.
Yes po, Your Honor.
You may sit down, ma'am.
Thank you po.
And good morning. Attorney Kapunan, your witness, you may proceed with your cross. Again, sorry, with one more short reminder. You don't have to flip through the individual ARs anymore. We understand that, Attorney Kapunan. We will rely on her table and or summary for the meantime, unless there is a specific AR that you want her to identify and read for the record, then she may simply look at that particular one. But no need to flip through the entire 4,492 ARs just to show that she indeed prepared her table and summary based on the ARs. That is deemed understood already by the court. You may proceed, Attorney Lorna.
With the permission of this honorable court, good morning. Good morning to the presiding officer, to the impeachment judges, and good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
The respondent. Good morning, Madam Witness.
Good morning po.
Are you comfortable? Would you like to come closer to the mic? Parang nagkwekwentuhan lang tayo, no? Be comfortable, okay?
Apo.
Now, we will continue with where we broke off at the last hearing when you were here and we had preliminary questions, no? But I regret that I have to ask you again because just earlier, this counsel for the respondent is questioning your competence. Madam Witness, can you remind us again, how long have you been with the COA?
I have been with COA for the past 11 years. Actually po, magti 12 years na po.
As COA?
Yes po.
And what was your educational background, Madam Witness? Saan ka nag-aral?
I earned po my bachelor degree in Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from St. Louis University po.
At pagkatapos mo nag-graduate sa St. Louis University, saan ka nagtrabaho?
Ang una ko pong naging trabaho is as junior auditor sa isang private firm po sa Baguio City.
And after that,
After 2 years po, nag-apply na po ako sa COA at doon na po ako nag-start noong
And what-
August 26, 2014.
August 26?
2014 po.
Okay. And earlier you said that you were in COA ICFAO, correct?
Yes po.
And what particular activity or duties did you have with this office?
Ang mga naging duties ko po sa COA ICFAO is first to conduct post-audit of the liquidation documents of various government agencies sa liquidation po nila sa Intelligence and Confidential Fund, and draft po an audit observation memorandum, notice of suspension or notice of disallowance po as may be warranted under rules and regulations on settlement of accounts. And after pong mag-respond nung agency, ako rin po ang nag-evaluate ng mga responses po sa mga AOM at notice of suspension.
So based on your narration, 11 years mo na ginagawa to? Nag-i-issue ng audit, observation, memorandum, notice of suspension, notice of disallowance, at pinag-aaralan rin ang mga response ng mga national agencies na covered ng Confidential and Intelligence Fund.
Yes po, tama po.
Tell us, Madam Witness, how many of these national agencies, local government units, public officials, have you conducted a post-audit?
Yung sa national government agencies po, more than 20 na. Sa local po, madami-dami na rin po, mga more than 50. Sa GOCCs naman po, mga less than 10, mga 5 to 10 po.
So more than 20 national agencies, tama? More
Opo.
than 30, 50 local government units?
Yes po.
And?
Mga GOCCs po, mga less than 10.
Okay. So when you took over, nung ikaw ang take over kay Attorney Wamil, nung February, when he retired or was transferred to another COA office in February 2024, you were then at that time also in COA ICFAO.
Yes po, tama po.
And ano naman ang participation mo, if any, dito sa pag-post-audit ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd Secretary?
Sa Office of the Vice President po, ang naging participation ko po is dun sa for the period December 21 to 31, 2022, ako po ang nag-evaluate ng response nila sa notice of suspension. Dun naman po sa first to third quarters ng 2023, ako po ang nag-evaluate sa response nila sa mga audit observation memorandum. Sa DepEd naman po, ako po ang nag-evaluate ng responses nila para dun sa dalawang AOM for the first to third quarters of 2023.
Okay, Madam Witness, you took over the functions, you took over yung mga inaudit ni Attorney Wamil. Are you aware na gumawa siya ng isang tabulation tungkol sa acknowledgement receipts for the last quarter of the Office of the Vice President, December 21 to 31? Are you aware na merong ginawang tabulation si Attorney Wamil?
Yes po, aware po ako sa tabulation ni Mr. Wamil.
If this tabulation is shown to you, and for purposes of identification, Your Honor, this has been previously marked in evidence as P-1-29 for the prosecution. Showing to you, Madam Witness, please go over this tabulation prepared, and may we ask permission for our Associate Attorney J. De La Cruz to be allowed to present this to the witness.
Assisting counsel of the parties may approach.
Just for the record, Your Honor, the witness is going over the tabulation submitted and marked by by Attorney Wamel, and it is Exhibit P-1-29.
Noted and made part of the records.
Do you confirm, Madam Witness, that ito ang tabulation na sinubmit ni Attorney Wamil sa COA ICFAO office na minana mo sa kanya?
Yes po, ito po yung tabulation na kasama po doon sa mga documents na na-forward sa akin.
Okay. After you received these documents from Attorney Wamil through the office of the COA ICFAO, what happened next?
After po ma-issue yung notice of suspension sa OBP, nag-submit po sila ng response noong March 13, 2024 po.
Itong response na sinasabi mo, meron ka bang kopya? And if shown to you, itong response ng Office of the Vice President, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
Your Honor, for easy reference of the presiding officer and this impeachment court, may we ask permission to flash it in the screen, Your Honor?
Counsel may do so. You're referring to Exhibit P-1-13-B?
Yes, Your Honor.
And respondents 1-120 OVP.
This is stipulated document, Your Honor.
You may proceed,
So
Counsel.
the counsel for the defense is now looking at it. Madam Witness. Having gone over this document, Madam Witness, ito ba yung sinasabi mong letter response ng Office of the Vice President?
Yes po, ito po yung same copy ng response ng OBP sa notice of suspension.
I will now show you, Counsel, JVD. I will now show you the second page of this letter, Madam Witness, being flashed on the screen. Please look at the second page. In particular, we have what appears to be certain signatures, mga signature na nandyan sa second page ng response ng Office of the Vice President. If shown to you, Madam Witness, would you be able to identify the signatures?
Yes po.
Okay. There is a signature appearing on top of the name Attorney Attorney Lopez. There is a signature appearing above the name Attorney Sulaika Lopez. Would you be able to identify that signature?
Yes po.
Bakit, Madam Witness?
Kasama po kasi doon sa sinubmit sa liquidation documents na nabigay sa akin, na turn over sa akin, yung list ng signatories po ng OVP.
At kasama ba doon ang signature ni Attorney Sulaika Lopez?
Yes po.
There is another signature here appearing atop the name Lemuel Ortonio. Please go over this signature and tell us if you are familiar. Nakikilala mo ba tong signature ng isang Ortonio sa dokumentong ito?
Yes po.
Why, Madam Witness?
Kasama din po ito dun sa list ng specimen signature na nasubmit po sa amin dun sa liquidation documents nila.
Okay. And pag alam mo, sino ba itong Attorney Sulaika Lopez?
Based po dito sa dokumento na to, siya po ang Chief of Staff ng OBP.
Okay.
Undersecretary po at Chief of Staff.
Ito naman Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. Sino naman itong Lemuel Ortonio na to?
Based po sa document, siya po ang Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff.
Sa letter response na to, na-identify mo, may nakalagay, meron bang naka-attach dito sa letter response?
Yes po, nag-attach po sila ng list of 105 activities ng Office of the Vice President for the period December 13 to 31, 2022.
First quarter ng
Fourth quarter ng 2022. Specifically, December 13 to 31, 2022.
At if we show you this list of activities na inattach sa letter response, will you be able to identify this list? We are flashing on
Yes
the
po.
screen, Your Honor, a list of activities which is an attachment to the letter response of the OVP, Exhibit P-1-13B. Whereat yung listahan allegedly ng mga activities ng OVP ay naka-enumerate. Tell us, Madam Witness. Likewise, flash on the screen. Tell us, Madam Witness, ano ang significance nitong mga list ng activities na sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President sa kanyang letter response? Anong ibig sabihin nun? List of activities.
Ito po ay naging attachment nila as documents evidencing success of information gathering and or surveillance activities po na required po kapag nagkakaroon ng payment of rewards.
Anong period covered itong list of activities?
December 13 to 31, 2022 po.
And what ang observation, itong activities na nakalagay dyan ay prior to the receipt of the Office of the Vice President of its confidential fund. Ito ba ay kino-confirm mo?
Yes po, kasi yung cash advance po for 2022 po is for the period December 21 to 31, 2022.
At kailan na tinanggap ang cash advance?
December 21 po ang start.
Okay. Hindi ba ang ibig sabihin ng liquidation report, sinasabi mo kung ano yung mga pinaggamitan mo ng cash advance? Tama ba yan?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. And sa palagay mo, compliant ba to? Kasi post-audit compliance ba ito?
Based po sa document,
Yeah.
based po sa document na to, hindi po napakita dito na yung proof of success of the information gathering at may mga activities din po dito na from December 13, 15, 17, 18 na hindi po sakop dun sa period of utilization ng cash advance which is for December 21 to 31, 2022.
So you mentioned a joint circular? Meron ka bang anong pinagbasihan mo kung bakit violation ito?
Under po kasi sa Joint Circular 2015-01, kapag po ginamit ang confidential fund sa payment of rewards, subject po ito sa 3 conditions.
Ano yung mga condition na yan?
First po, it should be approved by the head of agency. Pangalawa po, it should be supported with documents evidencing success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer. And yung last po is, it should be directly related sa confidential activities ng agency po.
Okay, so ano dyan sa requirements ang sinasabi mo hindi sinunod ng Office of the Vice President?
Ito po kasing listahan na to, sinabit nila as proof of success of information gathering to support the payment of rewards. Pero based po sa documents na to, hindi po namin nakita yung particular accomplishment.
Okay, nakalagay sa dokumento examples ng activities ng Office of the Vice President for the confidential funds. Pakibasa nga for the record, no? Kasi tama ba yung basa namin? May tree planting, gift giving. Please read for the record, Madam Witness. Ano yung sinasabing pinaggamitan ng confidential funds?
Dito po sa December 13, 2022, Department of Education 2022 Partners Appreciation Night in Mandaluyong City, Metro Manila. December 15,
Sandali. Appreciation Night.
Opo.
Sa pagkaintindi mo, confidential activity ba yan? O nasa listahan ba yan
Your Honor.
ng confidential activities base sa joint circular?
Based po dun sa enumeration kung saan gagamitin ang confidential fund, hindi po ito nakasama doon.
Basahin mo pa yung iba. So hindi. Ano pa yung iba?
December 15, 2022, Knights of Rizal Supreme Council, 60th year of the Institute in Baguio City, Youth Campaign on Patriotism. Meron din po
Compliant ba to sa listahan?
based po sa joint circular, hindi po ito nakasama dun sa mga activities po under 4.8 kung saan pwedeng gamitin ang confidential fund.
Basahin mo nga lahat ng activities na yan for the record at sabihin mo kung compliant ito. Kung ito ba mga activities ay pinapayagan bilang liquidation ng confidential funds.
Meron po dito December 17, 2022, Christmas activity in Happy Land, Tondo, Manila. Christmas activity and exploration meeting of Extension Office Barangay 101 in Tondo, Manila. Consultation with Barangay Chairman ng Manila in Manila. Pasasalamat and update meeting TODA in Barangay Batasan Hills, Quezon City. May mga activity po dito na pasasalamat, coordination meeting, may mga tree planting po, distribution of wheelchairs, gift giving, medical mission, at iba pong activities ng mga satellite offices po ng Office of the Vice President.
Sa joint circular na minention mo, can you remind us, ano ba talaga ang definition ng confidential funds?
Ang confidential fund po, ito po yung lump sum amount na nasa General Appropriations Act na gagamitin po for confidential activities po ng isang ahensya.
At itong binasa mo, tree planting, napakadaming Christmas party, napakadaming award ceremony, yan ba ay pinapayagan sa sinabi mong definition ng confidential funds?
Hindi po.
Hindi po.
With the indulgence of
Your
counsel.
Honor, please.
With the indulgence of counsel. Ms. Eileen, maliban sa hindi pinapayagan o pasok sa pwedeng paggastusan ng confidential fund, yung mga binasa po ninyo, yung gastos ay ginawa rin bago na encash yung cheque.
Kung based po sa document na ito, meron po kasing activities dito na from December 13 to 18 na hindi po sakop dun sa period of utilization based sa accomplishment report.
Labas doon. So hindi posibleng gamitin yung perang na-release ng 21 para i-reimburse yun kung tama man yung pinagastusan.
Yes po, kasi under the joint circular po, meron pong portion doon na hindi po pwedeng gamitin for reimbursement yung pondo ng
So
confidential.
prospectively lang. So yung mga activities na pwede lang ay 21 to 31.
Opo, tama po.
You may proceed, counsel.
Dahil dito sa sinabi mong violation, wala sa period, no? Yung as observed by the Honorable Presiding Officer. At dahil wala naman sa listahan sa joint circular kung saan pwedeng gamitin ang confidential funds, ano ang ginawa mo after that, if any?
After po evaluating the response ng OBP at saka po yung mga attachments neto, ako po ay nag-draft ng Notice of Disallowance at isinabit ko po ito sa aking Division Chief for her review.
If I will show you, pag pinakita sa iyo ang isang Notice of Disallowance for purposes of the record, Your Honor, this has been pre-marked as Exhibit P-1-13-C. Would you be able to identify it?
Opo.
Showing to you, Attorney De La Cruz will show it to you. Please go over this document and tell us if the relationship of this document to the notice of disallowance you have mentioned, and again, we are seeking permission to flash it for easy reference on screen.
Opo, yun po yung same copy ng Notice of Disallowance na inisyo namin sa Office of the Vice President.
Please look, Counsel, please look at this notice of disallowance. There is a signature there. On top of the name Nilda B. Plaras. Kanino pong signature ito?
Si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras po ang officer in charge ng ICFAO nung ma-issue po ang dokumento na ito.
Anong ibig sabihin pag pinirmahan ng isang assistant commissioner ang isang notice of disallowance na draft mo?
Ito po is for release na po sa na-approve po niya kung ang laman nito at for release na po ito sa agency.
For release ng agency, okay. Tell us, Madam Witness, itong notice of disallowance ng COA ICFAO, yung recommendation mo at yung inapprove ng Assistant Commissioner for release, magkano ang disallowed ng COA ICFAO?
Ang disallowance po is 73,287,000.
Ano naman ang basis ng disallowance na to?
Ang disallowance po na to, binubuo po ito ng first, yung payment of rewards in the total amount of 69,787,000.
Before you proceed, Your Honor, please, this is being flashed on the screen. This is the first page of Exhibit P-1-13-C, which is the notice of disallowance identified by this witness. First page dyan, Madam Witness, ano ang breakdown or basihan ng iyong notice of disallowance?
Yung 73,287,000, ang bumubuo po dito is yung payment for rewards amounting to 69,787,000 plus yung 3.5 million for payments for tables and chairs, desktop computers, and printers po.
Dalawa ang amount na naka-indicate dyan. Bakit dalawang amount? Paki-explain.
Ito po ba yung sa number 1 na yung 69,587 at yung sa...
In number 1, in item number 1, if you can check your document on the screen, item number 1 sa notice of disallowance, dalawa ang amount na nakastate. Isa, 69,587,000 at yung isa ay 69,787,000. Ito ba ay typo, discrepancy? Bakit may hindi pareho itong amount?
Ito po ay isang typographical error po. Ang tamang amount po is 69,787,000.
Okay. Ngayon naman, Madam Witness, let us go to page 2, item number 2. Ano naman, pakibasa ang sinabi dito sa page 2, item number 2.
The notice of disallowance po is issued kasi yung pangalawang reason po is charging payment for tables and chairs, desktop computers and printers in the total amount of 3.5 million to confidential fund without specifying that they were intended for the confidential operations/activities undertaken by the OBP, non-compliant with the requirement of item 4.8.4 of the joint circular.
Ano yung item 4.8 ng circular na sinasabi mo?
Pwede po ba akong mag-refer para po sa joint circular?
With the
Your
permission.
Honor,
Witness may refer to the document.
thank you po. Based po sa item 4.8.4 ng Joint Circular, purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned.
Okay. Bakit ito ay naging basehan ng disallowance nung tables and chairs na yan? Di ba confidential yun? Kung saan binili yung table and chair na yan, di ba confidential yun, Madam Witness?
Hindi po kasi nila in-specify na the payments for yung tables and chairs and desktop computers were used for confidential operations po. Wala po silang nasubmit na any explanation dun sa response po nila.
Kailangan ba mag-submit ng... Anong mga kailangan i-submit na dokumento by way of... para explain kung saan ginamit tong tables and chairs, laptop, tsaka... Anong hinahanap ninyo sa post-audit?
Dapat po mapatunayan nila na ito ay binili para po sa confidential operations ng ahensya.
At anong kailangan na dokumento?
And since this pertains po sa as purchases, dapat po supported ito ng either sales invoice or official receipts po.
Okay. Sa pag-evaluate mo nitong dokumentong sinabmit ng Office of the Vice President, meron ba yon mga official receipts, sales invoice na sinabmit?
Wala po.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Walang sinabmit, Madam Witness?
Wala pong mga resibo po.
Okay. Now, based sa iyong audit, sino-sino ang liable persons dito sa in connection with this notice of disallowance na binasa mo? Sino-sino ang mga persons na responsible or accountable dyan sa pinakita mo?
Ang mga persons po na liable or responsible is first po the head of agency, Vice President Sara Duterte, the Special Disbursing Officer, si Ms. Gina Acosta, at ang Chief Accountant po na si Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey.
Okay. Sa document na yan, pwede bang pakita mo yung mga pangalan na sinabi mo?
Nasa page 2 po.
Showing to you page 2, Madam Witness, and being flashed on the screen. Please tell us if these are the very same persons na sinabi mo na accountable.
Yes po.
Bakit sila accountable?
Unang-una po, yung si Vice President Sara Duterte po, siya po ang nag-approve ng transaction and including the utilization of the cash advance.
Saan nakalagay dyan na siya ang nag-approve?
Yun pong sa accomplishment report. And then, kay Ms. Gina Acosta naman po, dahil siya ang Special Disbursing Officer and she disbursed po the cash advance.
Ito namang Villa del Rey. Bakit sinasabi mo na accountable officer siya?
Nag-certify po siya dun sa backseat ng liquidation report na ang supporting documents are complete and proper.
Hindi ba nila ginawa ito? Yung mga sinasabi mo na kailangan sa joint circular?
Yes po.
Yes.
It kasi po yung participation nila sa transaction, kaya po sila nasama sa persons na liable po sa transaction na ito. Dahil first, si BP Sara bilang siyang head of agency at siya po ang nag-approve ng transaction and utilization ng cash advance. Pangalawa po, ang naging participation po ni Ms. Gina Acosta is siya po ang Special Disbursing Officer at siya po yung nag-disburse ng cash advance. At kay Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey naman po, sinertify niya na complete and proper yung supporting documents, pero hindi po complete and proper yung nasubmit po sa amin.
Okay. Madam Witness, nag-issue ang COA ICFAO ng notice of disallowance. What happened next, if any, kung maalala mo?
Noon pong February 5, 2025, nag-appeal po ang Office of the Vice President. Nag-file po sila ng petition for review sa Commission proper.
And do you know what happened to this petition for review?
Nung April 10, 2026 po, naglabas ng decision ng Commission proper at na-furnishan po ang aming office and in-affirm po nila yung notice of disallowance in the total amount of 73,287,000.
So yung petition for review, disallowed pa rin.
Noon pong lumabas yung decision ng Commission proper, in-affirm po nila yung disallowance.
Magkano yung disallowed ng Commission proper?
Same po sa nasa notice of disallowance namin, 73,287,000 po.
At ano naman ang ibig sabihin ng disallowed?
Ang notice of ang disallowed po is sa level ni ICFAO po kasi pag issue kami ng notice of disallowance, meron na po silang we demand them to ibalik po yung pondo. Pero meron pong remedy which is yung ginawa nila, nag-file sila ng petition for review po sa commission proper.
At ano naman ang nangyari sa petition for review na yan?
Ayun nga po, nagkaroon ng COA decision na inaffirm po nila yung notice of disallowance.
Pagkatapos na inaffirm yung notice of disallowance ng commission, ano ang ginawa? Kung if at all?
Noong May 2026, meron po silang final na motion for reconsideration.
So nag-file ng motion for reconsideration ang Office of the Vice President. Anong nangyari sa motion for reconsideration na final? Tungkol dito sa decision na ibalik ang 73 million na yan. Ano ang status?
Wala pa pong naging decision ang commission proper po. Pending resolution po.
Okay. Punta naman tayo sa first quarter and second quarter of 2023, which covers the Office of the Vice President's liquidation of confidential funds. What is your participation? Ano naman ang participation mo dito sa pag-evaluate ng liquidation expenses or documents na sinabit ng Office of the Vice President?
For anong period po?
For the first quarter of 2020, first and second quarters of 2023.
Ako po ang nag-evaluate ng response ng OBP sa Audit Observation Memorandum po na na-issue sa kanila for that period.
Yung dalang quarters, nag-issue ng Audit Observation Memorandum. Sino ang nag-issue?
Yun po, si Mr. Wamil po. Na-issue po yung AOM na yun nung time ni Mr. Wamil.
And if shown to you, this AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum dated February 2024. For the record, this is Exhibit P-1-13-E being shown to the witness and being flashed on the screen for easy reference. Will you be able, Madam Witness, to identify the same, Your Honor? For the record, this is a stipulated document.
Yes po.
Pagkatapos ng issuance nitong Audit Observation Memorandum, meron bang ginawa ang Office of the Vice President?
Nag-submit po sila ng response noong April 19, 2024.
Para saan itong response?
Response po nila sa AOM na na-issue po sa kanila for the first and second quarters of 2023.
And just to remind us, anong period covered ng first quarter?
It's for February 6 to March 29, 2023. At yung second quarter po, April 25 to June 30, 2023.
Okay. How many, Madam Witness, kung maalala mo, ilang, wait, I will withdraw the question. Ito ba sa response na sinabmit ng Office of the Vice President, ano ang mga naka-attach dito sa response na to?
Sa response po nila, nag-attach po sila ng acknowledgement receipts, certification ni Colonel Lachica at mga protective intelligence operations reports po.
Before we go to those documents na sinasabi mo, sa response being shown on the screen, there is on the second page, Counsel, will you show the second page? There is a second page, there is a signature appearing on the second page of the response. Whose signature is that appearing above the name Attorney Lopez?
Opo.
Kaninong signature yan if you know?
Kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez po.
At dito naman, above the name Mr. Ortonio.
Kay Mr. Limuel Ortonio po.
And you are familiar with these signatures for the same reasons you stated earlier.
Yes po, tama po.
Sa response na sinabit ng Office of the Vice President, sinabi mo kanina meron mga acknowledgement receipts, no? If shown to you, a summary, these acknowledgement receipts, how many acknowledgement receipts were attached to the response for the first quarter of 2023?
Yung sa first quarter po ng 2023 is 519.
519 acknowledgement receipts. At sinabi mo kanina, this covers the period February 6 to March 29, 2023. Tama?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Sa second quarter of 2023, ilan naman ang acknowledgement receipts ng sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President?
530 po.
So pag total number ng acknowledgement receipts for the first quarter and second quarter is how much?
1,049 po.
Okay. At Madam Witness, if shown to you these acknowledgement receipts or a summary, acknowledgement receipts. If shown to you certified true copies of these acknowledgement receipts, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
By agreement with the Honorable Presiding Officer, Your Honor, in lieu of this witness glossing over or looking over the documents, but they are in front of her, Your Honor, we manifest that she has prepared a tabulation.
Yes,
Madam Witness,
as agreed to also by counsel for the respondent, the witness need not peruse individually and flip over, as the word used by counsel, these ARs, and may refer to her tabulation and her summary that she prepared with respect to Ma'am Sailin, the first and second quarter of 2022 for the ARs, acknowledgement receipts, for the Office of the Vice President. You may refer to your table and or summary, ma'am, if you have one.
Your Honor, please, may we also make the manifestation, Your Honor, for future witnesses, Your Honor. This should not dispense with our future witnesses being able to identify, to use and to identify certain acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, which are part of the summary or tabulation.
Without prejudice to the reservation of counsel, the court will allow it. Ms. Sailin or Attorney Lorna, can you kindly give us a copy? Because that is not yet a marked document, right?
Your Honor, for the record,
That is not a
we are
pre-marked
handing over.
document, rather. The table.
This summaries, Your Honor, hindi po ito pre-marked, but we are now giving a copy to the Honorable Presiding Officer and to counsel for the respondent.
Yes, kindly do so. The clerk of court is instructed to reproduce the copy to be able to give each center judge with a copy of the table or summary. Pa-photocopy natin to.
For the record, Your Honor, while our witness is perusing this document, we have given a copy of what she is going over both to the presiding officer for the through the clerk of court, Your Honor, and to the respondent's counsel. And again, for the record, this is for the first quarter, February 6, March 29, 2023. consisting of 519 documents in that summary, and second quarter of the Office of the Vice President covering the period April 25 to June 30, 2023, consisting of 1,049 documents, Your Honor, total for both quarters. And, Your Honor, we will be requesting through the Clerk of Court, Your Honor, at some time, that this be marked as exhibit, the tabulation being identified by the witness be identified for the first quarter as P-1-30-Q-1 and series. And the tabulation for the second quarter be marked as exhibit P-1-31-Q and series, Your Honor.
The aforementioned tabulations and their summaries are hereby ordered to be so marked by the Clerk of Court at the appropriate time.
We have selected for the first and second quarter, Your Honor, we have selected, for better appreciation of the Honorable Presiding Judge and our Senator Judges, Your Honor, we have selected certain acknowledgement receipts which we request be shown to the witness
Assisting counsel
when
may
she
approach.
is done. Madam Witness, just look at the summaries, please. Okay. You confirm that these summaries marked in evidence now are yours?
Yes po.
Now, tell us, walk us through, anong proseso ang ginawa mo sa paggawa mo ng mga summary na to?
During the evaluation po, I tabulated po yung acknowledgement receipts dun po based sa date kung kailan sila na-execute, the expense, and the amount po. Kaya ang nakalagay po sa tabulation ko is the date, the amount, and the expense po.
Yung pangalan?
Hindi ko na po na-tabulate yung sa names.
Okay, so nakalagay dyan yung amount, yung date,
and yung expense.
At yung expense. But if I show to you certain acknowledgement receipts which were part of the documents that you said were turned over to the COA ICFAO office, would you be able, pag pinakita sa'yo certain acknowledgement receipts na parte, na nasa part ng tabulation or summary mo, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
Okay, I'll show you now. And with the kind permission of this honorable court, we have chosen certain acknowledgement receipts to be flashed on the screen, Your Honor, and being shown to the witness. Marked as Exhibit P-1-8-1418 is a certain... What is that? It's a certain Pia Piato Slim. Could you read the date, Madam Witness?
Dito po is
Can you
May 17.
please speak louder? Speak to the mic.
May 17, 2023, na-receive po ni Pia Piato Slim.
Para saan ito, allegedly?
For the purchase of information po.
Okay. And may signature dyan sa ilalim. Whose signature is this? At the bottom.
Ito po is signature po ng admin staff namin sa ICFAO.
Who is your admin staff in ICFAO?
Si Mr. Davin E. Bakay po.
David Bakay.
Davin E. Bakay.
Yeah. And that is his signature, administrative. Ano ang significance nitong C9 ng administrative staff ninyo? Ang acknowledgement receipts.
Pinapatunayan po nitong certification na ito po yung copy na sinubmit sa amin ng OBP na nasa file po.
Pinapatunayan na ang binabasa mo ay kasama sa binigay ng respondent.
Yes po, kasama po ito sa binigay sa amin na acknowledgement receipt in response po sa AOM.
So yung summary ng acknowledgement receipts for the first quarter and second quarter ng Office of the Vice President consisting of 1,049 separate acknowledgement receipts. Sabihin mo nga sa amin kung meron similar signature ang all other acknowledgement receipts ni Mr. Davin Bakay.
Yes po, dun po sa mga acknowledgement receipts na ito is lahat po sinertify ni Mr. Bakay na ito po ay mga kopya ng acknowledgement receipts na sinubmit po sa amin ng OBP.
Punta naman tayo sa P-1-8-1483. Pangalan ng... Please read for the record.
Acknowledgement receipt. This is to acknowledge receipt amount of 150,000 pesos for the purchase of information received by Ralph Josh Bacon on June 20, 2023.
Bacon. Okay. Alas 12 na, gutom na tayo. Yung susunod na pangalan, mukhang P-1-8-928. Pakibasa for the record.
Acknowledgement receipt. This is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 50,000 pesos for the purchase of information received by Ann Ong Pauco, date March 20, 2023.
Okay, next. P-1-8-1015. Pangalan ni Heart Santiago. Pakibasa. Bumili siya ng supplies.
This is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 250,000 pesos for the purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations, open and close parentheses, payment for the purchase of supplies received by Heart Santiago, date Feb 27, 2023.
Kanina, Madam Witness, merong Pauco at merong Heart. Tinanong mo ba kung sino ito at kung related sila sa presiding officer natin?
Hindi po.
Hindi naman. Bakit hindi? Bakit hindi ka nag-verify ng mga pangalan? May pagkain na Bacon, may parang kamag-anak ni Hart. Why did you not verify the names in this 1,049 acknowledgement receipts?
Sa ICFAO po kasi ang ginagawa namin is compliance audit po.
Ano ibig sabihin nun?
I-check po namin kung compliant ba sa joint circular at kompleto at proper ba yung mga liquidation documents po na sinasubmit sa amin in relation po sa provisions ng joint circular.
Okay, sinabi mo kung proper ba. Ito bang payment of purchase of supplies, proper ba yan sa paggamit ng confidential funds?
Yung payment for supplies po, kasama po siya dun sa enumeration kapag payment for supplies na ginamit po sa confidential operations.
At sinabi mo earlier, dapat yung mga sinasubmit may kasamang sales invoice at mga kasamang purchase documents. Meron bang kasama? Dito sinubmit ni Ms. Hart.
Wala po.
Wala. P-1-8-1807, Fiona Villegas. Pakibasa.
Acknowledgement receipt. This is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 500,000 for the purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations, open and close parentheses, purchase of provision of medical and food aid.
Okay. nakalagay purchase of medical and food aid. Ito ba ay isang ayon sa pinapayagan na paggamitan ng confidential funds?
Base po dito, nakalagay po na it's for the purchase of supplies na naka-open and close po, provision of medical and food aid.
P-1-8, 1466. Kamag-anak ata to ni Senator Bong Revilla. Beth Revilla, 50,000. Purchase of information. Ang purchase of information ba ay allowable expense?
Yes po, under 4.8.1 po, kasama po ang purchase of information.
Kung kasama, bakit mo disallow itong purchase of information?
Hindi po ito kasama dun sa na-disallow po.
Ito?
Hindi po.
Balik naman tayo sa P-1-8-1220. Kamag-anak naman to ni Senator Risa Ontiveros. Clarice Ontiveros, please read the amount.
This is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 500,000 for the purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations, open and close parentheses, purchase of provision of medical and food aid.
At again, disallowed ito?
Kasama po ito dun sa na-disallow po kasi humingi pa, based on this acknowledgement receipt, we cannot ascertain, hindi ko po ma-ascertain if this is for really nabigay for purchase of medical and food aid, kaya humingi pa po ako ng additional documents.
Nabigyan rin itong Jose Jokno Jr. Kamag-anak ba to ni Public Prosecutor, Madam Witness? Binerify mo ba? Can you look at P-1-8-1482? Nagbigay ng information itong Jokno. Kapangalan Jose Jokno Jr. Baka anak ni Congressman. Hindi mo tinanong kanina nung dumaan ka dyan?
Hindi po.
Hindi. Okay. Ito naman, 1-8, P-1-8-994. Kamag-anak naman ni Senator Lapid. Diane Maple Lapid na tumanggap ng 150,000 pesos na bumili daw ng supplies. Pakibasa for the record.
This is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 150,000 pesos for the purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations.
Bakit? Sorry, go ahead.
Open and close parentheses, payment for the purchase of supplies received by Diane Maple Lapid on Feb 17, 2023.
Bakit naman naka-disallowed itong expense na to?
Gaya po yung sa provision and medical and food aid, based on this acknowledgement receipts po, hindi po ma-ascertain kung this is really given for the purchase of supplies, kaya nanghihi po ako ng additional documents po.
Meron na naman. Not once, but for the second time, Lapid family, John A. Lapid Jr., tumanggap ng 350,000 pesos. Can you read for the record? P-1-8, 1735.
Acknowledgement receipt. This is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 350,000 pesos for the purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations, open and close parentheses, purchase of provision of medical and food aid, received by John A. Lapid Jr., date May 3, 2023.
Madam Witness, apart from these selected acknowledgement receipts, the total for the first quarter and the second quarter, the Office of the Vice President, are similar acknowledgement receipts for purchase of medical and food aid, pambili daw ng supplies, pambili ng iba-iba pa. Ano ang masasabi mo sa mga expenses na ito?
Nung in-evaluate ko po, kasama po siya dun sa naging findings ko at hinihingan ko po ng additional documentation to ascertain po na these are paid na pinambili po ng supplies at medical and food aid.
Okay, nung sinabi mo humingi ka
ng additional information or documents. Nag-submit ba ang Office of the Vice President para patunayan talaga na itong medical, grocery, etc. tables talagang ginamit sa confidential funds?
Kasama po ito dun sa notice of disallowance, and yung notice of disallowance po is within the prescribed period pa po sila para mag-comply.
Nag-comply ba sila?
Wala pa po silang naging action after ma-receive nila ito.
So despite na binigyan ninyo ng COA, ICFAO, ng opportunity para mag-submit ng additional documents para mapatunayan nila or mag-explain man lang bakit nandiyan ang mga pangalan na yan at bakit walang mga resibo na inattach para pag-liquidate. Nag-submit ba ang Office of the Vice President ng additional documents after this notice of disallowance?
Dahil nga po nabanggit ko na naging notice of disallowance po ito, ang remedy po nila is to appeal po sa commission proper, and nandun pa po sila sa period to appeal po sa commission proper.
Okay. Ngayon, what other meron pa bang ibang dokumento na sinubmit ang Office of the Vice President na sinama sa response nila?
May to support po the payment of rewards, nagsubmit po sila ng certification ni Colonel Raymond Dante Pilachica together with the Protective Intelligence Operations Report.
If shown to you, will you be able, kung pakita sa iyo itong document, Exhibit P-1-12-G, isang certification dated April 4, 2024, stipulated document with the defense, Your Honor. Please identify the same. Also being flashed on the screen.
Yes po, ito po yung certification na naka-attach sa response ng OBP.
Correction, Your Honor, it's not stipulated. What relation does this certification to the one you mentioned?
Ito po yung same certification na naka-attach po sa response ng OBP.
Ano naman ang significance? Anong significance nitong certification na sinubmit nila?
Ito po ay isinabit nila to support po the payment of rewards. Under po kasi sa joint circular, pag may payment of rewards, dapat po subject ito sa 3 conditions. And kasama po yun yung documents evidencing success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities.
Nung nag-testify dito si Attorney Wamil, sinabi niya nung tinanong siya ng prosecution, ito ba ay compliant? At ang sagot niya ito ay pro forma. Copy-paste ang sinabi ng prosecution. Kino-confirm mo ba yan na ito ay parang annex?
Ito pong certification na to, hindi po to kasama dun sa annexes sa joint circular. Ang sinasabi po niyang certification is yung certification ng accountable officer. Yun po yung kasama sa annexes sa joint circular.
Okay. So ano nga ang significance nitong certificate, if you know?
Ito po yung sinubmit nila para po as proof of success of the information gathering and surveillance activities po to support the payment of rewards.
Okay. Together with this, meron rin sinubmit, earlier you mentioned, ang Office of the Vice President ng tinatawag na Protective Intelligence Operation Reports o tinatawag PIOR na inattach nila sa response. If shown to you, Madam Witness, will you be able to identify these PIORs?
Yes po.
For the first and second quarters of the Office of the Vice President. Yeah. For the record, Your Honor, this Protective Intelligence Operations Reports, or PIORs, have been marked in exhibit, pre-marked as P-1-12-H up to P-1-12-H-9, and Exhibits P-1-12-M-1 up to P-12-M-13 for the prosecution.
Which for the record is 1-115 OVPN series for the respondent. Correct, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Noted. Please proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Witness. You're still at it. As correctly noted by the presiding officer, Your Honor, although this witness is taking time, these are also pre-marked documents of the defense, Your Honor. Although they, again, refuse to stipulate on the same. Permission to sit down, Your Honor.
Sure, Attorney Lorna.
It's too high.
While we are waiting, Chair would like to inform the senator judges and the parties that we will be pausing for lunch break at 12, regardless of where we are, since clearly we might not be able to finish with the direct before 12. So kung saan man tayo abutan, hanggang dun lang din po tayo, and we'll continue after lunch.
Your Honor, we will be able to finish before lunchtime with the Office of the Vice President.
Yes,
And,
but not with the witness, Counsel.
Not with the witness, and after lunch, Your Honor, with the DepEd.
Yes.
Because of
Understood.
the...
Attorney Christine, you can also sit down if you want to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Lorna, next time you can provide either a high chair for you so that you can sit while...
Your Honor, I think the Office of the Clerk misunderstood. I asked for a high chair. They gave me a high podium, Your Honor. Which is making
The
it more
clerk of
difficult.
court is so directed. I think it's more convenient to have a high chair.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'd rather call it a high chair, Attorney Capunan, than a bar stool.
With due respect, Your Honor, are more familiar with bar stools.
I would know. I would have thought, Counsel. Yes, Miss Eileen. Are you just about done, ma'am?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Are you ready, Miss Eileen?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank
Attorney
you,
Lorna,
Madam.
you may proceed.
With the permission of this Honorable Court. Thank you, Madam Witness. You have gone over PIORs or Protective Intelligence Operations reports which were attached to the Office of the Vice President's response for the first and second quarter of 2023. Madam Witness, sa tinignan mong reports na yan at na-evaluate mo na reports na yan, ano ang mga observation mo?
Doon po sa Protective Intelligence Operations reports, ito po ay inattach nila kasama yung certification as documents evidencing success. And based po sa aking evaluation ng mga PIORs, ang nakalagay po rito is ang date and locations ng mga engagement ng Vice Presidents, kasama na din po yung mga satellite offices nila. Nakalagay din po dito yung probable threats dun sa mga activities na ito, pati na rin po yung narratives ng timeline of events magmula sa planning stage, actual operation, and post-operation. Pero during the evaluation po ng documents na ito, hindi ko po nakita yung particular accomplishments po na magwawarrant sa payment of rewards.
Bakit sinabi mo na napakahaba ng mga dokumentong to? Bakit sinabi mo nung na-evaluate mo ay hindi mo nakita yung hinahanap mo o yung kailangan kasama nito? sa mga dokumentong ito. Bakit, Madam Witness?
Under po kasi sa joint circular, yun nga po, sa payment of rewards, it should be supported with documents evidencing success. Pero based po sa mga documents na to, ang nakalagay lang po dun sa certification is a general statement that there were no untoward incidents dun sa mga engagement ng Office of the Vice President together with the implementation ng programs. Pero hindi po ito naging sapat.
Ano-ano itong mga programs na sinasabi nila na pinaggamitan ng confidential funds? Wala ka bang nakita dito sa mga sinubmit na kadami-daming mga dokumento? Anong specifics nitong activities allegedly na pinaggamitan?
May mga activities po sa mga meetings, mga attendance po sa mga festival, ganun po. Tsaka yung mga engagement din po ng satellite offices.
Hindi ba qualified to? Hindi ba allowed ito? Yung mga nagmi-meeting. Paano mo malalaman? How can you ascertain that these meetings are indeed to discuss confidential activities?
Kasi po ang nakalagay lang po dun is kung ano yung mga activity na inattendan doon po ng Vice President. Kasama na rin po yung mga programs ng mga satellite offices niya, pati po yung libreng sakay program ng OBP.
Libreng sakay program?
Opo, kasama po doon sa PIORs.
Hindi ba ito confidential? Yung libre na sakay na yan?
Hindi po.
Ano pa yung mga activities ng satellite offices na sinasabi mo na hindi naman tamang paggamit ng confidential funds?
Yung mga hindi ko pwede pong mabalikan yung
Assisting Counsel may approach.
dito po sa sa satellite office po nila sa Bacolod, ang nakalagay po rito na activity nila is provided rice box to Morsha fire victims.
Sandali. Rice box to fire victims. Baka confidential ang rice victims na yan, Madam Witness.
Tapos tupad beneficiaries at BCNHS.
Can you speak to the mic, please?
Tupad beneficiaries at BCNHS GYM, Dole, Tupad payout May 1, 2023, 198 recipients, daily wage for 50, a total of 841 cash disbursed 10 days.
Mga tupad beneficiaries, linista dyan, kung magkano.
Ito po yung mga naging activity po dun sa
So
Bacolod
rice giving, tupad activities, ano pa?
Medical mission po.
Medical mission.
Release of rice boxes to beneficiaries in Sebastian Antique. Visited MAIPP hospitals and provided GLs at billing accounting offices to get a copy of SOA. Yun po.
With the indulgence of counsel, Ms. Eileen, these are the activities na sinasabi nilang kinover ng intelligence operations.
Ito po yung inattach nila as proof of success of the information gathering.
Ng activities nga.
Opo.
Not that ginamit yung confidential funds sa pagbigay ng bigas, not that ginamit yung confidential funds sa pagbigay ng tupad, not that ginamit yung confidential fund sa MAIP.
Opo. Bale po, ito yung naging activities ng Vice President po. Pero hindi po yung confidential fund yung ginamit dito.
Na naging ligtas siya, ika nga.
Opo,
base
parang
sa protective
conducted
activities.
surveillance activities po sa mga programang ito.
Okay. You may proceed, counsel.
Again, para sa record, itong mga activities daw, yung mga rice giving, yung mga tupad na yan, doon siya nag-conduct ng surveillance activities. Yung bang sinasabi mo, Madam Witness?
Ang nakalagay po kasi dun sa certification, nag-conduct siya ng confidential activity, surveillance activities before, parang ang pagkakaintindi ko po dito is yung nag-conduct sila ng surveillance activities before the engagement of the Vice President po.
At sinabi mo na kasama to sa notice of disallowance?
Opo, kasi hindi napapakita ng mga dokumentong ito kasama yung certification na there was success in the information gathering and surveillance activities. Kasi yung statement lang po is there were no untoward incidents. Hinahanap ko po kung ano yung...
Pag sinabing, Madam Witness, pag sinabing there were no untoward incidences, hindi ba evidence of success yun? Walang yung mga komunista, yung mga terorista, imbis na nag-away-away, tumanggap na lang ng rice pack, tumanggap na lang ng tupad. Hindi ba success yun? Hindi sila nag-away-away?
Ang hinahanap ko po kasi dito, sample po doon sa isang activity is nakalagay probable threat, CTG, parang ganun, NPA po. Ang hinahanap po kasi is payment of rewards. Meron bang doon sa probable threat na yun, may nahuli ba? Parang ganun po. Yun ang magwa-warrant ng payment of rewards po.
At wala kang ganun
Yun po ang
na
hindi
nakita
hindi
sa
po
evaluation mo, Madam Witness.
Opo.
Going now to the third quarter of 2023, covering the period July 14 to September 30, 2023. Anong participation mo, if any, Madam Witness, dito sa pag-audit ng liquidation documents na sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President?
Ako po ang nag-evaluate ng response nila sa audit observation for the third quarter po ng 2023.
At Madam Witness, ano ang nangyari, if any?
Nung ma-issue po yung audit observation memorandum noong August 8, 2024, nag-submit po ang OBP ng response nila noong August 27, 2024.
If shown to you, the AOM, yung Audit Observation Memorandum, this is a stipulated document, Your Honor. Stipulated with the former witness, Attorney Wamil. With you. What is the relation of this AOM dated August 8, 2024, marked as
Counsel for the
Exhibit
assisting counsels may approach.
P-1-12-I for the prosecution and stipulated upon in the last hearing with defense counsel.
As respondents exhibit 1-106 OVP.
Correct, Your Honor.
This is the same copy po of the AOM na na-issue namin sa OBP.
Now, showing to you, and it's being flashed on the screen as it's being shown to you. Sa last page, pakitingin sa last page, merong signature dyan over the name Nilda Plaras. Whose signature is this?
Si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras po ang officer in charge ng ICFAO nung ma-issue po ang dokumento na ito.
Anong ibig sabihin na pumirma ang isang Nilda Plaras na Commissioner Associate? Assistant Commissioner ng COA ICFAO.
Ito po ay na-review at na-approve niya and is ready for release na po.
Okay. Ano, if at all, ang mga findings or issues na rinaise mo na in-approve naman ng Assistant Commissioner, ano-ano yung mga issues na nakalagay dyan sa AOM or Audit Observation Memorandum, Madam Witness?
Ang mga issues po dito sa Audit Observation Memorandum na ito is first, the submitted liquidation documents po, wala pong naka-attach na documentary evidence of payments.
Your Honor, we request permission to flash this on the screen.
Counsel may do so.
Yung pangalawa naman po, yung payment of rewards na nagkakahalaga ng 35 million were not supported with documents evidencing success. Pangatlo po, yung physical and financial plan, hindi po nakaspecify yung specific confidential activities. At yung pang-apat po, yung box E ng disbursement voucher, kung saan makikita yung receipt of payment ng SDO ng cash advance ay hindi po napirmahan.
Bakit itong apat na findings na pinakita natin ngayon, bakit hindi compliant ito at linagay ninyo sa notice sa AOM?
Yung sa una po, under the joint circular po, dapat po ang disbursement for confidential fund should be supported with documents evidencing payments po.
At
Hindi po ito na-submit sa amin,
Okay,
kaya po
yung-
hiningi namin sa AOM.
yung pangalawang finding na sinabi mo,
Yung pangalawa naman po, yung payment of rewards under the joint circular, under item 4.8.5.b, it should be supported with documents evidencing success. Pero dun sa initial submission po nila, walang naka-attach na documents evidencing success to support the payment of rewards.
at yung pangatlong finding, bakit nasa AOM ninyo ito?
Kasi po yung sa physical and financial plan po nila, hindi naka-specify kung ano yung confidential activities na paggagamitan na magiging basis po ng disbursement ng confidential fund.
At Madam Witness, lastly, yung findings mo, yung pang-apat, bakit sinasabi nyo na bakit sinama to sa Audit Observation Memorandum?
Yung box E po kasi ng disbursement voucher, kung saan pumipirma yung SDO pag na-receive niya yung cheque is wala pong pirma yung Special Disbursing Officer.
After you issued this AOM, anong ginawa, if any, ng Office of the Vice President?
After nilang ma-receive itong Audit Observation Memorandum, nag-submit po sila ng response noong August 27, 2024.
And if shown to you, pag pinakita sa iyo itong response dated August 27, 2024, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
Your Honor, please, witness is looking at Exhibit P-1-12-J. Again, despite this being the response of the Vice President herself, Counsel for the Defense did not stipulate on this document.
But they marked it as Exhibit 1-116 OVPN series, correct, Counsel?
Correct, Your Honor.
Proceed, Counsel.
Who signed this response, if you know?
Si Attorney Zuleika T. Lopez at si Mr. Limuel G. Ortonio po.
Again, Madam Witness, you are familiar with these signatures for the same reason you stated?
Yes po. Kasama po ito dun sa specimen signatures na naka-attach po sa liquidation documents.
Dito sa response ng Office of the Vice President, meron bang mga dokumento na sinama dito sa response na to?
Yes po.
Ano-ano itong mga documents?
Nag-submit po sila ng acknowledgement receipts as documents evidencing payments. Tapos, to support po the payment of rewards, nag-submit sila ng certification ni Colonel Raymond Dante Pila Chica together with the Protective Intelligence Operations Report. At yung panghuli pong attachment ay yung warrant register.
Okay. By agreement and upon direction of the presiding officer, we will be marking instead a tabulation of these acknowledgement receipts for the period July 14 to September 30, 2023, representing the third quarter liquidation, alleged liquidation expenses of the Office of the Vice President. Without, of course, without prejudice to the right to our opportunity to present them at the appropriate time, separately to the appropriate witnesses in the future, Your Honor.
Duly noted.
Madam Witness, if you are shown a acknowledgement receipts, would you be able to identify them?
Yes po.
We will not show them now, but did you prepare, if at all, a tabulation or summary of these acknowledgement receipts for the third quarter?
Yes po, meron po akong tabulation.
Would you please show them to us? We have copies, Your Honor, of these tabulations or summaries. And for the record, we're giving the Honorable Presiding Officer and Counsel for the Respondent copy of the summaries. Madam Witness, these summaries that you prepared, tell us the process involved. Ano-anong ginawa mo? Paano ka nakarating sa mga tabulation o summary na yan?
Nung ma-receive ko po yung documents na sinubmit kasama po ng response, In-encode ko po yung mga acknowledgement receipts na naglalaman po ng disbursement nila by date, activity, and the amount po.
And we have selected a few of these acknowledgement receipts. If shown to you, please identify the same. P-1 being flashed on the screen. Pakibasa nga ng mga pangalan dito.
Acknowledgement receipt. This is to acknowledge receipt of the amount of 130,000 pesos for the purchase of information received by name Beverly Claire Pampano, date September 9, 2023.
This is P-1-8-2051 in the name of Pampano. P-1-8-2107. Quezon naman ito. Quezon. Please read.
Acknowledgement.
Cheese. In English, cheese. Matthew N. Queso, 7/15/23. Magkano to, Madam Witness?
250,000 po at na-receive ni Matthew N. Queso noong July 15, 2023.
Ginamit for payment of supplies.
Opo.
Susunod, Nova Santos, 50,000 pesos, P-1-8-2147. Payment for the purchase of supplies. At another one, P-1-8-2195 sa isang Sala Kasim, 8/11/2023 for 180,000 pesos. Itong payment of supplies na pinakita natin, ito ba ay allowable expense ng confidential funds?
Yes po, under 4.8.4 of the joint circular po.
Purchase of supplies? Is this compliant with the joint circular?
Yun po, yung sa purchase of supplies, based on the acknowledgement receipt po na ito, hindi ko ma-ascertain na talagang pinambili siya ng supplies, kaya humingi po ako ng additional documentation.
So, sa nilagay sa acknowledgement receipt, purchase of supplies, hindi naman in-explain saan binili yung supply.
Wala po. Ito lang pong acknowledgement receipt ang sinabi
Saan ginamit yung supply? Wala din.
Nakalagay lang po dito na for confidential operations.
Okay. Lahat ng sinabi, no? At yung mga sinasabi ditong payment of supplies pa, kagaya nitong, okay, P-1-8-1933, Renan Piatos, purchase of information naman to. P-1-8-2258 kay Xiaomi 8, 100,000 pesos, purchase of supplies. Another one, P-1-18, 2092, flash on the screen, sa isang J. Kamote. 200,000, payment of purchase of supplies. 8/11/2023. At itong mangga, gumawa ata ng fruit salad ito. May kamote, may mangga, may keso. P-1-8-2262, Migi Mango, for 50,000 pesos. Ano ang masasabi mo dito, Madam Witness?
Yung mga acknowledgement receipts po na purchase of supplies and purchase of supplies, hiningan ko po ng additional documentation to ascertain po na ipinambili po talaga ito ng supplies.
We will finish this. Kokoy Villamin, P-1-18, 2064, 50,000 pesos. Bumili daw siya ng information. Last four in this list, P-1-8, 2635 for Contis. Connor Adrian, 9/20/2023 for 50,000. Reward payment, P-18-2178, Hanilet Camille C. 83-2023, 350,000 pesos. P-1-18, 2665, Christine Applegate Estrada, 50,000 pesos for reward payment. And last but not the least, P-1-18, 2010, isang Denise Tanya Escudero. August 25, 2023, bumili ng information itong Escudero for 120,000 pesos. Madam Witness, may Queso, may Escudero, may Hanilet, may Estrada. Anong observation mo dito sa mga selected ARs na pinakita sa iyo?
Yung sa mga payment of rewards po, hindi po siya supported ng documents evidencing success. And yun sa purchase of supplies po, hiningan ko po ng additional documentation to ascertain na binayad po talaga ito para sa supplies na ginamit sa confidential operations.
Your Honor, please, we just have 3 certifications for the Office of the Vice President, and then we will go to the DepEd, but it's now 12 o'clock. And all with the names Apple, Queso, Mangga, and etc. I think it is time for us to have lunch, Your Honor. With the permission of this honorable court.
Of course, Counsel.
Request for
If you
continuance,
think
Your
it is
Honor.
a good time to pause so that your direct examination may not be cut at an inappropriate time, Chair will accede to that.
May we ask that the witness be temporarily excused, Your Honor?
The witness is excused for lunch. Kain ka muna, Ma'am Silene.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
We resume at 12:30. Chair declares a lunch recess.
Check. 1, 2, 3.
Doc, but first, sa nangyari lang po kanina, marami na naman po mga names na bigyan, na pangalanan, like for example, yung mga bacon, etc. Can you just give us your thoughts on the names?
Okay, so this is a continuation of the testimony given by Sailin Del Campo last week. Medyo bitin yung kanyang testimony last week, no? So it's a continuation. And she was presented to identify documents relative to her investigation in the audit, no? So it was a post-audit. Now the names mentioned were the supposed recipients of the monies listed in the acknowledgement receipts, yung mga ARs, no? So anong masasabi natin dito sa names na to? Yes, nakakatawa. We started with Mary Grace Piatos. Kanina may kamag-anak si Mary Grace Piatos na Piatos Slim. There was Mango. There, ang daming pangalan. But we should focus and tie this up to the earlier pieces of evidence given, the earlier testimony given by Attorney Wamil. The point is, meron tayong mga pangalan. Ito bang mga taong to ay tunay na tao? Sila ba ay tumanggap talaga ng mga amounts na to? Because if we recall the testimonies of Attorney Wamil, sinabi niya na may mga names na ganito but these the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd submitted lacking documents or documents which were not enough to support their allegations of use of confidential funds. In relation to this, let's tie it up to the testimony of the Land Bank officers, no? Ano ba yung testimony nila? Sinabi nila na nag-withdraw ng cash in the millions, hundreds of millions, nilabas yung cash. Ito yung confidential fund na supposedly ginamit o binigay dito sa mga nag-issue ng acknowledgement receipts. So again, the purpose of all of these is for us to tie them up all together. Pagtagpi-tagpiin natin ang mga kwento nila and see if it makes sense. And based on the testimony of the ICFAO officers, si Attorney Wamil at saka si Del Campo, pareho nila sinasabi na lacking ang documents to support the confidential fund expense. Walang mga sinamit except for the numerous ARs.
Okay, follow up lang po. Although lacking in documents. May mga lumabas po kanina na aside from tree planting activities,
Correct.
nagamit daw po sa Christmas
Parties.
parties or activities yung confidential funds. But may binabanggit po kanina na may motion for reconsideration pa daw po yung OVP. Would this affect the impeachment trial kung ang sasabihin naman po ng defense hindi pa naman na resolve ng COA yung MR po na pinile po nila?
Siguro in relation to that, ang babanggitin natin, gaya ng binanggit last week, no? There is a presumption of misuse by the persons who are called to account for the use of confidential funds. So, dun sa joint circular na laging binabanggit mo ni Attorney Wamil, no? Sinabi na if they do not account for it or liquidate or submit documents relative to their use, there is a presumption of personal use. Yun po ang pinunto o strines po ni Attorney Wamil. So in the meantime, whether they have a motion for reconsideration or not, tuloy po ang kaso. Dahil hindi naman to criminal case na naghihintay tayo ng finality ng isang decision. Ito po ay impeachment case where, again, babalik tayo sa pinaka-core ng impeachment law. We are looking at the fitness of a person, an impeachable official, to stay, to remain in the office that he or she is holding. So in this case, yung actuations ba ng Vice Presidente ay enough for her to remain in her position? Did she betray public trust by first, doing the threats, saying the threats she made against the President, the Vice President, and the former Speaker of the House? And now, as regards confidential funds, yung pag-certify niya ng mga dokumento, pag-certify niya ng paggasta ng kanilang tanggapan o ng DepEd ng confidential funds, she certified as to the existence of these programs. Did she betray public trust by certifying all of these? And as head of agency, she is supposed to be accountable for these monies.
Congresswoman Bell, the prosecution has repeatedly condemned, if not flagged, yung mga naging statements ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Why is the panel stopping short of raising this formally before the impeachment?
I'm sorry, which statement?
That the Vice President has been casting doubt on how the impeachment is being conducted.
You know, for the prosecution, our duty is just to present the evidence that we are holding on to. And these are the evidence, the pieces of evidence that we got from the Committee on Justice hearings. So we don't want to delve into the actuations of the Vice President or her statements. In fact, we promised each other that we won't be doing name callings or all of that. That is not our job. Our job is just to present the evidence to the public, to the senator judges.
So you see no need, there is no necessity for the impeachment court to actually draw a line, at least for the defense and the response.
You know, for us, we acknowledge that this is a political, legal matter. There are so many facets to an impeachment trial. So we understand the political side of it, the political repercussions. We understand that there will always be trolls, and we have to appeal to our constituents. So we leave it to the impeachment court to act if there are matters that they should act upon. Yes, sir.
Following up sa question, di ba nakita nung prosecution yung risk
na hindi nga pa raise nito officially, formally ito sa impeachment court, because it could empower the Vice President to make more statements, similar statements in the future. And as we know, the statements of the Vice President would shape public opinion. And that's the difference between the normal legal proceeding and an impeachment proceeding. A public aspect.
Yes, correct.
Ba yun kasama sa worries sa prosecution?
We acknowledge we acknowledge that she's doing that. We acknowledge the issues, but again, it's not our job to raise it. We feel that we should just focus on the presentation of evidence and discussing these matters before the public. But again, we will leave it to the impeachment court and to the public. We will try our best to state the facts, the evidence to the public so that they will be aware of what's happening and what impeachment is all about. But again, we don't want to resort to name calling or focusing on the personalities involved.
But a manifestation before the court, also not in the options.
Well, that's always something that we can consider, something that we talk about, but there are many other things that we have to focus on.
Congresswoman Bell,
Yes.
this is an issue for how many days now? Pero kanina, tinanong ni Atty. Lorna Kapunan kung sino ba ang liable, responsible for issuing these large amounts under the office of the Vice President. Ang sabi ni Del Campo, it's the Vice President, although the release of funds through Acosta and Villa Del Rey. Ano expectations ng prosecution na gagawin naman ng defense?
Well, as regards Acosta and Villa Del Rey,
The issuance of funds kasi sabi na it's not the responsibility of the Vice President.
of course, it is our position that the Vice President is responsible as head of agency. And this is a matter that was taken up or that was discussed by Attorney Wamil in response to a certain senator judge. And again, the head of agency will always be responsible for the monies being held by his or her office. Now, I understand that there are SDOs or other officials who are likewise responsible for the monies of an agency or a department or an office, but that does not remove the responsibility from the head of agency.
It means yung dokumento ang magsasalita ang papatunay.
Yes, we will rely on the documents that they themselves issued. These documents came from the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd, and as seen in the past days, we saw the documents that were issued, that were certified by the Vice President. And in fact, her signature was repeatedly identified by our witness. Thank you.
Kung Bell, with regards to the notice of disallowance na in-issue ng COA, ICFAO, current auditor, na-issue po kasi yung chairs, pero hindi po na-issue yung sa mga ginamit sa Christmas or Day something. Ano po yung explanation?
I think, as mentioned by Ms. Del Campo earlier, no, there were some that were allowed, there were some that were disallowed. I guess it depends on the explanation given in connection with the specific items. So, if my understanding was correct, no, for example, kung sinabi lang na yung party yata and walang connection with the surveillance of certain persons, yun yung mga dinisallow. Because again, we go back to the fund being confidential funds, and these have to be used or expended in relation to intelligence or surveillance matters.
Ma'am, baka may comment lang po kayo dun sa sinabi ni Mayor Magano na na dismayado nga daw po siya sa pag-usad ng flood control scandal investigation, tapos may binanggit din po siya na some of the may mga impeachment prosecutors nga raw po na involved din daw po.
Comment ko doon, sabihin niya kung sino sa mga prosecutors ang involved. Yun lang.
Okay na? Ano, pwede na pong kumanta.
Thank you!
Kung pahabi lang po, meron
Ito naman tapos na palabas na.
Meron po bang move ngayon sa Congress na imbestigahan yung matinding mga basura sa Parañaque po, dyan sa bandang Baclaran?
Oo nga, ang daming basura na lumutang, no, dahil well, I hope that currently, no, dahil kapapasok lang natin, so hindi ko pa po alam if there are moves in Congress, but we will always welcome some investigation on the concerned committee. But I believe that the agencies concerned should do the investigation now. Thank you, Eden.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Pahaba na lang, ma'am.
Na.
Nasa lang.
Personal na lang.
Yung tinatanong kanina ni Eden eh. So do you support the flood control projects programs will be included in the 2027 General Appropriations Act?
Do I support flood control programs?
Despite flood control anomalies scandal?
Yes. As we have seen, there are flood control projects that are working. We have Marikina, and I'm very proud to say that in San Juan, all of our flood control programs are working, and we did not have any floods this time, maybe minor ones because of certain drainage issues, but and based on my reading yesterday, the one in Marikina worked so well, and people are praising the LGUs for that. Let's just say that there are a lot of projects that are working. There might be some officials, politicians who were involved in flood control issues, and I will always say that these persons should be investigated. But as regards those that have working or effective programs, flood control programs, then we should support that. Thank you.
One song lang po. Ay, sorry. Firework.
Thank you.
Thank you po. Thank you.
The trial is resumed. Ms. Eileen, still testifying under the same oath, ma'am.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Attorney Lorna, you may proceed with the continuation of your direct. When you're ready.
With the permission of the Honorable Court. Madam Witness? Good afternoon, Madam Witness.
Good afternoon po.
Before we ended the morning proceedings, you identified acknowledgement receipts, tama?
Yes po.
Maliban dito sa mga acknowledgement receipts, what other documents were attached to the Office of the Vice President's response, if any?
To support po the payment of rewards, nag-attach po sila ng certification from Colonel Dante Pilachica and the Protective Intelligence Operation reports for the third quarter of 2023.
If shown to you, these certifications na minention mo, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
Okay, showing to you. Madam Witness, certification dated September 30, 2023, pre-marked as Exhibit P-1-12-K. Also being shown on the screen with the kind permission of this Honorable Presiding Officer. What relation does this certification have sa sinabi mong inattach sa response ng Office ng Vice President?
This is the same copy po ng certification attached to their response.
Ano naman ang observation or significance nitong certification?
Ito po ay inattach nila to support the payment of rewards. Under the joint circular po kasi, if it is for payment of rewards, it should be supported with documents evidencing success. And based on this document po, hindi ko po nakita yung particular accomplishment that will warrant the payment of rewards.
So itong certification na in-identify mo, compliant ito sa joint circular na pinagbasihan mo ng evaluation?
Hindi po.
Sinabi mo walang supporting documents evidencing success. Ano ba dapat ang mga dokumentong supporting success ng operations?
Based po sa joint circular, wala pong in-identify doon. Ang sinabi lang is documents evidencing success. Pero based po sa evaluation ko dito sa dokumento na to, hindi ko po nakita yung particular accomplishment na proof of success po.
Also earlier, sinabi mo na together with the Vice President's response, meron siyang inattach na tinatawag na Protective Intelligence Operations Reports. Tama?
Opo, tama
If
po.
shown to you, pag pinakita sa iyo itong PIOR, Protective Intelligence Operation Report, would you be able to identify them?
Yes po.
Showing to you, Madam Witness, what was marked? What was pre-marked as Exhibits P-1-12-L up to P-1-12-L10. Tell this Honorable Court, if these are the certifications on the Protective Intelligence Operation Report that you mentioned. Likewise, with the permission of the presiding officer, being flashed on the screen for easy reference of the impeachment court.
Will the tech kindly check kung saan nanggagaling yung ingay na yun? For the record, witnesses perusing, I presume, counsel, Exhibit P-1-12-1-1 up to P-1-12-1-10, the PIOR of the engagements of the Vice President, as well as the certification dated September 30, 2023, Exhibit P-1-12-K, respectively, Respondents Exhibit 1-116 OVP and Series.
We would also like to manifest for the record, Your Honor, that despite this being prosecution's exhibits and marked as well separately as defense exhibits, this being documents submitted to the COA ICFAO, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President, counsel for the Office of the Vice President or for the respondent refused to stipulate to these documents, Your Honor. For the record.
The clerk of court is directed to kindly instruct the tech to check what's wrong with the mics. And the tech is directed to, he's allowed rather to go to come here to plenary to look at it if necessary. Counsel may proceed. I believe the witness is through perusing the documents.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Witness. Having gone over these documents, Madam Witness, P-1-12-L hanggang P-L-12-L-10 na reports ng Protective Intelligence Operations, ano-ano ang mga engagements na nakita mo sa mga reports na to?
Doon po sa mga engagement ni Vice President, yung attendance po niya sa mga meeting, sa mga commencement exercises po. Tapos dito naman po sa mga satellite offices niya, may mga tree planting activities po, mga courtesy visits and coordination meetings po. And lahat po ng naging engagement nila for the third quarters of 2023.
Yung mga nakalagay sa third quarter na report na sinabi mo, ganun din ang linagay sa first and second quarter na tinestify mo kanina?
Yes po, may mga activities na pareho po. Mga meetings, mga attendance po sa iba-ibang events.
Tree planting, meetings, award ceremony, etc. Madam Witness. Opo. Okay. Sinabi mo rin kanina na hindi ito compliant sa joint circular. Dito sa mga sinabit na in-identify mo, compliant na ba to sa joint circular?
Hindi pa din po naipakita sa mga dokumentong ito yung particular accomplishment na will warrant the payment of rewards.
Pero on clarification of the presiding officer, tinanong kung ano ang hindi compliant. Yung pagkaroon ba ng tree planting o yung sinasabi nilang activity in connection with confidential funds. Sa tree planting na yan, anong nakikita mo na activity in connection with alleged surveillance?
Yun po kasing nakalagay doon sa certification, nagkakaroon po sila ng surveillance activities before yung mga activities na ito.
Yes.
Pero based po kasi sa evaluation ko, hindi po kasi napakita dito kung ano yung particular accomplishment that will warrant the payment of rewards. Gaya po sa isang activity na nakalagay nga po, ang probable threat is yung sa CTG, mga NPA, ganyan po. Hindi po makita sa mga dokumentong ito na itong probable threats na to, ano yung naging successful result? Meron bang nahuli na sa mga ito? Ganun po yung hinahanap namin as support sa payment of rewards.
Pero itong sinasabi mong evidence of success, ilan ang NPA o ilan ang terorista, ilan ang komunistang nahuli, hindi ba yan confidential information na hindi dapat nila i-divulge, Madam Witness?
Sa COA po kasi, hinihingi po namin yun para mapatunayan talaga na naging totoo yung payment of rewards.
So hindi pwedeng sabihin na, hindi natin pwedeng i-divulge kasi confidential yan. Kailangan pa rin, under the joint circular, na mapatunayan yung success ng panggastos ng confidential funds sa resulta na sinasabi ng nabawasan ng terorista, nabawasan ng insurgency. Kailangan pa rin document, Madam Witness?
Yes po, para po mapatunayan yung pagbibigay ng payment of rewards.
After itong Office of the Vice President's response in relation sa third quarter expenditure, February 6 to September 30, 2023, at saka sa first and second quarter, ano nangyari? What happened next after all of this response of the Office of the Vice President for the 3 quarters?
During po the evaluation ng responses sa dalawang AOM, nagkaroon po ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability hearings po noong November 2024. At dito po nagkaroon ng statement si Ms. Gina Acosta, ang Special Disbursing Officer ng OBP, na by the directive of BP Sara, binibigay po niya ang cash advance for confidential fund kay Colonel Raymond Dante Pila Chica.
Before we go into that, Your Honor, please, Presiding Officer, this witness alluded or has testified that there was a Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, CGGPA hearing. Kailan to?
November 2024 po.
Yes. For the understanding and appreciation of this honorable court, this was subject of a motion for judicial notice of the prosecution and the transcripts of that hearing as to its actual occurrence, as to what transpired, Your Honor, have been subject of judicial notice. Your Honor, Mr. Witness, Madam Witness, sinabi mo na nag-testify si Ms. Gina Acosta. Nandun ka ba sa hearing na yon?
Yes po, nandun po ako sa hearing na yon.
Bakit ka nandun sa hearing na yon?
Kasama po ako sa resource persons from COA na umattend po doon.
Nasubpina ka ba?
Yes po.
Bakit ka sinubpina?
Kasi ako po yung staff na nag-conduct ng evaluation po ng mga documents na sinubmit in relation sa liquidation ng confidential fund ng OBP at DepEd.
Okay, and you said that in that hearing of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, nag-testify ang isang Miss Gina Acosta. Ito bang Miss Gina Acosta yung sinabi mo kanina na Chief of Staff Ay, hindi. Sino, SDO ng Office of the Vice President?
Yes po, si Miss Gina Acosta po.
At nakilala mo siya sa hearing na yon, na nandun talaga siya?
Opo, nagpakilala po siya.
Nagpakilala siya sa'yo?
Hindi po, doon sa hearing po.
Sa
Kaya
hearing.
na-identify ko po na siya po yun.
And anong sinabi niya? Anong narinig mong sinabi niya sa hearing na yan?
Na by the directive po of BP Sara, binibigay niya kay Colonel Raymond Dante Pilachica, head ng Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group, yung cash advance po for confidential fund.
Na sinabi kay Gina Acosta ng Vice President na ibigay niya kay isang Colonel Lachica. Sino itong Colonel Lachica?
Siya po yung head ng Vice Presidential and Security Group po nung time na yun.
Itong Colonel Lachica, hindi siya Senior Disbursement Officer?
Hindi po
Special Disbursement Officer?
Hindi po siya ang SDO.
Ano ang kinalaman ng isang head ng security sa disbursement ng confidential funds, kung alam mo?
Under po kasi sa joint circular, nakalagay po doon na sa responsibility ng SDO na siya yung mag-disburse ng cash advance. And meron din pong provision under 6.1.1 na hindi under no circumstance shall cash advance for confidential fund be transferred from one accountable to another po.
So, kung ano ang nakalagay sa circular na yan, 6.1.1, yun lang dapat ang officer na dapat mag-disburse ng pondo.
Yes po, si SDO lang po.
E paano kung ang Vice President mismo, Vice President, yung head ng agency, ang siya mismo nag-instruct kay Ma'am Gina Acosta na bigay ni Gina Acosta kanyang SDO kay Colonel Lachica. Tama ba yun sa palagay ninyo o sa evaluation ninyo, Madam Witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Kindly turn on the mic of the counsel for respondent tech. And why is it off?
Hello. The witness is incompetent to answer that question.
If she knows, counsel, witness may answer.
Under
If you know, Celine. If you don't, you can also say so.
Okay po, thank you po, Your Honor. Under po kasi sa joint circular, it is the SDO na mag-disburse ng cash advance. And ang participation po dito ng head of agency is to oversee, kasama po sa responsibility niya, to oversee the agency-wide use ng kung paano po ginagamit ang confidential fund.
So ang sagot sa tanong ay, ang tanong ko ngayon, sa sinabi mo, sa palagay mo, bakit ka nabahala na si Miss Acosta?
Your Honor,
I have not yet asked the question.
Let the counsel finish her question. Counsel for response.
Why does it concern you, as you stated, that Miss Acosta admitted to transferring the confidential funds
Your Honor, please.
to Colonel Lachica?
Are you done, Attorney Kupunan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, counsel for
Your Honor,
response.
the witness did not say that she was concerned about it. So that's a leading question. Misleading, sorry.
Kindly reform, counsel. You already established that the witness heard Gina Acosta under oath testify that she was instructed by the Vice President to give the funds to...
What observation or significance did you draw from the admission by Ms. Acosta in this Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability hearing? What observation or significance did you draw personally from this admission?
This is a direct violation po ng joint circular, specifically yung item 6.1.1 po.
Again, 6.1.1. Are you familiar? Are you competent to testify on what 6.1.1 is?
Yes po.
Bakit?
Kasi po, ang nakalagay dito is hindi po pwedeng ibigay ito ng SDO sa ibang officer po.
Your Honor, please.
Counsel for Respondent.
The question is unresponsive, Your Honor. She was asked, why are you competent to testify on 6.1.1? The answer rather is unresponsive.
Witness is directed to answer yes or no. If she is competent, she's going ahead of the horse.
Yes po, kasi ang basis po ng audit namin is the joint circular.
Okay. Attorney Kapunan, you may proceed.
What next did you do in relation to the liquidation of the OVP's confidential funds after this committee hearing?
After po the committee hearing, together, after din po na ma-evaluate yung mga liquidation documents and yung mga responses, I drafted po a notice of disallowance and sinabit ko po ito sa aking division chief for her review.
Okay. So ikaw mismo ang nag-draft ng notice of disallowance?
Yes po.
Anong basis nito? Itong notice of disallowance?
Ang una po is yung yung kanina pong nabanggit ko na yung directive ni BP Sara na ibigay ni Ms. Gina Acosta yung cash advance for CF kay Colonel La Chica, which is violation of under 6.1.1 of the joint circular. And after the evaluation po nung responses, the amount of 261,300,000 was also disallowed kasi nga po yung payment of rewards amounting to 62 million were not supported with documents evidencing success. And yung purchases po nila ng supplies and provision of medical and food aid in a total amount of 199 million based on the acknowledgement receipts po, hindi ma-ascertain na these are for purchase of supplies. Kaya po nanghingi ako ng additional documents po. And yung pang-apat po is based sa evaluation ng mga acknowledgement receipts for the third quarter, may disbursement po doon for purchase of information na nabayaran before ma-release yung cash advance na nagkakahalaga ng 300,000 pesos.
Okay, so dahil dito sa mga reasons na yan, nag-issue ka ng notice of disallowance. If shown to you, itong notice, will you be able to identify the same?
Opo.
Your Honor, please, can we ask Attorney De La Cruz
Assistant
to show?
Counsel may approach.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit P-1-13-F, Your Honor, for the prosecution.
And for the record, respondents 1-9. Please proceed, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, for the record, this is likewise Respondent's Exhibit, the same as prosecution, which, again, they refuse to stipulate on. How much, Madam Witness, was disallowed in your notice of disallowance?
Yung buong amount po na 375 million pesos.
375 million. Anong period ang covered nitong 375 million na to?
Bale, ito po ay for the 3 quarters of 2023. Tig 125 po per quarter.
And this is being flashed on the screen as well. Sino-sino ang responsible persons in connection sa notice of disallowance na inisyu ng COA ICFAO dated March 31, 2026?
Ang mga persons po ay sina VP Sara, the SDO Ms. Gina Acosta, ang Chief Accountant Ms. Solieta Villa del Rey at si Colonel Raymond Dante Pila Chica po.
Now you said that respondent Duterte, Sara Duterte, is accountable. Why? Bakit accountable ang Vice President Sara Duterte?
Because she approved po the transactions and the utilization of the cash advance po.
Saan nakalagay sa mga dokumento ang inapprove ng Vice President mismo?
Yung sa accomplishment report po.
sa mga lahat ng accomplishment reports. Ito naman, Ms. Gina Acosta, why do you say that she is also accountable?
Kasi po siya ang special disbursing officer at responsibility po niya na i-disburse ang cash advance.
Okay. Pag sinabing accountable, no? Hindi naman tayo accountant. Ano sa layman's term ang ibig sabihin ng accountable?
May yung taong may pananagutan po dun sa pondo na binigay sa kanya.
Okay. May pananagutan. So ang Sara Duterte, Vice President, may pananagutan.
Opo, tama po.
Bakit? Anong nature ba ng pondo na yan?
Kasi po ito is pondo ng bayan po.
Pondo ng bayan. In English naman, public funds.
Opo.
Miss Gina Acosta, bakit naman siya accountable?
Dahil siya po ang designated na special disbursing officer and responsibility po niya na i-disburse ang cash advance.
Okay. At bakit? Hindi ba niya ginawa yung kanyang responsibility ng mag-disburse?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading question.
Why do you say that she is an accountable officer?
Reform Council.
What?
No, you already did. So,
I reformed, Your Honor.
I know, you already did. Please continue.
Pwede pong paulit yung tanong.
You mentioned that Gina Acosta ay accountable officer rin. Bakit?
Dahil sa kanya po ibinigay yung cash advance siya po ang dinesignate na special disbursing officer at siya po yung accountable dun sa pag-disburse ng cash advance for confidential fund.
Sinabi mo, naging basihan mo ang joint circular. Saan naman nakalagay ito sa joint circular na isang SDO ang dapat responsible sa pag-disburse ng tinatawag na public funds?
Nakalagay po ito dun sa responsibility niya and gaya ng nabanggit ko po kanina dun sa item 6.1.1 na hindi ito pwedeng i-transfer from one accountable to another.
Incidentally, pag ganyan sa mga companies, yung mga naghahandle ng mga pondo, may bond. May bond tinatawag, no? Dito ba? Sa Office of the Vice President, accountable public disbursement
Objection.
officer. Saan kaya?
What is
Meron ba sa circular ang nakalagay na kailangan magbigay ng bond ang SDO?
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Council
Leading
Correspondent.
question.
I'll consider it preliminary, Council, because I think it's a given that SDO should have a bond. Kindly answer, Madam Witness.
Nakalagay po ito sa joint circular. Your Honor, pwede po bang mag-refer ako sa joint circular?
You may, Celine.
Nakalagay po ito dun sa item 6.1.2. Sabi po dito, cash advances for CFN or IF shall be drawn by duly designated and banded SDOs or head of agency for the implementation of a program, activity, and project. Yan.
That
So
would be
yan ang...
enough.
May I proceed?
Council may proceed.
Okay. So sa binasa mo, ang SDO ay dapat magbigay ng bond. Do you have any knowledge if this Gina Acosta gave a bond pursuant to that joint circular provision that you read?
Yes po, naka-attach po ito dun sa liquidation documents. Required po ito sa joint circular.
At magkano naman? Kung ang amount ng Office of the Vice President confidential funds ay 500 million pesos, magkano naman ang bond na sinabi mo naka-attach ang dokumento sa mga sinubmit ng OVP? Magkano ang bond?
Hindi ko na po maaalala yung kung magkano, pero based po sa evaluation ng mga documents, enough naman po yung bond ng SDO para i-cover yung cash advances niya.
If the amount is the amount stated, if you recall?
Hindi ko na po maalala yung kung magkano yung bond, pero during the evaluation po, hindi po namin naging findings yun.
Okay. Ngayon naman, if the SDO is a bonded, at sinabi mo si Gina Acosta ay may bond, in the provision that you read, is it allowed for a Gina Acosta, isang bonded na senior special disbursement officer, na mag-transfer ng kanyang responsibility sa isa pang officer?
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Counsel.
Leading question, Your Honor.
Actually, I would have sustained it because she asked and answered. Already answered, Counsel.
You said, I will reform, Your Honor.
Yes, she already answered that question earlier. Kindly reform, Counsel.
Ito namang Miss Villa del Rey, why did you say she is an accountable officer?
Dahil po dun sa liquidation report, sinertify niya na complete and proper yung mga liquidation documents po. Pero upon the evaluation po, hindi po ito complete and proper.
And Colonel Chica?
Dahil po siya ang nag-disburse ng cash advance despite not being the special disbursing officer ng Office of the Vice President.
And why is that? Is this among your observations?
Yes po.
And what did your observation indicate about Colonel La Chica?
Yun nga po, yung ito po yung isang mga ground kung bakit po na-disallow yung total ng 375 million.
Sa pagkaalam namin, based on our understanding, may mga stages yan. Ang unang stage ng evaluation, audit, observation, memorandum. Tama?
Opo, tama po.
And in the case of the Office of the Vice President, naka-issue kayo ng AOM.
Opo, tama po.
Ang next stage dapat dyan ay ang notice of suspension. Tama?
Opo.
Now, in the case of the Office of the Vice President, pagkatapos nagbigay ng response ang Office of the Vice President sa AOM na inisyu ninyo, anong nangyari? Anong ginawa ng Office of the Vice President?
Nag-respond po sila sa AOM po.
So, nag-respond sa AOM. Did the response address, sinagot ba ng response na yan ang lahat ng observations, lahat ng non-compliance, lahat ng discrepancy, deficiency na pinoint out nyo sa AOM?
Based po sa evaluation ng mga responses together with the attached documents po, hindi pa rin po ito naging compliant sa joint circular.
And what did you do? What did your office do, if any?
Kaya po, nag-issue po kami ng notice of disallowance.
Bakit, Madam Witness? Sa pagkaalam natin, pagkatapos ng AOM, dapat notice of suspension. Bakit nyo agad in-issue ang isang notice of disallowance at hindi na kayo nagbigay ng notice of suspension muna? Bakit diniretso ninyo sa disallowance?
Dahil nga po sa naging statement under oath ni Ms. Gina Acosta na ibinigay niya na by the directive of BP Sara, binigay niya kay Colonel La Chica yung cash advance for CF, which is a violation po ng joint circular, making it irregular po.
Apart from this joint circular of 2015, please confirm kung meron mga rules and regulations na in-issue ang COA para sa mga settlement of accounts, if you know.
Ang basis po namin is yung rules and regulations on settlement of accounts po.
Anong ibig sabihin nun? Anong particular provision?
Pwede pong pakiulit yung tanong.
Sinabi mo na merong rules and regulations on settlement of accounts.
Opo, meron po.
At instead of a notice of suspension, diniretso nyo agad sa notice of disallowance.
Opo, tama po.
Anong pinagbasihan ninyo nito?
Dahil nga po, ang definition po ng notice of disallowance based on the joint circular is yung transaction po appears to be illegal, improper, or irregular. And in this case po, yung naging transfer po is a direct violation making the transaction irregular. Kaya naging notice of disallowance na po yung inisyo namin.
Okay. So itong pag-transfer ng responsibilidad sa disbursement na hindi naman special disbursement officer, sinabi mo, illegal.
Doon po siya sa irregular, which is violation po siya sa joint circular.
Okay. So yung joint circular nakalagay illegal, improper, at irregular. Ang sinasabi mo ay irregular.
Opo, tama po.
At bakit irregular ulit?
Kasi po hindi siya
Ask and answered, Your Honor. Ask and answered.
Asked and
already.
answered, Counsel.
Okay. What is the status of this notice of disallowance at present, if you know?
Nasa...
Ask and answered already, Your Honor.
I don't quite remember, Counsel.
It
It
was
would be
not
okay
asked
to
yet,
repeat.
Your Honor. I
It would
think
be okay to
Counsel-
repeat, nevertheless. Yes, Ms. Eileen.
What is the status of this notice of disallowance?
Nasa prescribed period pa po ang OBP para po mag-appeal sa commission proper po.
With the indulgence of counsel, and what is the prescribed period to appeal before the commission?
180 days po after nila ma-receive yung notice of disallowance.
6 months.
Opo.
You may proceed, counsel.
And to your knowledge, are they still well within this 6-month period to
Ask and
submit?
answered already, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please, it is within, this is follow-up to the question of the presiding officer. What is the period? 180 days. My question is the 180 days still currently applicable?
Yes po.
Okay. Next, Madam Witness, are you still okay?
Apo.
Punta naman tayo dito sa Department of Education.
Before you move on, counsel, with the indulgence of Attorney Kapunan, Ma'am Sailin, so dahil binigay di umano kay Latsika ni Gina Costa, dinisallow niyo na lahat?
Yes po, kasi direct violation po ito ng joint circular.
Subalit dahil hindi yan dumaan sa notice of suspension, inisyu niyo yung notice of disallowance nang hindi binibigyan ng pagkakataon, sumagot muna o magpaliwanag ang OVP. Wala pa po sila nun. Ngayon pa lang kung sakasakali kung mag-a-appeal sila.
Opo.
So you have not heard the side of the Vice President or the OVP's office with respect to what you heard Gina Acosta say under oath in the House hearings. Wala pa silang response doon.
Wala pa po.
Wala
Doon
pa
na
rin
lang
kayong...
po. Doon na lang po sa appeal.
Doon na lamang. So inisyu nyo to nang hindi naririnig yung panig nila.
Opo.
You may proceed, counsel, to the DepEd.
What is your participation, Madam Witness, in the post-audit of the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President of Department of Education for the first quarter and second quarter of 2023, covering the periods February 20 to March 30, 2023 for the first quarter, and for the second quarter, April 25 to June 30, 2023. Anong participation mo, if any, sa post-audit na to?
Ako po yung nag-evaluate ng response ng DepEd sa Audit Observation Memorandum na na-issue sa kanila for the first and second quarters of 2023 po.
You also said that earlier that nung na-transfer na si Mr. Wamil na sinundan mo, nag-issue siya bago siya umalis ng isang AOM. dated February 1, 2024. You confirm that?
Opo, tama po.
And to your knowledge, nagbigay ba ng sagot o response ang DepEd, Department of Education, na ang head of agency ay si Vice President Sara Duterte? Meron bang response ang office ng DepEd sa AOM dated February 1, 2024 na inisyu ni Mr. Wamil?
Opo, nag-submit po sila ng response noong April 17, 2024.
And if I show you a copy of this response dated April 17, 2024, ma-identify mo ba siya?
Opo.
Showing to you now, Attorney De La Cruz. Showing to you now, the Department of Education's response, pre-marked as Exhibit P-1-21-B. P-1-21-B, Your Honor.
Kindly turn on, thank you. And respondents 1-9. Counsel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's 1-79.
79.
DE.
Sorry. The
One-
response is 1-.
D-1-79-DE.
Noted.
Madam Witness, anong relation itong document na in-identify mo sa sinabi mong sinubmit na response ng DepEd Secretary?
This is the same response po na sinubmit sa amin ng DepEd.
Please look at this document. Meron nakalagay sa last page. Kaninong signature ito kung alam mo?
Kay Attorney Michael Wesley T. Powa po.
Attorney Michael. Who is this Attorney Michael Powa?
Based on this document po, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff.
Okay. Why are you familiar with his signature?
Doon po sa dalawang documents na na-evaluate ko, pareho po yung signature niya doon sa dalawang transmittal letters po.
And how many acknowledgement? Okay. What were the attachments, if you recall, to this response of the DepEd?
Nag-submit po sila ng acknowledgement receipts, certification from the relevant partners, specifically the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Ano pa?
At saka po, fully accomplished na disbursement voucher. And meron din po pala silang sinubmit na DepEd Order number 1.
You mentioned na may attach sa response na acknowledgement receipts for the first quarter and for the second quarter by the DepEd. If shown to you, will you be able to identify them?
Yes po.
For the first quarter of the DepEd, you have made a summary, please confirm, Madam Witness, of 561 acknowledgement receipts.
Opo, tama po.
For the period February 20 to March 30, 2023, meron kang summary na ginawa.
Opo, meron po.
Dala mo ba yung summary na yan?
Yes po.
Your Honor, please, the witness is producing a summary of 561 acknowledgement receipts for the first quarter. Liquidation expenses of confidential funds of the Department of Education.
Observation of counsel is noted. You may
We are giving copies to Respondents' Counsel and to this Honorable Presiding Officer through the Clerk of Court.
Yes, please. The clerk of court to those eyes directed to kindly get a copy. You may proceed, counsel.
We request, Your Honor, that this tabulation for the first quarter prepared by the witness be marked as Exhibit P-1-33. Madam Witness. For the second quarter of the DepEd, attached to the DepEd's response is 619 acknowledgement receipts. Do you confirm that?
Yes po.
This is for the period April 25 to June 30, 2023.
Opo.
And this consists, no. Do you have that summary with you?
Yes po, meron po.
Same order, kindly mark it and furnish the opposing counsel as well as the court with a copy.
For the record, Your Honor, the first quarter is 561 acknowledgement receipts. The second quarter is 619 acknowledgement receipts. So the summaries of quarter 1 and quarter 2 consist of 1,180 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. These are marked. We request that this be marked as Exhibit PI-34 for the second quarter.
Noted.
Madam Witness, anong proseso ang ginamit mo sa paggawa ng evaluation or tabulation na to?
Gaya po ng ginawa ko rin sa OBP, tinabulate ko po ito by date, yung activity and the amount po.
Okay. And familiar ka sa mga ARs na to, Madam Witness?
Opo.
And if shown to you, we will show you some selected examples. Also going to be flashed on the screen. Showing to you Exhibit P-1-17-29 being flashed on the screen. Madam Witness, anong pangalan na nakalagay dito?
Pirma lang po. Ay, di ko po mabasa kung pirma ito, pero wala pong...
Walang pangalan pero may pirma.
Opo.
And anong place na in-issue?
Based po sa dokumento, ang address po is Danao.
At ang date?
February 21, 2023 po.
February 21, 2023 for magkano?
50,000 pesos po for the payment for information.
Okay. Can you read the others? P-17, P-1-17-81, Alfred Avanta.
Nakalagay po, acknowledgement receipt date, February 21, 2023. Received the amount of 100,000 in payment for supplies. Payee, Alfred Abanta, address Malolos.
Malolos. Next, P-1-17-288, Mary Santillan. Some place in-issue ito, Madam Witness, based on the document.
Based po sa document, ang address po nakalagay is Davao City.
Okay. Anong date nito?
February 21, 2023 po.
The same date, February 21, 2023. Okay. Galing Malolos, pumunta ng Davao, Negros Occidental naman. P-1-17-382, Amilio. Magkano to?
45,000 po in payment for rental safe house.
Ang date?
February 21, 2023 po.
And place is
Ang nakalagay po sa dokumento na address is Negros Occidental.
Negros Occidental. For the next one, P-1-17-492. Kaninong pangalan ito?
Pirma lang po.
Walang pangalan, may pirma. Saan naman place binigay ang perang ito?
San Francisco Agusan del Sur po.
So, from Negros Occidental, pumunta ng Agusan.
Your Honor, please, Your Honor.
Magkano ang... There's no question yet.
Kindly,
Ano ang date?
I know
na
where you're getting at, but kindly finish your question, Counsel.
Anong date ang inisyu nito based on this document?
Ang date po is February 21, 2023.
Okay, the next document.
Counsel for respondent, yes.
Your Honor, can the counsel be reminded not to make any inferences on the document, Your Honor, like from
Counsel-
Malolos, pumunta ng Negros.
Counsel
pumunta
is so
ng Agusan.
reminded, just ask your question to the witness. Let the witness be the one to respond to whatever elicitation or admission you want to get, Counsel. You may
Yes, Your
proceed.
Honor, we will comply, although it's self-evident that all these documents are dated February 21, 2023, like the next one, P-1-17-493, in the name of Andre Galor. Where was it issued, Madam Witness?
Based po sa document, ang address po is Makati City.
And what date?
February 21, 2023 po.
For what amount, Madam Witness?
100,000 po for the payment of rental safe house.
Okay. And the last in this first set is P-1-17-574. Is there a name? Anong pangalan na nakalagay sa dokumento?
Minda Lacson po.
Anong date?
February 21, 2023.
Anong place?
Negros Oriental po.
Okay. Madam Witness, based on the documents, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, based on the 7 selected documents presented to you, do you confirm that there is only one date of disbursement?
Your Honor, please.
Asked and answered,
February
Counsel.
21, 2023 is the uniform dates in all of these documents, Madam Witness.
Your Honor, please.
I have not yet asked the question.
No,
Ask
you
and answer,
already
Your
did.
Honor.
You already did, Counsel. If it's the uniform date.
Okay, what is, the question is this. What significance can you draw or observation can you make for these 6 documents issued on the same dates in 6 different places from 7, Danao, Malolos, Davao, Negros, Agusan, Makati City, Negros, Oriental. What observation can you make, if any, as regards these acknowledgement receipts that you identified?
Based po dito sa mga acknowledgement receipts na to, lahat po sila is dated February 21, 2023 and naibigay po sila sa iba-ibang addresses po na nakalagay dito.
You mentioned earlier on testimony that you have audited many national agencies, correct?
Yes po.
And at least 30, if I recall right. At least 30 national agencies?
Opo.
Okay. Based on your evaluation, how many government or national agencies have had similar submissions on acknowledgement receipts? If you recall, same date, different locations, different names. How many? Based on your recollection, national or local government agencies have submitted acknowledgement receipts of this nature?
Hindi ko na po mabilang pero may mga nagsasabit din po ng acknowledgement receipts po.
Ang tanong sa'yo, acknowledgement receipts na pare-parehong araw pero iba-ibang location. Meron ka bang maalala?
parang wala. Wala naman po.
Okay. Going now to several acknowledgement receipts, which we will show you. Please go over this. Again, acknowledgement receipts by way of liquidation for the DepEd. Can you please go over this one by one, being flashed on the screen? First is P-1-17-7 for Geraldine Omoy. What date is stated there?
Nakalagay po dito, February 25, 2023.
And place?
Nakalagay po sa dokumento na to, ang address po is Masbate.
Magkano?
200,000 po for the payment of reward.
Next, P-1-17-87. Kaninong pangalan na nandyan?
Pirma lang po yung nakalagay.
Walang pangalan. Saan in-issue?
Sa Lawag City po.
Anong date?
February 25, 2023 po.
February 25, 2023 for how much?
100,000 po for the payment for supplies.
Okay. P-1-17-88 to a Mr. Aquino, Jaime Aquino. From Davao City, magkano?
45,000 po.
And what date?
February 25, 2023 po.
Next, P-1-17-127. Whose name is it? What amount and what date?
Pirma lang po, tapos ang date po niya is February 25, 2023. Ang nakalagay po na address is Agusan del Norte.
Next, Madam Witness, Rex Napoles, P-1-17-128. What date, what place, and what amount is stated?
Ang date po is February 25, 2023. 50,000 in payment for transport, rental, or expenses. Ang address po na nakalagay is Olonga po.
P-1-17-169. Madam Witness. Whose name, what is the date, the place, and the amount?
Ang date po is February 25, 2023 in the amount of 40,000 for the payment of information. Address po is Samar.
P-1-17-213 Eduardo Tan. What date and where was it disbursed? And what amount?
Nakalagay po sa dokumento date February 25, 2023. Ang amount po is 150,000 in payment for reward. Ang address po is Masbate.
With the indulgence of counsel, so as not to belabor the point, based on your understanding, Ma'am Sailin, yung address po bang nakalagay sa baba? Address kung saan binigay yung pera o address ng tao? Sa pagkakaunawan niyo po
Based po dito dahil po documents evidencing payment, yung address po dito is yung kung saan po binayad.
So ang ibig sabihin, pro forma document po ba yan?
Hindi po to kasama sa annexes sa joint circular.
So hindi to pro forma?
Hindi po.
So sa pagkakaunawa nyo lamang po na ang address na nakalagay dyan, address kung saan binigay.
Yes,
hindi
po.
address kung taga saan sila.
Opo, kasi based po sa ito po ay documents evidencing payment. So yung address dito is kung saan po binayaran.
And that is reflected in the AUM you issued with respect to the first and second quarter?
Hindi po.
Wala sa AUM yan?
Wala po.
Okay. Counsel, you may proceed.
Mr. Lito Saludoyares, P-117-237. What date was it issued or paid? Saan binayad ang pera? Anong date at anong amount?
Ang date po is February 25, 2023. Payment for supplies amounted to 50,000. Ang address po is Lubok.
Pangasinan naman, P-1-17-238, isang Janine Bartolin. What date was this disbursed?
Ang nakalagay po dito is February 25, 2023 in the amount of 50,000 for payment for supplies po. Ang address Pangasinan.
P-1-17-238, Janine Bartolina. Ito, I'm sorry, 369. P-1-17-369. Whose name is this?
Signature lang po.
Walang pangalan. Saan inisyu? Saan binayad itong perang ito?
Compostela Valley po.
P-1-17-391. Luilito Agord. Please state the date it was paid, the place, and the amount.
February 25, 2023 po, payment for rental of safe house amounting to 45,000. Ang address po na nakalagay is Davao City.
Okay. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 remaining acknowledgement receipts here. I'll go over them briefly. Please follow as I mention them. P-1-17-418. Only a signature appears. Disbursed in Masbate for 50,000. Again, February 25, 2023. P-1-17-430 in the name of Andre Lacerna. Issued, disbursed in Nueva Ecija for 100,000, again dated February 25, 2023. Can you go over it? P-1-17-431 in the name of Hamil Haldon, disbursed in Coronadal City for 100,000, also dated February 25, 2023. An acknowledgement receipt, P-1-17-479. No name, signature only, disbursed in Batangas for the amount of 9,000. Again, dated February 25, 2023. John B. Manta received in Kalinga, Apayao, 50,000 pesos on February 25, 2023. Exhibit P-1-17-480, P-1-17-481, Rona De Vera received 50,000 pesos in South Leyte. Also on February 25, 2023. And lastly, a signature received in Abra, 50,000 pesos, P-1-17-540. Also on February 25, 2023. Based on these acknowledgement receipts, do you confirm?
Yes po.
Madam Witness,
Opo.
that what is stated is accurate based on the records?
Based po sa mga acknowledgement receipts po. Opo.
What observation can you make or significance do you draw from these documents presented to you?
Based po dun sa documents na present sa akin, lahat po ito is dated Feb 25, 2023 po with different addresses po na nakalagay.
Okay. And on the same date, disbursements on the same date with different addresses. What observation, if any, can you draw from this?
Yun nga po,
with different addresses?
Opo.
Locations. Is this, again, to clarify, is this a place where the money was disbursed or where the money was received?
Your Honor, please. Witness is incompetent, Your Honor. testify on that matter.
Your Honor, she is competent.
Based on the document, again, that was the earlier question of the presiding officer. Address ba ito nung binigyan o address to kung saan binigay?
Based po sa document as documents evidencing payment kung saan po binigay yung address.
Okay.
Ang ibig
Kindly continue,
sabihin,
Counsel.
ang ibig sabihin kung saan binigay, ang ibig bang sabihin, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Witness, on the same date, itong mga binigyan ng confidential funds ay nasa different locations ba, Madam Witness?
Based po sa documents, opo.
Okay. And based sa joint circular na sinabi mo, sino dapat ang mag-distribute or mag-disburse ng perang nakalagay dito?
It is the responsibility po ng Special Disbursing Officer.
So, tama bang sabihin, correct me if I'm wrong, kung mali naman ang understanding ko, tama bang sabihin na ang Special Disbursement Officer sa isang araw pinuntahan lahat itong lokasyon na ito?
Your
Tama
Honor,
ba ang interpretation ko?
Your Honor, please.
If she knows, Your Honor, she was the one who evaluated.
Your Honor, that calls for a
documents.
conclusion of fact.
Witness is not competent to answer the question, Counsel. I think let the document speak for itself. That if indeed the SDO is the only officer authorized to disburse the funds, then clearly it is physically impossible to be in all of these locations in one day. And there was earlier admission that the SDO gave the funds to a Colonel Lachika, probably even more. So that remains to be seen and proven in the coming days. Please proceed, Counsel.
Who is the Special Disbursement Officer of the DepEd?
Sa DepEd po is si Mr. Edward Fajarda.
And based on your definition of a Special Disbursement Officer, si Mr. Fajarda ang authorized na magbigay ng lahat na ito, Madam Witness?
Yes po.
Okay. Going now.
With the indulgence of Counsel, so sa ilalim ng joint circular, siya lang, walang iba.
Yes po, ito po ay nakasama sa kanyang responsibility. At based on item 6.1.1 po, hindi po ito pwedeng i-transfer from one accountable to another.
So, based on these documents, kasi sinabi mo, si Mr. Fajarda, so, makikita naman natin, as observed by the presiding officer, these were many locations in one day. Ngayon, Mr. Fajarda, Special Disbursement Officer, alam mo ba kung may sinabmit na dokumento si Mr. Fajarda na nag-i-indicate sa COA o COA ICFAO na inauthorize niya kung sino mang ibang individual na mag-distribute nitong kapirahan na to sa mga iba-ibang taong ito sa ibang places na to? Meron bang inattach na letter or acknowledgement si Mr. Fajarda o hindi Mr. Fajarda? Yung head of agency, si Vice President o DepEd Secretary Sara Duterte, meron bang siyang sinubmit na authorization na binigay kay Mr. Fajarda kung sino na siyang disbursement officer para i-delegate sa iba ni Mr. Fajarda yung pagpunta sa iba-ibang lugar na to sa isang araw lang? Meron bang dokumentong ganon na authorization ang tinanggap ng office mo?
Ang natanggap po namin na authorization or designation is si BP Sara ang nag-designate kay Mr. Edward Fajarda as Special Disbursing Officer ng Department of Education. Naka-attach po ito dun sa liquidation documents.
So may certification si Vice President kay Mr. Fajarda. Aside from Mr. Fajarda, meron bang ibang pangalan na nakalagay dyan sa dokumento?
Wala po. Ang nakalagay lang po doon is si Mr. Fajardo ang designated na Special Disbursing Officer ng DepEd po for confidential fund.
Punta naman tayo, last batch na to. Meron naman tayong another list, no? Attached to the response of the Office of the Vice President para sa acknowledgement receipts dated March 15, 2023. Liquidation ng Vice President. Ng DepEd. Again, please go over this acknowledgement receipts.
This is for what quarter, Attorney Kapunan?
This is for the third. This is for the same quarter, Your Honor.
First and second
First and second quarter, Your Honor.
of 2023.
Yes, Your Honor. And we're talking about, again, from a list of 1,049 acknowledgement receipts, we have selected a few. Madam Witness, showing to you several selected ones. I'm showing to you, being flashed on the screen, P-1-17-57, and I will go over this list very briefly if you can follow me. Adolfo Molina, date March 15, 2023, Buda Marilog, Davao City for 50,000 pesos. P-1-17-58, walang pangalan, signature only. Date March 15, 2023, Tandag, 30,000 pesos. P-1-17-107, wala na namang pangalan, signature only. Binayad sa Puerto Galera, Mindoro, 65,000 pesos. Date, the same, March 15, 2023. Jeline Espino, Laguna, 50,000 pesos. Date, March 15, 2023. Walang pangalan, P-1-17, signature only. Date, March 15, 2023. Sa Agusan del Norte, 40,000 pesos. Kay Rex Napoles, tumanggap ng 50,000 pesos sa Olongapo. On the same date, March 15, 2023, P-1-17-128. Next, Piano Recto, P-1-17-148 sa Zamboanga City, 40,000 pesos. Mr. Julio Isguera, taga Butuan City, tumanggap ng 100,000 pesos, P-1-17-189, also on March 15, 2023. Are you following, Madam Witness?
Yes po.
P-1-17, walang pangalan, signature only, Davao City, 25,000 pesos. Another 50,000 pesos sa walang pangalan, pero signature only, P-1-17-226 na issued or disbursed in Nabunturan. From Nabunturan, Laguna, 50,000 pesos sa isang Nizel T, P-1-17-227. Isang walang signature, tumanggap sa Dasmariñas, Cavite ng 65,000 pesos. P-1-17-259 on March 15, 2023. Carmen Sevillano, taga Surigao del Norte, tumanggap ng 50,000 on the same date, March 15, 2023. P-1-17-260. Tama?
Opo.
Okay. Can you continue?
Dito po sa
P-1-17-311. P-17-261, walang pangalan, tama? Signature only. Saan naman ito in-issue?
Quezon City
Sa Quezon City for 65,000 pesos. Ito naman, P-1-17-311, walang pangalan, signature, Bacoor, 50,000 pesos. Si Alice Crescencio, tumanggap galing Iligan City, 25,000 pesos. On the same date, March 15, 2023, P-1-17-349. P-117-406, walang pangalan, signature lang. Galing naman Tarlac, 50,000 pesos on the same day, March 15, 2023. Walang pangalan, signature lang. Galing Pasay City, tumanggap ng 65,000 pesos. P-1-17-422. Isang signature na tumanggap galing Calbayog, Samar, 45,000 pesos. Walang pangalan, March 15, 2023. P-117-423. P-117-447. Again, no name. Compostela Valley, tumanggap ng 100,000 pesos. On the same day, March 15, 2023, another signature received, hindi mabasa to, San Juan City, unreadable, 30,000 pesos. On the same day, March 15, 2023, P-117-468. Another signature received, walang pangalan, sa Aguinaldo, Ifugao, tumanggap ng 100,000 pesos. On March 15, 2023,
Your Honor, please.
P-117.
Your Honor, please.
Three more, Your Honor. Four more.
We
Just
get the
for-
point, counsel. We get the point, and it's in the tabulation anyway of the witness.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, sa mga binasa natin at sa mga na-observe mo, anong significance nitong acknowledgement receipts na pinakita sa'yo?
Ito po ang proof of payments po ng confidential fund and based po dito, all dated March 15, 2023 with different addresses po.
All dated
March 15, 2023.
So, sino dapat, based on your circular, ang nag-disburse nitong mga pondong to?
Ang dapat pong mag-disburse ay ang Special Disbursing Officer.
At sino nga ang Special Disbursing Officer na yan?
Ito po ay sa DepEd po si Mr. Edward Fajarda.
Kung hindi naman, kasi nung binabasa ko to, no? Kasi ako, Marvel Comics ang binabasa ko, Superman ang favorite ko. Kung hindi man Superman, ang isang SDO, kaya ba niyang puntahan? Sa palagay mo,
Your Honor, please.
lahat na ito.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel for
The question is speculative, Your Honor.
What is speculative about Superman? He can fly anywhere
It's a
in one day.
hypothetical question.
Counsel, move on. Move
I
on,
will
counsel.
move on, Your Honor.
We get
Now,
your point.
Madam Witness, what other documents? Although, can we ask that Superman remain on record, Your Honor?
We did not strike it off, counsel. Just that the presiding officer simply asked you to move on.
Madam Witness, what other documents, if any, ano pang mga dokumento, apart from this, apart from this acknowledgement receipts for the first and second quarter constituting 1,049 documents. 1,049 documents for the first quarter and second quarter. I'm sorry.
You're in DepEd already, counsel.
561 and 619, Your Honor, or 1,180 for the DepEd. Anong other documents ang inattach ng DepEd?
To support po the payment of rewards, nag-attach po sila ng certifications from relevant partners, specifically the Armed Forces of the Philippines po.
And itong mga certifications ng Armed Forces, if shown to you, would you be able to identify them?
Yes po.
Stipulated. Okay. Showing to you. Showing to you a certification dated January 1, 2024, issued by Colonel Manaros M. Buransing, marked as Exhibit P-1-22-A, stipulated upon by the Defense Counsel, Your Honor, Respondent. Certification dated December 30, 2023, issued by Colonel Carlos B. Sangandaan Jr., previously marked Exhibit P-1-22B, likewise stipulated upon, common exhibit with the defense or respondent. Certification dated December 5, 2023, issued by Colonel Magtanggol Panopio, marked as Exhibit P-1-22-C up to P-1-22-C-1, again stipulated by counsel for the respondent, and certification issued by Colonel Adonis R. Badjao, previously marked as Exhibit P-1-22D. Showing to you these exhibits, Madam Witness, and as well being flashed on the screen for easy reference of this honorable court. What relation do these certifications, which are both prosecution and defense exhibits, what do these certifications have in relation to this certification you said was issued by the armed forces?
These are the same certifications po na naka-attach sa kanilang response.
Anong significance naman ng certifications na to?
Dito po sa certification na to, inattach po nila ito bilang proof of success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities.
At ito bang proof of success compliant sa circular na pinagbasihan mo?
During my evaluation po, opo, nag-compliant po ito dun sa joint circular.
Okay. What action, if any, pagkatapos na-receive itong certification, ito ba yung sinabi ni Attorney Wamil na pro forma? Yeah.
Hindi po, iba po yun.
Ngayon, ano ang actions taken by your office with regards to this certification, if any?
Ito po, based po sa evaluation, ito po ay compliant po sa joint circular.
Okay. At anong inisyu nyo, if any?
For the first and second quarter po ng 2023 for the DepEd, we issued po a credit notice.
Anong ibig sabihin? What do you mean by a credit notice?
A credit notice po is issued pagkatapos ng evaluation ng documents, yung liquidation documents po are found in order po and passed in audit na.
Okay. Ngayon, itong credit notice na in-issue, ito ba ay final?
Ang credit notice po, meron po sa Rules and Regulation of Settlement of Accounts na pwede pong ma-reopen ang settled account na gaya po nung pag nag-issue kami ng credit notice, pwede pa po itong ma-reopen.
What reason would you have for reopening a credit notice?
Under the RRSA po, account settled can be reopened if before the expiration nung 3 years after the settlement is nagkaroon po ng yung transaction is tainted with fraud, collusion, and new material evidence po were discovered during the 3-year period po na yun.
Okay. We now go, Madam Witness. Punta naman tayo sa third quarter ng liquidation ng confidential funds ng DepEd. Anong participation mo dito?
Ako po ang task na mag-evaluate sa response ng DepEd for the third quarter of 2023.
And what did you do, if any?
Currently po, this is still under evaluation and review pa po.
Sinabi mo na ikaw ang in charge ng pag-evaluate. What did you evaluate?
Nung ma-issue po nung August 8, 2024 yung Audit Observation Memorandum, nag-submit po ang Department of Education ng response noong August 27, 2024.
Nag-mention ka. You mentioned an AOM. If shown to you, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
showing to you, Madam Witness, an AOM. Please go over it. This was, for the record, this was previously marked as Exhibit P-1-21-C. It is an AOM dated August 8, 2024. Stipulated upon by defense counsel or counsel for the respondent. Is this the same document that you received?
Yes po, ito po yung same audit observation memorandum na in-issue po namin sa DepEd.
Okay. On the third page, please go to the third page. There appears to be a signature over the name Nilda Plaras. Whose signature is this, if you know?
Si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras po, ang officer in charge ng ICFAO nung panahon na na-issue tong
And
AOM.
you said earlier you're familiar with her signature.
Yes po.
Now, what were the findings in this AOM?
Yung AOM po na ito is na-issue because first, yung submitted liquidation documents lack documents evidencing payment. Pangalawa po, yung payment of rewards were not supported with documents evidencing success. Yung third po is hindi nakalagay sa PFP yung specific confidential activities na magiging basis ng disbursement for confidential fund. Pang-apat po, yung disbursement voucher, hindi nakalagay yung specific period or duration ng implementation po ng confidential activities. At yung panglima po, meron pong pinaggamitan yung confidential fund na purchase of information relative to car loan scams whose victims are mostly personnel of the Department of Education.
Madam Witness, this document is being flashed on the screen. Let us go to your first finding. Okay. Ano ang dahilan dahil nag-issue ka ng finding na yan? Yung first finding na sinabi mo.
Hindi po ito po yung first finding, hindi po kasi nasubmit yung documents evidencing payment po to support the liquidation. Kaya po nakasama siya sa AOM.
And what is the significance of this non-submission, if any?
Hindi po namin makikita kung sino-sino po yung binayaran at recipients nung confidential fund. Dito po kasi makikita yon sa documents evidencing payments.
Okay. Yung second finding mo na naka-flash sa screen, ano ang significance nitong finding mo?
Based po dun sa sinabit nila na accomplishment report, meron pong pinaggamitan ng payment of rewards amounting to 6,371,000 na wala pong attachment ng documents evidencing success po.
Okay. And your third findings?
Hindi po nakalagay sa physical and financial plan yung specific confidential activities na paggagamitan ng confidential fund.
Why is this significant?
Para po ma-check kung paano nila dito po kasi sa physical and financial plan, dito nakikita kung paano nila gagamitin yung confidential fund nila. Dito po sa sinabit nila, hindi naka-specify kung anong confidential activities po.
Okay, yung fourth finding ninyo.
Yung
ano itong significance kung bakit nakalagay dyan sa AOM?
Under item 6.1.5 po ng joint circular, dapat nakalagay sa disbursement voucher yung duration ng implementation ng project. Pero yung naka-attach po na disbursement voucher, hindi po nakalagay yung period.
Okay. And your last finding? What is the reason? Bakit nakalagay yan sa AOM?
Yun pong accomplishment report nila, meron po silang ibinayad for purchase of information for, dun nga po, relative to car loan scams na hindi kasama dun sa enumeration at hindi intended to support the mandate of the operation of the Department of Education. Kaya po, nakasama po siya sa AOM.
Okay. Madam Witness, after this AOM was issued and you have furnished the DepEd, correct?
Opo.
ano ang ginawa ng DepEd, if any?
Nung na-receive po nila ito, nag-submit po sila ng response noong August 27, 2024.
Your Honor, please, this response being referred to by the witness is a stipulated document. It is Exhibit P-1-21-D, now being shown to the witness. Madam Witness, is this the same response?
Opo, ito po yung same response na sinabit sa amin ng DepEd po.
And Madam Witness, what documents, if you recall, were attached to this response of the DepEd?
Nag-submit po sila ng mga acknowledgement receipts as documents evidencing payments. Nag-submit din po sila ng mga certification from the Armed Forces of the Philippines to support the payment of rewards po. And nagsubmit din po sila ng accomplished na disbursement voucher na nakalagay po doon yung period covered by the cash advance.
Okay. You mentioned several acknowledgement receipts, and we have selected a few acknowledgement receipts. Your Honor, please, the import of these acknowledgement receipts are the same as the first and second set. They indicate, Your Honor, and by way of manifestation, they indicate that all of these acknowledgement receipts were issued and the amounts disbursed on one date, August 9, 2023, to different people in different locations.
Does the witness have a tabulation and or summary?
Yes po,
Yes, Your Honor, we have a tabulation and summary.
Previously marked? Not yet, Counsel.
It has not been marked, Your Honor, and we request that this, after identification by the witness, be marked as Exhibit P-I-35. Tabulation being shown or being furnished, counsel for the respondent and this honorable court.
Kindly furnish counsel for respondent as well as the presiding officer with a copy of her tabulation. Ms. Sailin, kayo po ang gumawa ng tabulation na to?
Opo.
Tulad ng paghahanda, tabulation na ginawa ninyong nauna ninyong ginawa para sa ibang quarters ng OVP at ng DepEd?
Yes po, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Your Honor, please, this tabulation. Okay. On its face, this tabulation will show the acknowledgement receipts. And as earlier indicated, we will dispense with going over selected acknowledgement receipts, the purpose of which principally is to show that one single disbursement officer, Mr. Fajarda, issued on August 9, 2023 to several locations from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao on one date, Your Honor. And I can ask the witness to confirm this based on the documents.
Not all, counsel, but several.
Several selected documents.
Yes.
I can name the markings P-1-17, 1246, all P-1-17, submark 1246, 1247, 1281, 1320, 1321, 1361, 1398, 1399, 1435, 1486, 1587, 1626, 1627, 1628, 1745, 1820, 1871, and 1872, indicating several recipients, several locations, one date, and I will ask the witness, who is the disbursing officer for this third quarter of the DepEd?
Ang SDO po ng DepEd ay si Mr. Edward Fajarda.
And by virtue of his function, it is the Mr. Fajarda who presumably, Madam Witness, disbursed these amounts.
Yes po.
Any authorization from the DepEd Secretary, Vice President Sara Duterte, indicating or designating another person outside Mr. Fajarda to disburse these various amounts in various places on this date, Madam Witness. Any document attached to the submission?
Wala po, yung designation lang po ni Mr. Fajarda.
Among these, just for the record, Your Honor, among these submissions is the name of Joel Chu. Wah. He,
That's not Chua, Counsel. That's Chu.
yes, Your Honor. Upon verification by this representation, he denies any family connection, Your Honor. It is.
Proceed, Counsel.
The signature, Madam Witness, will you go to this document?
Yes po.
The signature is in Chinese character. Can we ask fellow prosecutor to identify his signature?
That would be self-serving, Counsel. Move on, Counsel. Move
Okay, Madam Witness, outside these acknowledgement receipts, you said that there was no separate document indicating any authorized officer to disburse these amounts in different places on said date, Madam Witness. You confirm that?
Yes po.
Okay. Outside acknowledgement receipts, what other document was submitted by way of liquidation?
To support po the payment of rewards, they submitted certifications from the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
And if these certifications are shown to you, Madam Witness, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
Showing to you, Madam Witness, and being flashed on the screen with the kind indulgence of the Honorable Presiding Officer, there is a certification dated September 25, 2023, issued by J. Chris John Mendoza, Prosecution Exhibit P-1-22-E, stipulated as well by the defense. Certification dated December 10, 2023, P-1-22-F, also issued by J. Chris John F. Mendoza, Exhibit P-1-22G is a certification dated December 12, 2023, issued by an Adonis R. Bajao, likewise a defense exhibit, Your Honor, certification dated July 1, 2024, issued by a certain Darren E. Comia, Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-22-8. All certifications, Your Honor, are likewise defense documents.
Do you confirm, Madam Witness, that these were part of the submissions of the DepEd?
Yes po, kasama po yan sa response nila sa AOM for the third quarter
Okay.
po.
Okay. What relation do these certifications have to the one you mentioned? Are they the same?
Yes po, pareho pong certification.
And what observations have you made as regards this certification?
Currently po, the review and evaluation po nung compliance na ito ng Department of Education po is under review pa po at evaluation.
Okay. In connection with earlier certifications, which I asked you, you mentioned certain credit notice. And you said that this credit notice says which you issued is not final.
Yes
Correct?
po.
Now, tell us what would be the grounds for opening a credit notice, if you know.
Ang account po na settled can be reopened kasi po if the transaction is tainted with fraud, collusion, or new material evidence were discovered before mag-expire yung 3-year period po ng settlement ng account.
Okay, so you're saying that even if because of the certifications submitted as to these activities, a credit notice was issued in the 3-year period, your office, COA ICFAO, can reopen on the ground of, what are these grounds again?
If the transaction is tainted with fraud, collusion, or
What do you mean by fraud in the transactions?
may anomalya po sa paggamit po nung pondo.
Okay. Ano pa?
And new material evidence were discovered po before the expiration of the 3-year period.
The second ground. And the third ground is?
Yun po. May na-discover po na material evidence po before the expiration of the 3-year period.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, what is the current status of the evaluation of the response? You said earlier na dahil sa action taken by the COA ICFAO, nag-respond ang DepEd. What is the status of that response?
Ini-evaluate pa po
For the third quarter, September 30, July 12 to September 30, 2023, if you know.
This is until under evaluation and review pa po.
Under evaluation?
Opo.
Bakit hanggang ngayon under evaluation?
Ito po ay under evaluation pa din hanggang ngayon kasi po this transaction po composed of voluminous documents na kailangang pag-aralan. And sa review process po namin, pagkatapos ko po itong ma-evaluate, iaakyat ko po ito sa aking division chief na extensive din po ang kanyang pagdadaan ng review. And after po sa division chief, aakyat pa po ito sa officer in charge ng ICFAO for further review po. And sa ICFAO po kasi kulang po kami sa manpower and marami po kaming nare-receive na iba-ibang documents from different agencies po na meron ding ganito karaming mga documentations po. And itong mga agencies po ito, fair po ang aming pag-treat sa kanila kaya po binibigyan namin ng pansin lahat po.
Okay, now Madam Witness. In his testimony, when asked, Attorney Mr. Wamil said that based on his evaluation, during the period that he was there with the COA ICFAO, he made a finding that these documents submitted by the OVP and the DepEd for that particular period he was in the COA ICFAO were irregular based on the guidelines or based on the joint circular that you cited.
Yes.
To you, Madam Witness, you who took over these same documents that were submitted and who made your own independent valuation, what would you say are these documents? What can you say about these documents submitted by the OVP and the DepEd based on your post-audit evaluation?
Yung sa OBP po, ito ay irregular po dahil hindi po ito naging compliant sa joint circular. During the time naman po na in-evaluate ko ang Department of Education, compliant po sila sa joint circular. Pero gaya nga po ng nasabi, pwede pong may reopen itong settled account ng Department of Education po.
Okay. Merong sinite si Attorney Wamil na prima facie evidence. No? You're not a lawyer, but under accounting rules, Tama ba yung interpretation na pag hindi kompleto, if the document submitted based on 8.3 of the joint circular, if the documents submitted by way of liquidation of confidential funds are not complete, ano ang epekto nito based on the circular?
Under po sa joint circular, dun sa under 8.1 nga po, failure of the accountable officer to liquidate is a prima facie evidence na this is for nagamit po ito for personal use and benefit.
Okay. Now, you said that prima facie failure of the accountable officer. At earlier, tinanong ka, ang accountable officer ng OVP is the head of agency. Meaning, sino yon?
Si Vice President Sara Duterte po.
At sa DepEd naman, sino ang head of agency?
During the time po nung 2023, it is Vice President Sara Duterte din po.
And under 8.3, ang presumption is naging use, to quote, paki-quote, use for personal.
Sabi po sa 8.3, failure of the accountable officer to liquidate is a prima facie evidence that he or she used the missing funds for personal use and benefit.
Okay. Madam Witness. Okay. My last question to you, Madam Witness. Let's go back to this hearing in the Committee on Good Government Accountability. And there is an admission there, Madam Witness, in your testimony here, that you, in that hearing, Gina Acosta, Chief of Staff of the VP, admitted, of the SDO, I'm sorry, admitted to transferring confidential funds, tama, to Colonel La Chica.
Your Honor, please.
There's no
Yes,
question yet,
Council
Your Honor.
Correspondent.
Your Honor, the exact wordings of the council cannot be verified without, reflecting the TSNs that she is referring to.
Your Honor, I'm referring to the testimony of this witness. Besides, in the previous hearing, there is judicial notice already of the TSNs.
No, that's not it, Counsel. Witness already admitted in her earlier testimony that she was there when Gina Acosta testified before the House of Representatives and heard her testify. Based on her recollection of what she said, she may answer. Kindly finish your last question, Counsel.
I forgot. You repeat my question. What did I say? Wala pa akong question. Okay. Based on this admission of Gina Acosta that indeed confidential funds were transferred, the disbursement of confidential funds were transferred to Colonel La Chica. What about in relation to the DepEd funds?
May nabanggit din po noon si Mr. Fajarda na binibigay niya yung confidential fund kay Colonel Nolasco po.
Again,
may naging admission under oath.
May admission then under oath. In the same hearing, Madam Witness?
Yes po.
What was that admission?
Sinabi din po ni Mr. Edward Fajarda na SDO ng DepEd na binibigay po niya yung cash advance for confidential fund kay Colonel Nolasco.
Okay. And who is this Fajarda?
Siya po ang Special Disbursing Officer ng Department of Education.
And who is Nolasco?
Isa po siya sa mga part po siya ng Vice Presidential and Security Protection Group.
So our understanding is in the Office of the Vice President, an admission of Gina Acosta that disbursement was given to some other person. The same admission was made by the DepEd SDO, Fajarda, that disbursement of the funds was given to somebody else. Madam Witness?
Yes po, tama po.
And what observation? As a COA, ICFAO, State Auditor. What significance or observation can you make from these admissions by both Gina Acosta and Fajardo?
This is a violation po of the joint circular, specifically yung item 6.1.1 na hindi dapat ito i-transfer from one accountable officer to another.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. It's 2:28. I promised the Senate President we will finish by 2:30 so that we can convene session at 3 p.m. Counsel for Respondent, Attorney Christine, can you do your cross tomorrow instead of today?
I can, Your Honor.
Your Honor, before I turn over to our head, Your Honor, may I make just this manifestation for the record, just to clear?
Yes, Counsel.
For avoidance, Your Honor, although we did mark the tabulations and summaries, Your Honor, for avoidance of doubt and for the record, the authenticity of the ARs are deemed established when the parties agreed and agreed with the dispensing of identification, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please.
So noted.
Thank you,
Your Honor, please. Just a counter manifestation to her statement.
You may do so, Counsel,
Yeah,
before
there
we
was no
adjourn.
such admission, Your Honor, and there was no dispensing of identification of the ARs. Precisely, that is what the witness did in today, Your Honor. Thank you.
It is without prejudice to Counsel for Respondent crossing the witness using their copies of the AR, which reminds the presiding officer to also remind the Counsel for the Respondent to kindly submit copies of their pre-marked documents, specifically the ARs covering the last quarter of 2022 and the first 3 quarters of 2023 for both the OVP and the DepEd insofar as the first 3 quarters of 2023 is concerned. If not within today, by tomorrow, Counsel. Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll do that.
Thank you very much. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Zubiri?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I could see that having the sessions for the impeachment court in the morning, we have to put a halt because of the session in the afternoon. May I make a suggestion that in the last week when we did our sessions, we only took about 2 to 3 hours the most tackling our legislative calendar. May I make a suggestion that we move our legislative sessions in the morning at 10 and then have the impeachment trial at 3 in the afternoon so that we are not hampered by our legislative calendar when discussions such as these are important, when you present evidence and the cross will be done by the counsels for the respondent, hindi po mapuputol yung kanilang discussion. Mr. President, hanggang sawa tayo, pwede tayo dito from 3 to 10 ng gabi. That way, lahat ng tao po ay makakapanood din ng mga sagot nila. And at the same time, we can do our work and maybe hasten the proceedings of the impeachment trial, Mr. President. That's my simple suggestion, and I would like to make it into a proper motion, Mr. President. Of course, giving leeway to the Senate, to the impeachment presiding officer, which days he would want to do it, Your Honors, my dear colleagues.
The point of the Senator Judge Zubiri is well taken. I think we should adjust as the need arises our session and/or the impeachment trial, subject to a day's notice, I guess, to the parties before we shift. Hindi naman pwedeng the following day agad kung sakasakaling gagawin natin. But if ever we will do it, subject to notice to the parties. Yes, Senator Judge Pia. Cayetano.
Mr. Presiding Judge and Senate President, I recall we discussed this in caucus. So can we just go back into caucus? Because there were reasons we decided on this. So may I humbly suggest that we take a moment and just discuss this in caucus. Plus, the minority floor leader is not here right now. So may I just humbly request that we have this discussion. Thank you.
We won't do it yet anytime soon anyway, Senator Judge Pia. Not anytime
Yes, maybe
soon.
we can make a
Certainly
decision.
not this week.
Mr. Presiding Officer, maybe we can make a decision by tomorrow. We can wait for the minority floor leader to attend
Excuse me.
today, and we can discuss it on caucus, and maybe by tomorrow the presiding officer can make a decision.
Yes, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Camille Villar?
Yes, because I remember not too long ago, our majority floor leader even brought up the idea of starting 30 minutes after, from 10 o'clock to 10:30. And then it was suggested by our other colleague that we discuss it in caucus together. So let's afford the same time for such decisions, right? I mean, we can't do it right away.
Mr. President,
we're not in a hurry to decide on this matter.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I'm just laying the predicate.
Yes.
It's best that we discuss this in open court now, and hindi po mabulaga sila na by Monday, iba na yung schedule. Tama po yung sinabi mo, we'll give them enough time to make the adjustments. But I'd like to put that notice because last week we only had 2 hours of session.
At least for
And
the
sayang po,
parties,
Mr. President,
for the
Mr.
parties and
Presiding
senator
Officer.
judges to keep that in mind, that there is such a possibility should we decide to do that after caucus.
And I think this is more important, Mr. President. The impeachment trial, we do it in we do it, proceed with, of course, with how do you say, swiftly, so that, they say justice delayed is justice denied. So this way, people have more time to listen to the arguments of both sides. Kasi like last week, we only had 2 hours, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, per session. Umuwi tayo ng 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 5:30. Sayang din naman ito pa oras para sa impeachment court. I just put that on the table for everyone to digest, and maybe we can make a decision by tomorrow. Thank you, gentlemen.
Again, the points of the good gentleman are well taken, but we shall decide at the appropriate time after caucus. There being no other matters to be taken up, trial is adjourned until
Your
tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Your Honor.
Yes, the Honorable Chua.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, naunawaan po namin na ngayon po ang submission ng mga pangalan po ng mga testigo para po sa susunod na linggo dahil ngayon po ay Martes. Subalit meron pa po kaming 3 mga testigo na nakasalang base po sa subpoena na in-issue po ng impeachment court. Sila po ay si Miss Maribik Pareha, Gina Acosta, at si Edward Farda. Dahil po dito, kung inyo pong mamarapatin, Your Honor, ay bigyan po kami ng pagkakataon na bukas na magsumiti na lamang ng aming mga testigo. Depende po sa magiging resulta ng hearing.
Tama po kayo, kaya hindi yan hiniling ng presiding officer dahil may 3 pa tayong testigong nakapila na na-issue na ng subpoena para mag-attend ng pagdinig bukas. At kung hindi natin sila matatapos bukas, mag-i-issue tayo ng panibagong subpoena dun sa hindi matatalakay bukas. At kung sino mang karagdagan testigong nais nyo idagdag para sa susunod na linggo.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. There being no other business to attend to and to take up and discuss, trial is hereby adjourned until tomorrow, August 12 at 10 a.m.
Pwede po bang minimum 90 days tayo? Pero at last na wala pa. Yeah.
Matter of fact, in fact, dati pa namin sinasabi yan kahit ng mga committee hearings pa lang na talagang may credit notice no, yung DepEd. Obviously, that's not something that was being highlighted even by the media. But yun ang fact, no, na I think it was August 9, 2024 when DepEd received its credit notice. So, at least nalabas na ngayon in open court na yun talaga yung status, and that's also why I was asking the witness the other day when I was doing the cross kung alam ba niya yung status ng DepEd at kung alam niya ano ibig sabihin ng credit notice. But as the witness mentioned earlier, it's also a fact that the credit notice may be reopened, diba? Meaning kahit na-settle na yung account, it may be reopened. So tingnan natin kung anong mangyayari dito sa credit notice na to, because I noticed that emphasis was also being made on if a credit notice can be reopened. But sa amin ngayon, on the part of the defense, at least nailabas na talaga categorically na may credit notice ang DepEd for the first and second quarter ng paggamit ng confidential funds. Ang credit notice simply means na after evaluation po ng Commission on Audit, ng liquidation report, ng mga submission at ng tugon sa AOM, is they allowed in audit yung nangyari yung paggamit ng confidential funds, meaning wala silang nakitang issue doon sa paggamit ng confidential funds.
Senator Skinner asked witness, wala pa daw pong narinig ng OBP doon sa notice of disallowance at binato ng COA.
Tama po, because ayon po sa rules ng COA, meaning rules of procedure, pagdating sa mga issuances nila, yung mga responses, meron pong 180 days from the receipt of any of disallowance ang ahensya para po maghain ng tinatawag nating petition for review o parang apela no, sa commission proper. And I believe that we are still within the 180-day period. Hindi ko lang mabigay yung tamang date pero I think it's around October yung expiration ng 180 days if I'm not mistaken. So, kumbaga, hindi po sa hindi nagresponde ang OVP, ano pa lang, no? Nandun pa siya sa period within which OVP can respond.
Yan ganyan, hindi po pwedeng tawaging mayroon ng anomalya sa paggamit.
Well, sa atin naman po, ang atin namang panig parate is kaya may remedies kasi meron pang mga remedyo o meron pang mga hakbang na pwede gawin ng isang ahensya kahit na may notice of disallowance na para umapela at syempre, ang purpose niyan is ma-overturn no, yung notice of disallowance ng ICFAO. In fact, kahit na yung decision ng Commission proper, meron pa rin tayong remedy na mag-motion for reconsideration, and after ng motion for reconsideration, pwede pa po tayong umakyat sa Supreme Court. Nasa rules po yan ng COA talaga.
So wala pang final verdict?
Kumbaga wala pa pong final, tama po, na desisyon ukol dyan hanggat may remedyo pa.
Sir, balik lang tayo sa credit notice kasi yung anchored kasi yung Article 1 sa misuse of confidential funds alleged. Kasi na-cite nila doon yung alleged misuse of DepEd confidential funds. So hindi ba hihina yung kaso ng prosecution nito na may credit notice na po na in other words na clear defense?
Well, I don't want to, as you know, no, ayokong bigyan ng any comment yung kaso ng prosecution because it's up to them to prove that, and obviously they will have a different opinion. Pero ang sa atin, as you know, I always try to maintain being objective and factual in terms of yung mga ganitong bagay. At ang sinasabi lang natin, actually, hindi to first time eh. Matagal na naming sinasabi na may credit notice yung DepEd. It's just hindi siya na-highlight, and buti na lang na-highlight na rin kanina through yung testigo kung ano pa talaga yung status ng confidential funds ng DepEd na meron nga siyang credit notice. Kasi ang napapansin nyo sa mga previous na talakayan, hindi dito sa impeachment court, pero outside, no, kinakat doon sa ano na nangyari doon sa AOM, when in fact, matagal nang na-issue yung credit notice na yon, August pa nga 2024. But ganun pa man, just to be factual about it, nagsabi rin naman yung testigo kanina na yun nga, no, meron, yun sa rules sila, pwede pa raw buksan sakaling may makitang material new evidence, no, from the time they issued the credit notice within the 3-year period after that. So, I mean, let's just be factual para hindi magulo din yung ating mga kababayan. But yun. That's what it is. May credit notice ang DepEd.
Sir, kanina rin sabi ni, question ni Attorney Ferrer yung competence ng witness. Can you expound on it?
Ano po exactly yung question, ma'am? If matandaan nyo lang, kasi maraming beses na question ng competence eh.
Yung sa umpisa pa lang, sir, kinabi niya kung competent na sumagot yung witness sa mga exhibit na ipipresent ng prosecution.
Oh, I think it's because ang competence naman, it's either wala kang personal knowledge or you're asking for a conclusion or an interpretation that the witness is not allowed to do so. But ang kanina kasi ang naging talakayan and ang naging desisyon ng ating presiding officer is just let the witness answer if she knows. So sumusunod lang po tayo sa anong nangyari. I'm sorry, hindi kita madirektang masagot because I think I can remember she objected at least thrice or 4 times eh. So hindi ko lang direktang masabi. Pero para lang maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, competence kasi means that that you have personal knowledge, that you have the expertise to answer a certain question, lalo na pag opinion yan, ang ordinary witness di pwede magbigay ng opinion. Expert witnesses lang ang pwede magbigay ng opinion. So maaring it borders on those things, no? Or any interpretation or conclusion of law that obviously witnesses cannot make. So maaring yun po yung pinanggagalingan ni Attorney Ferrer.
Sir, general comments lang. It was sub judice, pero comment lang doon sa point ng prosecution na disallow yung 375 million pesos OVP confidential funds dahil may problem doon sa chain of custody ng money na disburse ni tama.
That goes into our main defenses, no? Kasi unang-una, yung notice of disallowance na yan, sasagot pa lang yung OVP, no? So it will be answered within the 180-day period. Pangalawa, I think we will be able to address this issue during our own presentation of our evidence in chief. So ano lang po, pakihintay na lang po siguro yung turn naman namin magpresenta nito.
Attorney, yung sa simula kanina sa stipulation of yung sa stipulation na nangyari kanina umaga, yung pinag-usapan ng stipulator na ang naging pa siya ng presiding officer is to submit the copies, yung defense. Ito ba yung 800?
Yes. Yung hindi lang yata 800. I think lahat ng ARs, pati itong first, second, and third quarter eh. Oo. So, I think 4,000 ba? Parang ganun. Oo. So, yun po yung pinapasubmit. Kasi ang nangyari, kaya nga sinasabi namin, although they keep on saying it's a common exhibit, meaning parehong dokumento. Iba po kasi yung markings. May AR, kunyari makita tayo ng isang AR, hindi pong nakamark yan as prosecution and defense. Meron pong baling isang AR, 2 kopya, mark ng defense yung isa, mark ng prosecution yung isa. That's why sinasabi natin, it's not strictly a common exhibit, no? But ang naging decision naman is one, to use muna yung table na which is really allowed under the rules. Tama din naman po ang presiding officer, and of course tama rin naman si Attorney Kapunan. It's provided under the rules, no, na pag voluminous ang documents, pwede namang summary lang. So yung summary, yung table na ginawa ng witness at in-identify ng witness ay nagamit kanina, and then nautusan naman tayo na mag-submit rin kasi apparently hindi yata nagkaroon ng kopya. Yung impeachment court naman, nung aming mga minarkahan na acknowledgement receipts. Yes, kaya yun. Kasi markado na yun eh. So dapat we should easily be able to submit those.
Attorney Lasner po, yung reaction, stand nyo dun sa suggestion ni Senate Majority Leader Mick Zubiri na ibalik sa 3 p.m. yung
may personal preference, pero hindi kami, we will submit to whatever the impeachment court decides on. Tayo naman susunod lang po tayo. To be honest ako personally, pero personal ko to, hindi to defense team. Personally, nasanay ako dun sa 2 o'clock noon, and then so I had to adjust to the 10 a.m. So kung ibabalik, wala namang problema na hapon. But tingnan lang natin. I think ang gusto din naman talaga natin dito is maging maayos yung pagtakbo ng impeachment trial without also compromising syempre yung mga trabaho din naman ng Senado while this impeachment trial is being undertaken or is ongoing.
Attorney, question po. Kanina po kasi nagkaroon ng discussion regarding sa was it a miscommunication yung schedule dapat ng pag-meet? Bakit hindi kayo nag-meet this Thursday, Friday?
Oo, I heard that August 14 kasi yung nabigay na schedule ng team, no? But I don't want to comment any further na total nagkasagutan na yung bawat panig doon sa floor kanina. Ayoko na sigurong dagdagan pa yon if you would just excuse me for that. And then, meron namang decision na rin ng ating presiding officer. So, at least from now, ay tuloy-tuloy na yan.
So, mga may paliwanag lang dun sa mga confidential funds na napunta umano sa Christmas party, may planting, and...
Hindi naman po again, I don't want to get into the merits, pero may tanong kanina, so I'll just do the factual thing, no? Kasi, syempre, iba yung depensa namin. Pero, may tanong din kanina ang ating presiding officer kung yung pondo ba ay ginamit doon sa event mismo or doon sa mga operations para maging successful or secure yung event. At nasagot naman ng ating testigo na yung COA witness kanina, si Ma'am Del Campo, no, na ang pagkakaintindi niya is ginamit yon not for those events. Kumbaga hindi yung confidential funds yung ginamit para sa event na yun, pero for those activities to maintain or prepare, or not prepare, but to secure those events. And within proper time, we'll have to address that also para makita din kung ano talaga yung ano ba talaga ang paggamit ng confidential funds at ano yung saklaw ng pinaggamitan nito.
Sir, nothing unusual with the several payments in several locations in the Philippines in one day?
Well, I don't want to say now, but we'll address that. We'll address that, sir. We'll address it. And we're confident that we can address that.
Attorney, last comment lang dun sa pagpili ng defense na pag-highlight ulit ng mga pangalan, Heart of Paco,
Okay lang. Sa akin, I don't see anything wrong with that kasi syempre kung ikaw yung nagpresent ng ebidensya, you will use yung sa tingin mo, no, that will give the most impact. And expect that the defense will also do the same. So sa atin, wala po akong nakikitang problema doon sa ginawa ng prosecution. We just want to be objective also in that area.
Attorney, nabanggit din kanina na may credit notices na kayo sa DepEd for 2023. Tapos sinabi naman ni Del Campo na possible, pwede rin buksan kung may mga new evidences. Naka-ready ba kayo doon?
We'll just address it when it happens, if it will happen, diba? You never know what can happen nowadays. So sa atin naman, ready naman i-address yan. I think with this impeachment trial kasi rin, no, with the prosecution and the defense presenting its evidence later on, you will also get a better picture kung ano ba talaga yung mga depensa namin, ano ba talaga yung mga rason kung ba't sinasabi namin na walang pagwawaldas na ginamit, na nangyari sa paggamit ng confidential funds. So, yun lang po, hintayin na lang po siguro natin.
Thank you po, Attorney.
Thank you po. Thank you very much for your patience. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Idol, salamat ha.
May lakad kasi.
antabay pero aktibong nakikinig doon sa proceedings. Today, narinig natin yung second witness from the Commission on Audit doon sa detalye ng mga anomalya sa audit report ng mga hinawakan na ahensya ni VP Sara Duterte, but in particular, we zoomed in on the Department of Education. At nung una po, ang tanong natin ay kung ano ang wala. Ngayon po, iba na. Hindi na po kulang sa papel, may liquidation, may acknowledgement receipts, may accomplishment reports, may paliwanag. Ang tanong po ngayon ay kung ano ba talaga ang sinasabi ng mga papel na iyon. Sa bawat dokumentong isnumite, may hinahanap tayo. Hindi pa tayo naghahanap ng kung ano-ano. Hinahanap natin ang mga bagay na hinihingi mismo ng audit rules. At ganito po ang lumalabas. May resibo, pero hindi ito ang resibong hinihingi. May petsa, pero hindi tugma sa mga transaksyon. May pangalan, pero hindi napapatunayang totoong tao. Nakita na natin yung fuller picture kung gaano kalala yung irregularities. Yung mga pangalan na nakastipulate, yung mga petsa at the physical impossibility to disperse yung ganun kadaming pera sa isang particular date sa ganung kadaming lokasyon sa buong Pilipinas. And syempre, not to mention yung outstanding rules na hindi pa nasunod daw na sino ang nag-disburse, no? Is it the special disbursing officer or yung hindi authorized na members ng VP Security Group? So lahat po yan, may sagot ang OVP pero hindi pa rin nalinaw. And hindi po ito hatol. Ang gusto natin mangyari ay tuloy-tuloy ang proseso hanggang bukas, hanggang mga susunod na mga linggo, hanggang mas maging klaro na sa atin bakit ganito kadami yung mga anomalya sa audit report na istumite lang yung acknowledgement receipts and all of these noong na-flag na ng COA. Why did it take that para magkaroon ng pagsumite ng mga dokumento na napakadami ng irregularidad? So for now, that's my opening statement, and then later we'll have some questions kung may idadagdag din po si attorney.
Maybe a short opening statement from me. Well, first of all, good afternoon everyone again, and thank you for joining us. So we heard a lot of the issues with the liquidation documents submitted by the OVP and the DepEd, na inisa-isa ng witness natin. But if there's maybe two things that I want to highlight. It's first, again, clear that in the notice of the disallowance, nakasama dito na may pananagutan, hindi lang ang special disbursement officer kasama ang vice presidente, at ang naging tugon ng witness, bakit na may pananagutan dito, dito sa mga disallowed na mga use of confidential funds ang vice presidente, dahil sabi niya ang basis niyan because she allowed the use of this confidential funds, at she allowed the transaction and the utilization of the cash advance. Pangalawa na para sa akin napakahalagang tandaan natin na sinabi niya, dun sa mga naging pagdinig before the House of Representatives, sinabi ng parehong special disbursement officers ng Office of the Vice President and Department of Education, pareho silang umamin na upon the instructions of the Vice President herself, sa kanyang utos mismo ng Vice Presidente, itong special disbursement officers na to, binigay nila, pinaubaya nila ang pag-disburse ng confidential funds to third parties. At tulad ng sinabi kanina ni Sailin Del Campo, ito mismo ang rason kung bakit dun sa some periods in 2023 ng OVP, nag-issue na kagad sila ng notice of disallowance at hindi na dumaan sa notice of suspension. Bakit? Dahil itong utos na ito ng Vice Presidente, napakalinaw na isa siyang tinuturing na irregularidad dahil isa siyang malinaw na paglabag sa kautusan sa Joint Circular 2015-01. Bakit daw? Dahil nakalagay doon, hindi pwedeng ipasa ng disbursement officer ang responsibilidad nito sa ibang tao. Dapat siya ang nakatalaga na mag-disburse nitong confidential funds na to. So with that, we're ready to take your questions.
Our first question is from Sir Haji of Brigada News FM.
Good afternoon po. Kanina lang po, no, ni-reiterate ni Attorney Lorna Capunan sa interview sa kanya na questionable nga daw po yung iba't ibang lugar, tapos same dates. Sabi nga po, si Superman daw po ba siya na nakakalipad. Pero gaano po kabigat yun na kung pagbabasehan yung documents, same date, different places, pero kumbaga nagkaroon nga daw po ng irregularity sa SDO po na yung pananagutan, yung accountability. Pagdating po kay Vice Presidente, paano po ito magiging mabigat on her part?
Well, first of all, dun sa ano bang bigat nun nung significance sa isang araw, napakadaming lugar, iba-iba sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, supposedly nakatanggap parehong petsa ng confidential funds. Tulad ng sinabi ng witness kanina, the law presupposes na ang Special Disbursement Officer, siya ang nagbigay sa lahat ng tao na yan. Dahil yan ang nakasad sa batas. Siya ang may responsibilidad at siya lang ay may authority na gawin yan. So, we leave it to the appreciation of the impeachment court. Kung is that humanly possible? Kaya bang gawin yan? Ngayon, paano ito, how does it relate to the responsibility of the Vice President? Again, as I will quote yung maging tugon dito ng dalawang witness na natin na umupo from COA ICFAO's office, Attorney Roderick Wamil and si Silene Del Campo. Tulad ng sabi nila, the head of the agency, in this case, the Vice President, both for OVP and DepEd, has the primary and direct responsibility over all funds pertaining to their office. This is under the Government Auditing Code. And nakalagay din sa Joint Circular 2015, they should, nakalagay dyan, they are accountable for the use of the funds. Pati dun sa mga certifications na pinirmahan niya. At sinacertify niya yun that they were used for the confidential purposes. So, kung nagkaroon ng problema sa tulad nito, particularly sa question dun sa what you've pointed out, posible ba yan? Napakadaming iba-ibang lugar supposedly on the same day nakatanggap ng gantong pera. Kung lumabas na physical impossibility nga yan, based dun sa sagot ng dalawang witness, hindi pwedeng ipasalat ng sisi dito dun sa SDO. Dahil based na din sa mga sagot nila, pati ang head of agency kailangan managot dyan.
Siguro dagdag na lang din po. Na-mention po sa impeachment complete na inendorso ng Makabayan Bloc noon pa yung argument tungkol sa physical impossibility ng naratibo kung titignan lang natin yung audit reports. Paano posible na on one day, 10 syudad yung napuntahan ng supposedly ng Special Disbursing Officer, naglabas ng milyones, at sa dulo niyan ay sasabihin na successful na nangyari yon. Either may teleportation na ginawa or Doctor Strange, yun lang yung nakikita nating potential na explanation dahil kinalculate po natin kung iti-take into consideration yung flight time niyan, hindi po talaga posible na mangyari yan sa isang araw. So, yun po yung kailangang ipaliwanag ng OVP, ng Department of Education, particularly si VP Sara Duterte dahil siya po pumirma, yung mga dokumento na nag-authorize or nag-delegate sa Special Disbursing Officer ng kakayahan na gawin yung mga ganitong disburse ng pondo under the confidential and intelligence funds. So, yan yung mga standing questions na today nakita na natin kung ano yung fuller picture ng physical impossibility na ito. So let's see in cross tomorrow, supposedly, kung ano po yung mga pwedeng itanong ng defense or even sa presentation ng defense kung ano yung counter-argument nila.
Last follow-up na lang po. Do you think sa pagharap ni Gina Acosta, ni Edward Fajardo, and possibly kung sina Colonel Lachica or Colonel Lolasco, i-affirm po ba nila yung mga lumabas sa pagdinig ngayon, or kung hindi man po, ano yung magiging implication kung sakali pong babawiin or sasabihin na hindi maalala or may iba po silang sasabihin na taliwas po sa mga lumabas today?
At pwede nating hintayin yung magiging mga testimonies nila sa pagdating ng panahon, but it's a tough spot to be in, di ba? Dahil on the one hand, you have yung admissions nila during the Quadcom hearings na may dinelegate daw silang ibang tao na gawin yung disbursement, na hindi po sang-ayon sa Joint Memorandum Circular na dito po yung rules sa kung paano maghawak ng confidential and intelligence funds. On the other hand, may documentation ka na essentially sinasabi na ito yung disbursement na nangyari, itong physical impossibility na one day, ganyan, pero ang nakapangalan yung sa Special Disbursing Officer. Wala naman pong documentation ang SDO na sinumite na ito yung mga pangalan na dinelegate niya kung sinong pwedeng maghawak at maglabas ng ganitong pera. So, ano ngayon yung paniniwalaan natin? Yun yung dapat na tunghayan nating sagot ng SDO at kung sino man yung tawagin, included po yung members ng VP Security Group, sila Colonel Nolasco and Lachica, kung ano po ba yung explanation na acceptable sa taong bayan, di ba? Kung bakit ito yung lumabas na anomalya.
I'll also try to answer it in a safe manner para hindi tayo mapagalitan din ng sub judice. So, sagutin ko na lang siya in general terms. No? Kapag isang testigo sa isang, lalo na dito, under oath, na binigay niya isang statement, then after a while, tinawag na naman siya sa witness, bibigyan na naman siya under oath. Ask about the same things, tapos different answer na yung bibigyan niya. I think, ganun yung tanong mo, baka bawi niya. Anong mga sinabi niya dati? Well, first, under the rules, ang sumasaklaw dyan, yung rule ng prior inconsistent statement. So, ibig sabihin nun, magkakaroon ng doubt dun sa statement na binibigay niya ngayon dahil it contradicts what he previously stated, So yung credibility niya tatamaan dyan. Second, syempre, since under oath pareho yan, pwede siyang managot sa perjury or, for example, false testimony.
Thank you po. Next question po from Ms. Milky of DZRH. Ay, sorry po. Sala naman.
Good afternoon, Attorney Tolosa and Kong Reneco. Nasa presentation of evidence na po tayo on documents. How can the prosecution keep the public interest dito sa impeachment trial? We're still on day 14.
Nakakatulong po supposedly yung summaries na ginagawa ng House kanina and even today, yung summary and simple gist ng naging pagdaloy ng proceedings today, binabahagi natin. Pero kaya din po tuloy-tuloy na binubukas sa mamamayan na tunghayan yung proceedings. Kahit syempre may mga legalities na kailangang dumaan tayo, maintindihan natin. Ang punot dulo naman ay ginagamit natin yung pinakamaraming mga kailangan gawin para mas marami pong manood at mas naiintindihan nila yung napapanood natin. So dalawahan din po yan, parang sa bahagi natin, we're doing our best na maka-reach out sa kung ano yung mga nangyayari. Mas summarize, mas simplify siya. Pero sa mamamayan po, gusto po natin sana na maintindihan natin kung gaano kabigat yung nangyayari ngayon. Anong proseso ng pananagutan ang dapat nating daanin para sa dulo nito, kung ano man po yung panawagan natin, di ba? Included na dyan yung lahat ng sangkot, dapat managot, mangyari siya. No, kailangan po ng partisipasyon ng pinakamaraming mamamayang Pilipino.
So, dahil sa nature ng pinag-uusapan natin dito, confidential funds, hindi natin maiwasan, madami talagang mga technical na bagay, ang dami talagang mga dokumento, no? Libo-libo yung pinag-uusapan dito. But just the same, yan ho yung isa sa challenge namin sa prosecution, no? Na mailatag ng mabuting ebidensya namin. But at the same time, no, tulad nga ng sabi mo, we also have to be aware of the fact that we should not, or we should make sure that we'll be able to continue to capture the public's attention. So dapat, kailangan din, tulad ng pinipilit namin gawin, no, na makapag-concentrate tayo dun sa mga pinakamabibigat na ebidensya, no, pinakamabibigat na mga at importanteng parte ng pwedeng maging testimonya ng mga witnesses natin, no, dahil kung lahat ito papaisa-isa namin, no, although that will be good also just to show, no, yung kung gaano kadami, no, yung mga issues, discrepancies, etc. But of course we can't do that, no. So as much as possible, try namin to keep it short, no, to the extent possible na hindi naman nasasakripisyo na yung ability namin na ilatag pa rin ng mabuti yung matibay na ebidensya na meron kami.
Ay, pwede pong mag-follow up lang din sa sinabi ni attorney. Kasi tama, no, na focus tayo sa mabibigat na ebidensya. And today, may nilabas tayong mga mabibigat na ebidensya. No, yung mga acknowledgement receipts, thousands po yan. Pero meron pong iilan na pinakita kasi dito po nakita yung worst of the discrepancies. So una po, no, yung fact na lahat po ng sinumite, acknowledgement receipts, tas walang official receipts. Lahat po ng mga sigurong may hawak na businesses or sari-sari store o kaya kung ano mang negosyo, alam yung importance, no, na makakuha ka ng official receipt or mag-issue ka ng official receipt at may limitasyon yung bigat at importansya ng isang acknowledgement receipt. So una yon, no? And ikalawa, yung reported spending na sinabi ng acknowledgement receipt na dito po pumupunta yung confidential intelligence funds na muli, pera yan ng taong bayan, marami po dyan ay hindi po allowed ng 2015-01 Joint Memorandum Circular. 'Di ba? Yung medicine or kaya yung rentals, hindi po yan allowed ng rules. Pero yun po yung reported spending anyway sa acknowledgement receipts. Tapos ikatlo, nandiyan yung pangalan, no? Napakadaming irregularidad, hindi maintindihan, ma-explain kung bakit yan yung mga reported names. We're yet to hear an explanation regarding that. And then itong ang last one, ito yung mas clear picture na naipaint today, yung physical impossibility ng pag-disburse ng napakaraming pera, milyones na sana pumunta sa serbisyo natin, but nonetheless, ito po ay pumunta sa hindi allowed na spending, no, by a timeline that for all intents and purposes hindi natin makitang kaya ng isang tao na sumasakay lang ng isang eroplano. So, yun po yung kahalagahan ng araw na to at ng ebidensyang na ihayag sa ngayong araw.
Last na lang, Kong, Rene, and Attorney Tolosa, kinoconsider ng Senate Impeachment Court na ilipat sa hapon yung oras ng impeachment trial. Makatulong ba yung mas mahaba na pagdinig para mas maipresenta ebidensya at mas papakinggan ng publiko yung paglilitis? Marami pong salamat.
Yes, no, dahil nga hindi natin maiwasan talaga, no, it's on a case-to-case basis. May mga ibang witnesses, mas mahaba talaga, no, yung testimonya nila just because of the nature yung topic of the matters that they'll testify on. Meron din namang ibang testigo, makita natin, mas mabilis yun sa kanila. So, of course, it will help. But at the end of the day, we will, of course, follow whatever decision the impeachment court will reach on this matter. Kung papanatiliin na umaga, susunod kami. Kung hapon, we will also adjust.
Hi, sir. I'd like to focus my question on the credit notice. No? Si Congressman Ko said, no, outline na medyo physically impossible. But, sandali. Given that, di ba, in-illustrate nyo several places at once, di ba, payment. But despite that, the COA, according to Saline, gave a credit notice, which basically means that the auditing, in terms of auditing, they passed. No? How do you reconcile that na medyo weird yung payments, but then the COA issued a passing mark? Just to...
In answering that question, I'll have to confine the response to the answers already given by the witness. Meron pa kaming ibang witnesses who could also answer that. Pwede ding masagot din niya andun sa questioning ng senators if they'll ask that or even in cross. But for now, I'll confine my response to what she stated already. So first, kanina, malinaw, dun sa mga isang question, sinabi din niya, tulad nung naging pag-amin ni Acosta, the SDO, of OVP, meron din ganong pag-amin na ginawa si Fajarda, the SDO of DepEd. Na sinabi din niya, na utusan siya ng Office of the Vice President na ipasa yung pag-disburse ng funds na ito to a third person. If we will look at the documents, and these are of record naman, kung kailan nangyari yung pag-amin na yon before the House of Representatives, at kailan na-issue yung credit notice, by the time na ginawa yung pag-amin, na-issue ng credit notice. So meaning, they were not able to take into account that admission anymore, as opposed to the liquidation or audit of the OVP funds. Na kaya she was able to take account of that admission, kaya dahil after na-issue EOM, dumiretso na siya sa notice of decision. Second, tulad nga ng sabi niya kanina, kahit na may credit notice na, hindi naman yan ibig sabihin kung may finding of fraud, tapos na wala na magagawa. Tulad ng sinabi niya, pwede pa rin naman yan buksan ulit. Within a certain period, then sabi niya pasok pa rin naman sa period na yun. And as with respect to that, I will allow our witnesses to address that questions. Baka...
As of now, you can't tell me that status yet, Kasi continuing pa yung kanyang test. Hindi, tapos na siya. Kukross na siya bukas.
Yes, but pwede pa rin naman matanong yan. And since hindi niya na-tackle yun, hindi ko muna siya masasagot. I hope you understand. But I'm sure the witness or even the next one could give clarity on those matters.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon po for Kong Reni po. Sa isang interview po kay dating COA Commissioner Heidi Mendoza, she mentioned na napapanahon na raw po itong pag-amyenda sa COA Joint Circular. Do you agree on this po ba? Kasi si Kong Joel, he agrees to this. Tapos if yes po, are you in mind planning to file a bill sa House for this? Thank you.
And thank you for the question. Tama na napapanahon na kailangang silipin kung paano ba nagagamit yung confidential and intelligence funds. Well, tayo, for the longest time, we've been criticizing yung pag-allocate ng pondo sa confidential and intelligence funds, lalo na sa mga iba't ibang ahensya, it can go up to the billions. And yung laki na ito, hindi siya proportionate doon sa supposedly reported spending na ito, and may limitasyon yung kayang i-share sa publiko dahil daw confidential yung spending na yon. And so, okay, we can accept that explanation for now, pero added to that fact ngayon, na halos confidential and halos hindi rin magalaw at nahihirapan yung Commission on Audit to follow up with the audit process. Kung tama ba yung paggasta in the first place ng mga agencies na to ng confidential and intelligence funds. Kami po, we are of the finding, I am of the position na hindi naman po kailangan ng confidential and intelligence funds. Pwede pong ilagay yan sa ibang line items kung saan merong reported spending, and kung may kailangan i-adjust for security purposes, pwede pong gawan ng rules yon. Pero for now, ang pinaka-immediate ay kung meron pong anomalies sa CIF spending here, kailangang mag-double time din ng Commission on Audit sa pagtingin ng paggasta elsewhere. Ayaw nating makita na Trojan horse ang confidential and intelligence funds for corruption dahil nahihirapan yung COA and other agencies para makita at masilip kung tama ba yung paggasta or hindi. As to the bill na pwedeng ma-file, na pag-aaralan pa natin yan, pero napapanahon naman na po na kung ano man pong paggasta na gagawin, dapat mas maging stringent tayo sa kung paano na check kung tama ba yung paggawa nito o hindi.
Next question po is from Ms. Lenesca of GMA News Online.
Balikan ko lang po yung pag-transfer nung disbursement, yung duty to disburse this confidential fund. Binabasa ko po kasi yung joint circular, very explicit na under no circumstance shall it be used for liquidation of the previous cash advance or be transferred from one accountable to another. So, given this explicit provision ng joint circular, is there any way for the Vice President or former DepEd Secretary or the OVP to justify the transfer of confi funds from the SDO to the military officials? Meron po bang, can they cite anything na could kumbaga contravene this, or do you see na parang as it is, given this provision, unjustifiable yung pagka-transfer ng funds kasi nga hindi SDO itong mga military officials? Thank you po.
In answering that again, I will have to quote the response of the witness about this matter. Nasabi niya, they considered it as an irregularity, as a blatant violation of the rules. And it's for this reason, she found it to be so serious that it warranted the issuance of a notice of disallowance. Kaya nga, maalala natin, laging pinapaliwanag, usually after may issuehan ng audit observation memorandum, ang sumusunod dyan, notice of suspension muna, bibigyan pa siyang chance magpaliwanag. Pag hindi pa rin naging sapat ang paliwanag, pupunta na tayo sa notice of disallowance. Pero tulad ng sabi niya, dahil napakalinaw na, na it's a clear violation of the joint circular which governs the use and liquidation of confidential funds, diniretso na niya na mag-issue ng notice of disallowance. Ngayon, ano bang pwede nilang maging tugon dyan o paliwanag dyan? Dyan siguro pumapasok na. Yan na din isa sa mga rason bakit nananawagan ng mga kababayan natin, gusto natin marinig mismo galing sa si Presidente, anong paliwanag niya sa bagay na to? Lalo't lalo na. Dito, maliwanag, narinig natin, siya mismo nagutos ng ganitong bagay which constitutes a direct violation of the joint circular. So, doon sa tinahanap mo, ano bang pwede nila mag-explanation dyan? Tingin ko, walang iba makakapaliwanag dyan kung hindi ang Vice Presidente. But just the same, kung meron pa bang justification na pwedeng mabigay o hindi, again, we leave it to the discretion of the impeachment court kung anong magiging appreciation at determination nila dyan.
So, isa-summarize ko konti. Ito naman personal na, So, under the existing rules, mahirap na makahanap ng justification. So, that's why standing pa rin yung invitation and even yung proactiveness sana ni VP Sara Duterte sa pagharap sa impeachment trial hearing na ito. Dahil, as you mentioned, clear po yung black letter law, yung text ng joint memorandum circular. Kung ano man po yung explanation na contravening this text, kailangan po nating marinig kay VP Sara Duterte herself.
Next is Sir Lance from Newswatch.
Hello po. Good afternoon. Ask ko lang po for soundbite purposes, how important it is for the prosecution to also prove na there is misuse in the DepEd confidential funds. Do you think it will bolster your case na, or it will establish a pattern na hindi lang sa OVP nagkaroon ng alleged misuse but also in the Department of Education when she was heading the agency? Do you think it will further strengthen the allegations?
Yes, because that is included in the articles of impeachment, no? Articles of impeachment natin, allegation natin dyan, misuse in fraudulent liquidation of funds. So, ang saklaw niyan, hindi lang yun sa confidential funds sa OVP, kasama yun din sa Department of Education. At again, narinig naman natin kanina, inisa-isa niya, no? Ano din yung mga naging nakitang issues with respect dun sa liquidation ng paggamit ng confidential funds ng Department of Education. Kasama na dyan yung sinabi nga kanina ni Kong Rene, no, na in one day, no, different locations across the country supposedly nakatanggap itong different payees, no. Bukod dyan, nandyan din yung mga issues about ano pa ba yung mga nasabi niyang issues? I think dun sa puro acknowledgement receipts, no, at walang official receipts. So but yes, kasama yan sa charges and kasama yan sa mga bagay that we're trying to prove by presenting evidence.
Dagdag ko lang din po, it was revealed last week pa na yung pinaggamitan ng confidential and intelligence funds ay for quote-unquote counter-insurgency purposes or operations. And let me be clear, hindi po yun mandate ng Department of Education. Ang mandate ng Department of Education is to ensure, no, quality and accessible education to the basic and secondary level. Hindi po nakalagay sa kanyang mandate, sa kanyang charter, etc. na magiging bahagi siya ng counter-insurgency operations. Pero yun nga po yung nangyari. No, granted yung confidential intelligence funds, ito po yung reported spending, at nung binutbut natin kung paano ba ito ginasta actually, no, napakadaming anomalya. So ayaw natin na i-twist yung mga mandato ng mga ahensya para po sa mga gawa-gawang mga operations o kaya naman mga purposes na hindi naman po germane o natural doon sa anong dapat ginagawa ng isang public servant. No, ayaw natin na maging, as I said kanina, Trojan horse for corruption tong confidential and intelligence funds. And so, mahalaga po na ina-outline isa-isa yung mga anomalies na ito. Hindi lang sa Department of Education pero sa OVP, yung every point ng hindi naaayon sa rules na paggasta ay naka-report sa mamamayan at naiintindihan natin yung bigat nito kasi kung dito mapalagpas, what more sa iba pang mga pondo na dapat natatamasa natin yung benepisyo.
Hello, last question na po on my end. On the DepEd funds lang po, do you think yung issue dun sa physical impossibility of yung sa acknowledgement receipts are enough to prove that there is actually misuse of confidential funds? Kasi as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, under evaluation pa rin ito unlike sa OVP na meron ng notice of disallowance dun sa mga confidential funds na yan. So doon sa sinabi po ng witness na may physical, doon po sa sinabi kanina na may physical impossibility dito sa ARs na ito, sapat na po ba itong sabihin para sabihing may maling paggastos doon sa pondo ng DepEd?
Well, ayaw nating paunahan kung ano yung pagtitimbang na gagawin ng impeachment court dyan dahil at the end of the day, sila naman ang magsasabi kung sapat yung ebidensya na napakita namin o hindi to show misuse. No? But to clarify, narinig natin sa witness kanina, no, madami siyang nasabi ng mga observations niya with respect dun sa liquidation sa DepEd. No? So, for example, with respect to ganitong bagay na napakadami, different locations, same date, different names, tinanong siya sa mga ibang agencies, meron ka na bang na-encounter na ganito? Sabi niya sa kanyang experience, no, wala siyang maalala. Of course, we have to take that into consideration para makita natin, normal ba talaga yan o hindi? At gaano kalaki o ka-importante itong ganitong klaseng observation. No? Bukod doon, sa same dates, makita din natin kanina, nung inisa-isa, itong mga some of the acknowledgement receipts, may mga iba doon ni walang pangalan, pirma lang. So hindi talaga makita yung pagkakakilanlan ng tao na nakatanggap ng pera na to. No? And titignan din natin yung mga amounts. No? Napakalaking amounts ng mga pinag-uusapan. hundreds of thousands of pesos. No? All of these things we'll have to take them in consideration in reaching that determination kung meron bang misuse na nangyari dito sa DepEd. No? And yung fact din also na some of those I think were payment for supplies and then puro official accounts receivables ang na-issue, no? If I remember correctly.
Ang dagdag ko lang din naman is mabigat yung totality of circumstances, no, beyond just simply yung isang aspect nito, no, bibigat pa yan kasi nandun pa yung iba't ibang anomalies na accompanying yung physical impossibility na ito. So, andyan din syempre yung fact na acknowledgement receipts siya, yung mga names na ginamit, yung hindi nga ni-report yung names sa iba, yung iba signature lang, no, napakaraming kailangan pong paliwanag at unfortunate nga no na yung mga paliwanag na ito ay binigay lang noong na-flag na ng COA and hindi in the first place naka-attach tong supporting documents noong unang sinubmit ng OVP yung kanilang audit report. So again, all these developing siya, so kailangan pong tunghayan ng mamamayan yung araw-araw na paglalatag ng ebidensya sa articles of impeachment ni VP Sara.
If I can just quickly add, Lance, no? Again, we also have to remember with respect to DepEd, again, there was also an admission under oath by the SDO of the DepEd saying, upon instructions of the Vice President herself, no, linipat yung pag-disburse nitong confidential funds, no, which directly contravenes the provisions of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Next po is Ms. Rosalie of UNTV.
Good afternoon po, Congresswoman ko and Attorney Tolosa. Napakabigat po ng testimony kanina po ni Ms. Sailin na ang batayan po ng Notice of Disallowance, yung testimony ni Ms. Gina Acosta sa House Good Government and Public Accountability hearing na ang may direktiba sa kanya na i-release yung pera kay Colonel Chica o sa security officer. Pero gaano naman po ka-importanteng marinig naman yung panig ni VP Duterte if siya nga talaga yung nagbigay ng direktiba?
Mahalaga na marinig natin kay VP Sara Duterte yung paliwanag din na ito. So, as we mentioned nga kanina doon sa impeachment trial hearing, pending din po yung testimonies ni SDOs Gina Acosta and Mr. Fajarda para po ipaliwanag nila yung kanilang panig. Pero at the end of the day, delegated yung authority nila bilang SDO. Ang nag-delegate po, head of agency, si VP Sara Duterte. At the end of the day, may level of accountability si VP for the sole reason na pinirmahan po niya yung mga documents that makes this delegation, makes these disbursements, allowed this to happen. So, kailangan nating marinig kung paano ba humantong sa ganito para syempre ayaw nating maulit yung ganitong level ng milyones na mahirap i-account for with the facts na meron tayo.
And again, ang pagtimbang ng bigat ng mga testimonya ng dalawang SDOs, no, ng OVP and DepEd na pareho ang sinasabi, no, na si VP Sara mismo ang nag-utos sa kanila na ibigay ito sa third person, no. Ang titimbang niyan, of course, ang impeachment court. Now, in making that determination, I'm sure they will also take into consideration the rules of court, which considers admissions against interest as one of the highest forms of proof, no. Titignan nila, admission of interest against interest ba to? Considering yung pag-amin nila na yun, they're also admitting na sila mismo linabag nila itong joint circular. Dahil nga pinagbabawalan sila na ilipat itong responsibilidad na to sa ibang tao.
Last na lang po. Bakit po hindi maituturing na pagkakait ng due process sa OVP na yung instead of notice of suspension from AOM, dumiretso na sa notice of disallowance without seeking the explanation of the OVP?
Well, Again, babalik ako sa naging tugon ng witness kanina, si Ms. Eileen Del Campo. Sabi nga niya, dahil napakaliwanag na that this is direct violation of the joint circular. So, they treated it as a clear irregularity. So, dumiretso na sila no, dito sa pag-issue ng notice of disallowance. Perhaps tulad ng sinabi ni Attorney and Congresswoman Reneco na malinaw kasi no, walang exemption na nakasaad dun sa joint circular paukol sa bagay na to.
Siguro dadagdag ko na lang din po, hindi po sequential yung dapat ma-issuean muna ng notice of suspension bago po humantong sa notice of disallowance. No, meron pong kakayahan yung COA and likewise other agencies sa kanilang mga issuances batay doon sa bigat ng report na nasa harap nila. No, so kung gano'n na po kabigat, dapat po yung karampatang action yung gawin para hindi na po mas makapinsala. No, can you imagine kung suspension lang muna at hindi disallowance, may maaari na hindi outright na pigilan, no, at hindi outright na bigyan ng parang subsequent na action na dapat ibalik yung pera na yan dahil ganito nakadami yung irregularidad na nakita po doon sa audit report. So, in the same way na sa ating mga organisasyon o kung saan man tayo nagtatrabaho, no, maaari pong may iba't ibang levels of punitive action sa atin batay sa kung gaano kalala kabigat yung isang nangyari. Hindi may pwedeng expulsion, 'di ba, or pagpapatanggal sa inyong trabaho, may suspension, etc. Pero kung gano'n nakabigat, no, pupunta na doon sa mas mabigat na aksyon na naaayon o proportionate doon sa nakitang report.
Next po is Miss Anne of Bomboradio.
Ito naman.
Good afternoon po, Attorney Tolosa and Representative ko. Tanong ko lang po yung assessment lang po ninyo sa naging pahayag po ngayon ni Zailin Del Campo at yung paglitaw po ng 23 na mga pangalan. Bukas po ba may maaasahan tayo mga panibagong pangalan po ulit ng mga pumirma po sa ARs? Thank you.
I think bukas papunta na tayo sa cross-examination. As to 23, I think it was way more than that, no? Yung mga iniisa sa inyo mga pangalan kanina. Tulad ng sinabi namin kanina, libo-libo yung acknowledgement receipts dito, but minabuti na namin na hindi na isa-isahin to, no? At masyadong mahaba, no? Kaya nga dito pumapasok na yung tanong kanina, paano namin masisigurado that the people will continue to watch, stay engaged, no? Kasi nga if it gets too dragging, magiging problematic din yan, no? So kaya pinipili na lang namin because we think we already made our point na kahit na hindi na kailangan ilatag lahat because of the limitations and time constraints, ang sa aming palagay, no, naging sapat na yung those documents that we focused on a while ago.
So, wala na po ito yung asahan bukas na mas malaki pa, Attorney?
No more new acknowledgement receipts, I would guess, no? But hintayin natin kung ano magiging sagot niya sa cross-examination and dun sa mga questions ng mga senators. Well, Gab, siyempre depende sa cross-examination nila yan. Kung wala naman silang matatanong na would merit redirect examination, hindi na kinakailangan. Yeah.
Any last message po from our panel? Last message po, Kong.
Simple lang naman po yung gusto nating makuha ulit, no? Sana po napunta ang pera at ngayong may paliwanag preliminarily at maraming anomalya dito sa paliwanag, hindi pa to acceptable reason. So kaya po tuloy-tuloy natin na gustong matapos yung proseso hanggang we get to the bottom of this. And sa dulo nito, hindi na maulit at may pananagutan kung sino man, and especially yung head of agency na naging rason kung bakit po ganito kaanomalya ang paggasta at hanggang ngayon unaccounted for kung saan napunta yung confidential and intelligence funds na sana napunta sa kapakanan ng kabataan at hindi yung reported counterinsurgency operations na wala tayong nakitang kinatuturan. Yun lang po muna.
Attorney Jay.
Yeah. Tulad ng lagi naming pinapakiusap sa mga kababayan natin, no, sana hindi kayo magsawa na patuloy na subaybayan natin yung mga nangyayari sa paglilitis nito. Again, nakita natin, no, laganap yung mga misinformation, disinformation campaign, pati yung mga different efforts para to dissuade the people from watching the proceedings and just rely on 10, 20-second video clips which are more often than not misleading. So sana, no, tutukan natin mabuti ito para mga kababayan natin, sila mismo, masuri nilang mabuti yung mga testimonya at ebidensya na dinalatag na magkabilang panig. Well, at this time, kami muna, no, na para makita nila, para they could make informed decisions, no, kapag nagkaroon sila ng kanilang sariling pagtitimbang, no, at pag-uusga paukol dito sa mga importanteng mga akusasyon laban sa Vice Presidente.
There we have it. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Magkita-kita po tayo muli bukas.
Salamat po. Kita-kits bukas.
Busin. Good afternoon. For updates for today's hearing, August 11, 2026, the Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian opened the session at exactly 10 a.m. on August 11, 2026 with 18 senators present, constituting a quorum for the 14th day of the impeachment trial. The presiding officer started the day inquiring about why the parties were not able to meet and agree on a date to compare the documents to be testified on by COA State Auditor Sailin Del Campo, as he instructed at the end of last week's hearing to be either Thursday or Friday last week. The counsels both gave their responses and explanations to the query of the presiding officer. Since the impeachment court has no copies of the marked exhibits of the respondent, he ordered that the respondent's counsel provide or furnish the clerk of court with a complete photocopy of all their marked documentary evidence within the day or tomorrow, August 12, 2026. Before adjourning, the Senator Judge Miguel Zubiri requested that the court take into consideration the transfer of the trial in the afternoon, to which the presiding officer ruled that it will be taken up after the caucus in the plenary session of the Senate as a legislative body. For the testimony of House Prosecution Panel's fourth witness, Sailin May Del Campo, the counsel for House Prosecution Panel's attorney Lorna Capunan conducted the continuation of the direct examination of COA ICFAO Auditor Sailin Del Campo. The cross-examination by the respondent's counsel of Attorney Christine R. Ferrer shall be started tomorrow, August 12, 2026, for lack of material time today. Following rulings by the presiding officer Escudero on various evidentiary motions and objections by both parties, the trial was adjourned. Pursuant to the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the impeachment court will resume session on Wednesday, August 12, 2026 at 10 a.m. The agenda is a continuation of the presentation of the House Prosecution Panel's case-in-chief for Article 1 through the cross-examination by the respondent's counsel of the witness Sailin Del Campo of the Commission on Audit or COA. Any questions?
Attorney Mary Moraes from One News One Page po. Yung regarding lang sa concern ng PROSEC, yung stipulations, yung confidence sana to compare documents, di ba hindi naman natuloy, magbibigay na lang ng copy ng pre-mark evidence sa impeachment court. Pero how would this affect po kaya yung flow ng proceeding? Mas matagal po ba since impeachment court na lang ang kanya-kanyang magko-compare? Hindi na po ba pwedeng isa-isahin ng prosecution yung presentation itong documents?
Well, kanina narinig natin yung respondent's counsel Council that they are already amenable to the summary or the tabulation that's going to be presented to summarize the thousands of documents that was being referred to by the House Prosecution Panel. So ibig sabihin po nun, base doon sa Rules of Court, Rule 130, Section 7, nakalagay po doon na yung summary na yun ay papayagan maging representative evidence of the documentary evidence, so long as merong access yung both parties and even the court doon sa mga dokumento na yon kung kinakailangan nilang ito i-refer in the future. So ganun na lang po yung nangyari at sinabi ng Respondents Council na hindi na kailangan ng pagkakaroon ng stipulation or pre-marking dahil that is unnecessary given the strategy of the House Prosecution Panel na magkaroon na lang nga ng summary at tabulation. So dahil doon, kaya kanina si Counsel for Prosecutor Attorney Lorna Kapunan was insisting na ang ibig sabihin ng summary na yon hindi na ko-questionin yung mga dokumentong nire-refer dun sa summary na yon, which are the acknowledgement receipts, hindi na ko-questionin ng Respondents Council, to which Respondent Council did not agree to, kasi sabi niya nga subject naman yon sa aming cross-examination, and kapag may offer of evidence na subject to them questioning the authenticity of all or some of those documents na nakalagay doon sa summary or tabulation.
And attorney, yung sa mga nakalista pa po na witnesses for this week, kumusta po kaya yung time and motion? Kaya po bang hindi sumobra doon sa trial days for this specific article of impeachment?
Mukhang ngayon medyo delayed tayo because of the yung nawalan ng pasok kahapon, so na-minusan tayo na isang araw, at pagkatapos noon, 3 pa yung nakasalang na testigo, yung 2 special disbursing officer at saka si Ms. Marivic Pareha, at hindi pa tapos yung testimonya for cross-examination, redirect if ever, at saka recross ng ating kasalukuyang testigo na si Sailin Del Campo, plus hindi pa kasama dyan yung interjection ng mga judges. Nakita niyo naman based sa time and motion natin the past few weeks, usually yung mga senator judges will take one session or isang 2-hour session para matapos nila yung kanilang mga tanong, and the cross-examination based on previous witnesses and time and motion studies na nakita natin na usually inaabot to ng 2 session, no? Morning and then afternoon session. So if we compute the number of if we consider the cross-examination to be taking that much time, then baka hindi tayo umabot bukas na matapos para kay Ms. Sailin Del Campo, and we might bleed into Ms. Sailin Del Campo still testifying until Monday next week.
And attorney, yung pagdating po dun sa offer naman ng admissibility ng evidence, gaano katagal naman po kayo pwede nitong madagdag doon sa trial calendar?
Yung sa offer na to, no, yung naririnig nyo kanina, no, subject to the offer, the authenticity is not being admitted, or the presiding officer is not making a ruling on the admissibility or authenticity of the documents. Nangyayari po yan kapag natapos na yung presentasyon ng isang panig ng kanilang case in chief. Pag natapos po yun, lahat ng dokumentong na ipresenta during the trial, ilalagay po nila yan, i-collate nila yan, at meron pong purpose na itatabulate nila yan kung bakit nila binibigay yung ebidensya na yun, dokumento na yun sa korte. At yun po, iisa-isahin ng korte yun. The presiding officer will have to sift through it, isa-isa. Of course, bibigyan ng oras yung kabilang panig, the respondent, na makapagkomento doon, sabihin yung kanilang mga objection on admissibility and authenticity, and the presiding officer will have to rule on them. So that might take siguro mga 1 linggo, o baka makancel yung 1 linggo na hearing na 3 trial dates, kasi bago makapag-umpisang presenta yung kabilang panig, which is the respondent, kailangan munang mag-resolve ang ating presiding officer on the admissibility of the evidence presented by the House Prosecution Panel, para alam nung kabilang panig, which is the respondent, na magpapresenta kung ano doon yung kanilang mga sasalagin na mga ebidensya. Kasi yun lamang lamang na in order na ng presiding officer na ebidensya, yun lamang yung pwedeng maging parang official na mga dokumentong sasalagin naman ng respondent.
And attorney, what can the public make out of either late na attendance ng senator judges or absence nila sa impeachment trial proceedings po?
It's hard to draw any conclusion from the actions of the senator judges. Of course, there are matters na personal to them that only they can relate to the public, the reason why they are late or absent. We leave it to them and to their respective staff to relay these matters to the public, no? Now, doon sa ang concern lamang ng publiko dapat sa attendance or tardiness ng ating mga senator judges should only relate to the quorum, na kapag kulang po yung ating mga senator judges, not enough to constitute a quorum, then wala pong trial na mangyayari. So basta po ma-meet po yung minimum threshold for a quorum, enough na po yon para mag-conduct at magpatuloy yung mga proceedings pang araw-araw sa impeachment trial.
Pero attorney, may nakalagay po ba sa rules ng Senate as an impeachment court na pwedeng wala mo na ngayon, di mo na magpapakita o attend yung senator judge, and then pagka sa araw na lang ng botohan, doon na lang po magpapakita?
Walang nakalagay na spesifiko yung ganyan, no? Pero kung makikita ninyo naman, yung ating mga senator judges are very engaged, and I'm sure they are as as political personalities themselves. They constantly monitor the goings on and saka yung mga coverage ng ninyo, ng media. So they are apprised and aware naman sila, and they can always access yung live telecast ng Senado, pati mga dokumento mula sa clerk of court, and also have their staff keep them up to speed kapag sila ay nawala ng isang araw, dalawang araw, or even a week, so that they will be able, at the end of the day, be able to decide on the ultimate question na kung guilty ba o hindi sa kahuli-hulihan. Okay? Wala na. Thank you. Thank you.
Meron na.
Hi, San Rafi. Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session resumed.
Mr. President, this representation is open to any anterior amendments on pages 1, 2, and 3 so far, Mr.
So
President.
we're flashing the May 19, 2026 clean copy as reference.
Yes, Mr. President.
So we're on page 3 going to page 4.
Or as the reminder was raised by the Majority Leader earlier, Mr. President, kung meron pong mga anterior amendments sa pages 1, 2, and 3, I would be willing to go back for those, Mr. President.
Okay. Do we have any anterior amendments from our colleagues? Yes, Senator Pia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, I have on page 3. On page 3, line 12, replace the word or with a comma. And on the same page and still on line 12, after the word clinic, insert the phrase or any other similar facility. For consistency, Mr. President, because we have similar language in other provisions.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President. That's one of the objectives of this bill, to expand the coverage of.
Hearing none, the amendment is carried.
Mr. President, I'm ready to discuss, express my concerns on the amendment introduced by the sponsor earlier.
That's
So-
on page
Still
3?
on page 3.
That's on page 3.
Yeah, I just need to see the entire. Is this
Okay.
it? Is this it already?
This is the clean copy, not yet the amended
Ayun. So do we wait?
version.
Does Your Honor want to show it so we can discuss, or?
May we get a copy from the staff of Senator Risa, the amended or the amendment earlier?
As far as I know, Mr. President, we have already sent it to the Secretariat for showing up on screen.
Ito is not yet there. Ito yung list lang. Ito okay na ba? Saan ba yun?
That is page 3, line 22. Am I correct? Good sponsor.
Page 3, line 22, Mr. President.
Do we have a copy, Senator Pia? Page 3, line 22.
Yes, I do, Mr. President. But shall we proceed even if the others cannot see it? Tayo lang ba? It's okay with me.
No,
let's
Mr.
proceed.
President, as far as I understand, we have already sent the clean copy to the Secretary
Yes,
for showing
we're
on
flashing
screen.
this one. We're flashing page 3, line 22. But you might proceed to discuss this.
Yeah. But anyway, I have no objection with the paragraph inserted in line 22, Mr. President. So unless the others want to wait for it, we can proceed because there's a few other amendments immediately in that. So to be clear, the amendment that states provided further that the DSWD and DOH in coordination with relevant hospital authorities will issue guidelines defining the criteria for indigency, the endorsement process, and the documentation required to qualify under this exemption. We fully support that, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad that the good gentle lady reiterated her support because
that's
this
mine.
proposed amendment came from her,
Exactly.
Mr. President.
Exactly.
So I expect no less than support for it until the
Yes.
floor, Mr.
And I'm very
President.
happy that both gentle ladies have already come up with a reconciled provision
Yeah.
on this one,
Yes,
which is the
Mr.
heart and
President.
soul of this bill.
Exactly. And this is a very long section. That's why I have to dissect it. These guidelines are very important. So anyway, thank you for that to the sponsor. And
You're welcome, Mr. President.
Saan na yun? Next. Which one is next?
We're on page 3
Page three,
going
Mr.
to page
President.
4. Sorry. Hindi ko na Okay. Okay.
With the indulgence of the sponsor, I was of the impression that we were going to discuss the amendment, but my staff is pointing out that I have an anterior amendment, which I just need to review so that I don't take the time up of the body. So if Her Honor would prefer to proceed, we can, or if you prefer to give me a minute to just go over the anterior amendment I'm going to make. It's Her Honor's choice, whatever.
No problem, Mr. President, to give the gentle lady time to consider her
Okay.
anterior amendment.
So we'll ask for a minute suspension. Thank you.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ready flash to. Ayun.
At least mas malaki pa space pa. Susubukan natin. Siyempre, siguro mo pinag-risk. Okay, dagdagan natin. Basta kayo po. Gusto mo
Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the understanding with the gentle lady from Taguig and Pateros that we will circle back before the end of the period of amendments to her proposed amendments. If there are no more anterior amendments to pages 1, 2, and 3, Mr. President, I'm prepared to continue proposing the committee amendments.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Again, from the Senate President, on page 4, line 4, after the article A, delete the phrase guarantee of a co-maker who, and replace with the phrase contract of guarantee whose maker. I so move, Mr. President.
There any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next committee amendment is from this representation. Mr. President, consistent with the earlier amendments regarding non-promissory note requirements for indigent patients and to provide additional assistance or a payment support mechanism for financially incapacitated patients, this representation proposes on page 4, line 14, delete the words indigent and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. This next proposed amendment, committee amendment, is from Senator Padilla, and if he would rather present it himself, Mr. President, I think he does. I will yield the floor.
We recognize Senator Padilla for his amendments.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating hinahangaang senadora. Ito pong panukala na ito ay napakaganda po. Ito po ay kailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Ako po tumayo dito upang malinawan lang po dahil kasama po natin ang ginang na senadora noong ginawa po natin ang RA 12160. Yun po yung Philippine Islamic Burial Act na nakapaloob po doon na kailangan ang mga Muslim po kasi ay mailibing kagad ng 24 hours. Kaya po ito ay nililinaw lamang po natin dito sa panukala na ito. At meron po akong amendment kung nais pong madinig ng ating hinahangaang senadora.
Opo, Mr. President.
Opo. On page 4, line 28, after the word relatives, insert a comma and the phrase without unnecessary delay in accordance with this act and other applicable laws, rules, and regulations. The amended sentence would now read as follows. In case of a deceased patient, the cadaver shall be immediately released to the surviving relatives without unnecessary delay in accordance with this act and other applicable laws, rules, and regulations. Sinisigurado po nito na kapag Muslim po ang yumao, ang pag-release immediately ng cadaver ay nanganguluhugan po ng 24 hours ayon sa RA 12160 o Philippine Islamic Burial Act. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President, and for the record, kaya ko po buong loob na tinatanggap itong amendment ng good gentleman mula sa Nueva Ecija at BARM ay dahil itong clean bill expressly harmonizes these matters with existing law. Kasama na nga po yung special law natin na RA 12160 tungkol sa Muslim cadavers. Cadaver release is required immediately and without unnecessary delay in accordance with this act and other applicable laws, including special laws governing prompt release of cadavers for religious or burial purposes. So muli po, Mr. President, I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at salamat po sa good gentleman. Moving on to, if there are no other proposed amendments on page 4, Mr. President.
Page
Moving
4.
on.
Any amendment on page 5?
I have a few, Mr. President. Amendments on page 5. The first proposed committee amendment is actually of Senator Pia Cayetano. So if she prefers to read her amendment, I will likewise yield the floor, Mr. President. It's all right? All right, Mr. President. Thank you to the gentle lady. This is the proposed amendment, Mr. President. On page 5, delete lines 10 to 32. And on page 6, delete lines 1 to 7 and replace them with Section 3. Any officer or employee of the hospital, medical clinic, or any other similar facility responsible for the discharge of patients or the release of cadavers who violates the provisions of this act shall be punished by a fine of not less than 100,000 pesos, but not more than 300,000 pesos, or imprisonment of not less than 6 months and 1 day, but not more than 2 years and 4 months, or both, at the discretion of the court. If the violation was committed pursuant to an established policy of the hospital or clinic or upon instruction of its management, the director or officer shall, upon conviction by final judgment, be punished a fine of not less than 500,000 pesos, but not more than 1 million pesos, or imprisonment of 4 to 6 years, or both, at the discretion of the court. Upon the commission of 3 repeated violations under such policy or instruction, the license to operate of such health facility shall be revoked by the DOH. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no other proposed amendments on page 5, I move on, Mr. President, to the proposed amendments on page 6. Yes,
Go to
Mr.
page
President.
6.
This one is from this representation. Just for clarity and consistency with earlier amendments, this representation proposes amendment on page 6, lines 10 to 11. All right, thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, lines 10 to 11, delete the phrase unpaid promissory notes issued by indigent and financially incapacitated patients subject to existing guidelines and replace with the phrase unpaid hospitalization bills, medical expenses, or professional fees. Subject to style, I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I think Senator Joel has an amendment.
Yes, Mr. President.
So we recognize Senator Joel for his amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor. Actually, didn't get the chance to interpolate during the period of interpellations, and I was told that we can ask questions during the period of amendments. But I just
Yes,
have
Mr. President.
I just one question regarding this particular provision in on page 6, Mr. President. Gusto ko lang pong malaman, Mr. President, sa ating sponsor, kung meron po bang updated na datos ukol po sa kabuuang bilang ng mga naiulat na kaso ng illegal hospital detention sa ating buong bansa. Kabilang po dito yung ano man yung available na breakdown ayon po sa rehiyon, uri na ospital, profile ng mga pasyente. Kasi kanina po during DILAL, talagang pinag-uusapan po nating maigi na yung napakahalagang na datos ukol po sa kabuuang bilang ng mga naiulat na kaso ng illegal hospital detention sa ating buong bansa. Kabilang po dito yung ano man yung available na breakdown ayon po sa rehiyon, uri na ospital, profile ng mga pasyente. Kasi kanina po during DILAL, talagang pinag-uusapan po nating maigi na yung napakahalagang probisyon nitong tinutukoy nitong panukalang batas na ito ay itong illegal detention, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm collating right now more complete data, but I can cite to the good gentleman from Bulacan, itong taon pa lamang mula Enero 2026, ang Department of Health po ay nakapag-assist na sa 300 plus patients na subject sa alleged detentions. So imagine natin, Mr. President, good gentlemen, sa 8 buwan pa lamang na ito, halos, ilan po ito, higit 90, halos 100, 300 divided by 8. So halos 40, mga 40 na pasyente, higit isa sa bawat araw, ay dumudulog sa DOH dahil sila di umano ay dinidetain sa ospital at humihingi sila ng tulong sa DOH. Dagdag po dyan, Mr. President, good gentlemen, mula 2021 hanggang sa kasalukuyan, ang Health Facilities and Services Regulatory Bureau ng Department of Health ay nakapag-handle na po ng 26 na kaso ng violations ng kasalukuyang RA 9439. 17 nito ay dinismiss dahil sa lack of merit. 6 ay currently pending pa rin resolution at 3 ay nag-find na yung mga respondents ay liable, yung mga respondent facilities. Stern warning lamang po ang pinataw sa mga facilities na pag-alamang liable dahil first offense po nila ito at makikita natin sa bill hanggang 3 offenses bago may mas mahigpit na parusa. So dahil first offense po ang mga ito, stern warning pa lamang ang pinataw gaya ng nakapaloob sa Administrative Order 2007-0002. Itong mga bilang din po, Mr. President, para sa ating kaalaman, nagsasalamin lamang po sa mga kasong hinandle ng HFSRB at excluded pa po yung mga katulad na kaso para sa resolution ng mga DOH regional counterparts. So hindi pa po nakokolate yung mga kaso sa bawat rehiyon ng DOH. Ito pa lamang pong 26 mula 2021 hanggang ngayon ay hinandle ng National Agency ng HFSRB. At kahit kasama na po yun dun sa 300 plus patients ngayong taon, nakikita po natin yung magnitude ng problema. Daan-daan po ang apektado, Mr. President.
Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa ating distinguished sponsor. And that's the main reason why I am also in full support and pushing for this particular measure, Mr. President. And part of the data that we have gathered here, according to Health Facilities and Services Regulatory Bureau of the Department of Health, nung hearing po na kinundak ng ating distinguished sponsor, yung ahensya ho mismo assisted 592, including 25 cadavers. Ito po yung clients related dito sa hospital detention. Violations lang po ito in 2024, Mr. President. And from January to September of 2025, ang na-record naman pong assistance ay 621 clients, including 33 cadavers. And nakakalungkot po na ito'y patuloy na nangyayari at sinasalamin nitong mga figures na ito yung mahirap na pinagdadaanan ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya nga kanina, during Dalal, even si former Senate President Tito Soto were saying, bakit kailangan pa umabot ng 3 offenses bago talaga tuluyang mabigyan ng parusa, no, itong mga gumagawa po ito. But anyway, Mr. President, ang nais ko lang hong ipunto, wala pa rin po na talagang updated datos dahil kahit hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin ho natin makita lahat, no, hindi pa po na as the word I heard from the sponsor, hindi pa po nakokolate. So let me go to another question na pwede kong i-raise, no. Yung mga hospitals po ba mandated po yan to establish and publicly disclose po yung kanilang billing policies and procedures, Your Honor?
Ako, maraming salamat para sa tanong na iyan, Mr. President. Dahil ito po ay, alam ko po, bilang sponsor nito na ito po yung isang tinututukan talagang proposed amendment ni Senator Joel. At buong loob kong sinusuportahan yung kanilang isinusulong na bill transparency, no, na malinaw po ano po ba talaga ang i-charge sa bawat pasyente or pamilya niya bago siya i-discharge, at dapat po makatwiran at fair yung pagkuwenta ng bawat item na pumapasok sa final final bill ng pasyente. Para malinaw din po, magkano yung dapat mabayaran sa ospital, and working backwards from there, paano din sa pamamagitan nitong panukala masiguro natin na walang madedetene, tapos mag-come into play yung mga iba't ibang health or rather medical assistance programs ng iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, at kung may matitira pang balanse, paano pa rin ito mahahabol ng ospital, lalo na sa pamamagitan ng mga civil proceedings.
Salamat po,
Mr.
Ginoong
President.
Pangulo, sa ating distinguished sponsor. Kaya po, nais nating magbigay ng suhestyon and propose an amendment to ensure transparency and again, prevent unexpected or excessive charges to the patients. So in page 6, between lines 15 and 16, may I respectfully and humbly propose to insert a new paragraph that will read as follows, Mr. President. All healthcare facilities shall uphold patient protection by ensuring full transparency in healthcare costs and billing, consistent with the objectives of the Universal Healthcare Act, provided that no hidden or unauthorized charges shall be imposed. I humbly submit to the wisdom of our distinguished
What
sponsor.
does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, this sponsor supports the amendment as necessary because hidden, inflated, or unexplained hospital charges are among the common reasons why patients and families get trapped in billing disputes and delayed discharge. Kung bakit sila na-detain. It strengthens patient protection by requiring full transparency in healthcare costs and prohibiting unauthorized charges, consistent with existing DOH policy and, as the good gentleman from Bulacan said, and the goals of universal healthcare. Walang pasyente po ang dapat maipit sa ospital dahil sa bill na hindi malinaw o bigla na lang ipinapataw sa oras ng discharge. So, nang nagpapasalamat sa proponent, muli po, Mr. President, I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And then another proposal, Mr. President, and before that, may we ask the distinguished sponsor, sa kasalukuyan po ba, papaano tinutugunan ng Department of Health yung pong mga reklamo o insidente ng illegal hospital detention? Ano po ba yung mga umiiral na proseso para sa mga biktima ng illegal hospital detention at sa mga institusyong lumalabag po dito?
Salamat muli sa tanong na yan, Mr. President. Actually, sa ngayon, wala pa pong malinaw na proseso ni mekanismo para nga makapagsumbong ang pasyente o pamilya niya at makahingi ng tulong sa ating mga otoridad. Yung isang katulad na proseso at mekanismo na mayroon ay dun pa lamang sa anti-hospital deposit law na nauna nating ipinasa several years ago, at maituturing na itong panukala ngayon ay isang companion measure. Dahil sa ilalim po ng anti-hospital deposit law, meron pong sumbungan board na ibinuo ang Department of Health. Gayon pa man, dahil hindi naman po mandated yung sumbungan board sa ngayon para sa detention cases, yun lamang sa enforced deposit cases, wala po tayong masasite pa na klarong pwedeng sumbungan at dulugan ng ating mga pasyente.
Maraming
Mr.
salamat
President.
po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa ating distinguished sponsor. At binabanggit nga po ng ating sponsor na agree po siya that there has to be clarity. And perhaps not just in the law, but also in the implementing rules and regulations on the intention of the provisions and the agency, especially the Department of Health, which is responsible for its implementation. And that's why, Mr. President, this representation would humbly propose on page 6, lines 22 to 25, to delete the entire sentence starting with the DOH until this act and replace it with the following. And we are flashing it on the screen right now, Mr. President. Section 4, implementing rules and regulations. The rules and regulations necessary for the effective and efficient enforcement of the provisions of this act shall be formulated by the DOH jointly with the DSWD, DILG, Department of Interior and Local Government, PhilHealth, GSIS, SSS, and PCSO, in consultation with relevant government agencies, the private sector, and other stakeholders, and shall be implemented within 90 days from the effectivity of this act. Unjustified or willful failure or refusal of the concerned government agencies to promulgate the implementing rules and regulations, IRR, within the specified period shall subject the heads of these government agencies to administrative penalties under applicable civil service laws. Should the IRR contain provisions that are contrary to this act, the heads of the government agencies responsible for such provision shall such provision, when done in bad faith or with gross negligence, shall be held administratively liable. I submit to the wisdom of our distinguished sponsor, Mr.
What does
President.
the sponsor say?
Prior to accepting the proposed amendment, Mr. President, may I just clarify that the Department of the Interior and Local Government, or DILG, was included in the
Yes,
proposed amendment
it
of
is
the
part of it.
gentleman.
It is
Salamat po, Mr. President, noting also that the inclusion of DILG was also an amendment from the Senate President. Subject to style, I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, sa ating distinguished sponsor, especially to po sa huling ipinropose natin, sapagkat yung inclusion of this IRR provision is intended only to ensure lang po, Mr. President, the timely and faithful implementation of this act. Maraming salamat po muli, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, at sa good gentleman mula sa Bulacan. For the record also, Mr. President, I gladly accepted that amendment because one of the amendments introduced through this bill is precisely grievance and discharge protocols, requiring DOH to establish those grievance and redress mechanisms and requiring hospitals to adopt standard discharge protocols. Before we proceed, Mr.
Yes.
President, I apologize. I have an anterior amendment still on page 6 but on line 15 coming from the Senate
What is
President.
the pleasure
Yes,
of
Mr.
Senator
President.
Erwin Tulfo?
Rafi,
Sorry. Birthday kasi ni Senator Erwin kaya nasa
okay
isip
lang,
ko
Mr.
parati.
President.
Senator Rafi Tulfo.
At least kapatid ko, pag ibang tao magagalit ako. Anyway.
Paborito niyo si Erwin eh.
Yeah, actually, Mr. President, this is not an amendment, rather
matigil na po natin, Mr. President, yung sigurado ko, ito rin po yung umaabot sa Good Gentleman, mga horror story na for discharge na ayaw pang paalisin.
Correct.
Literally, ayaw tanggalin yung medical device, yung swero.
Yes.
Nakakabit pa rin dun sa swero stand. Or i-detain yung kanilang bagong panganak na baby. Or kung sa kasawi ang palad, namatay ang pasyente, i-detain yung kanyang cadaver. Ayaw, o kaya may palit ulo na schemes na kamag-anak niya or watcher niya ay i-detain na. Iwawaksi po natin yan, Mr. President. Idagdag natin yung mga medical assistants na kung mag-qualify yung pasyente ayon sa medical social worker sa ospital, bawas yon sa bill na kanyang obligasyon, pero yung balanse ay obligasyon pa rin sa ospital. At least, hindi na detained, kung magaling na, pwedeng bumalik sa trabaho, pwedeng kung nag-issue ng promissory note, ay mas magkakaroon siya ng pagkakataong ibayad yon over time. And yung ospital po ay hindi without recourse dahil pwede pa rin habulin yung balanse through civil proceedings, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Isang question na lamang kasi kanina na-discuss ninyo, I think with Senator Pia Cayetano about yung collateral. Okay? I was trying to follow it pero hindi ko nabutan dahil nag 1 minute suspension kayo. Ito yung pinaka-ayoko na hihingian ng collateral ang isang pasyente para siya makalabas or after na makalabas siya, kailangan may bibigay siyang collateral in lieu of the bill ng ospital. Meron kasi ako naging kaso before, I think several of these cases na yes, meron siyang Grab. Yung isa, meron siyang tricycle. So sabi ng ospital, iwan mo dito yung Grab mo, yung kotse mo, or yung isa naman, iwan mo yung tricycle mo. Ayun ang panghanap buhay niya
Exactly.
So we should not allow collateral. Dapat, kung talaga nakita natin, gumawa ng evaluation ng ating mga kinaukulan, DOH, DSWD, na yes, magandang trabaho nito, may Grab to, may tricycle to, o jeepney operator to, pero talagang lubog sa utang. Huwag na natin payagan na hilain pa yung panghanap buhay nila para lang mapambayad sa hospital bill.
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, yan yung kaninang tinanggap nitong representasyon sa page 4, line 3, amendment po ni Senator Erwin, na pwede pong tied up ng isang mortgage yung pasyente, yung bayarin ng pasyente liban sa mga properties primarily used for their livelihood. So precisely, kung lupa na sinasaka ng isang pasyenteng magsasaka o kalabaw na nag-aararo pa para sa kanya o kotse o motor na ginagamit niya bilang delivery rider or TNVS driver, itong mga or tools kung siya po ay karpintero o siya ay mekaniko, yung mga ito po ay hindi papayagan na gamitin ng ospital bilang collateral sa promissory note. Kasi precisely yun yung kabuhayan niya. Yun yung paraan na mabayaran pa. Kung meron pa siyang bayarin, yun yung paraan na hindi siya magiging ganyang ka medically at financially vulnerable ulit kung kailangan ulit magpa-ospital, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last na lang talaga. I don't know kung ito ay tutungutog pa rin sa bill ni Senator Riza. Para maging fair naman tayo sa mga ospital, of course, kung puro naman promissory notes at hindi nakakabayad yung mga pasyente na inaasahan nila na yun ay gagamitin nila para tumakbo na maayos ang operation ng hospital. Meron ba dyan kasama sa bill na tutulungan yung mga ospital na pagdating sa credit write-off, sa tax break, para ma-offset yung mga bills na hindi nabayaran ng mga pasyente one way or the other?
Salamat, Mr. President. In this period of amendments, willing po akong aralin yan for possible acceptance. At dahil din sa kasalukuyang forma niya, yung bill ay tumitingin sa amyenda tungkol sa alternative security instruments din. Napapayagan yung mga unpaid obligations ma-secure sa pamamagitan ng mortgage o security interest, liban nga po dun sa gamit na ginagamit para sa hanap buhay, co-maker o guarantor senator, assignment of SSS or GSIS benefits or loan proceeds, PCS o guarantee letter, or DSWD or DOH guarantee letter, Mr. President.
Okay. At baka hindi tayo nakindihan. Ang sa akin, ang sinasabi ko kasama dyan sa bill ninyo, Mr. President, is yung bibigyan ng tax break, tax
yes, Mr.
write-off, yung mga ospital na parang hindi naman sila malugi, hindi sila mabankrupt, dahil kung puro na lang ang mga promissory note, tapos hindi nababayaran naman ng pasyente, at pasyente nakalabas lang, which is good for me. Pero paano naman yung ospital, on the other hand, na hindi na sila makakapag-operate ng maayos sa kanilang ospital dahil marami sa mga pasyente hindi nakabayad. So, bibigyan sila ng tax break o tax break dun sa mga write-off nila.
Actually, Mr. President, yun po yung unang binanggit ko. Ipagpaumanhin ko, hindi ko malinaw na nasabi. Pero bukas po ang representasyong ito na i-consider yung ganyang proposed amendment. Intayin ko na lamang po yung formulation mula sa good gentleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat din po, Mr. President.
Thank you. We recognize Senator Ping.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just a short interjection regarding using the primary means of livelihood or prescribing the use of primary means of livelihood as collateral. Who will validate and how will it be validated? If we are confronted with a situation na yung isang pasyente o yung kamag-anak niya merong more than one means of livelihood, say magsasaka, pero tricycle driver din, how do we confront that issue, that kind of a situation?
I admit, Mr. President, na nung tinanggap ko po yung proposed amendment ni Senator Erwin, ang nasa isip po nitong representasyon ay yung gamit sa primary means of livelihood. I would just need to quickly consult back with him kung ang i-consider ay yung mga gamit sa secondary or even tertiary means of livelihood, Mr. President. Then I'll be glad to get back to the good gentleman from Cavite.
So paano po i-validate yan? And who will validate?
Yung medical social worker po sa bawat ospital, Mr. President, na mag-oversee nitong prosesong ito ay kasama po sa magbavalidate kung alin ang means of livelihood ng pasyente at magsiguro na hindi po ito ma-attach sa promissory note or mortgage, Mr. President.
Probably po siguro sa IRR, pwedeng pag-admit pa lang ng pasyente, indicate na nila kung ano yung primary means of livelihood para hindi maging flexible.
I'd be very open. I would be very open kung yan ang maibubungang IRR po, Mr. President.
Pwede rin
sa bill.
sa IRR siguro.
Yes, Mr. President. And dun sa posibilidad na isama na sa measure mismo, magko-consult lang ako mabilis kay Senator Erwin and would be glad to give a response within this period of amendment today, Mr.
Upon
President.
admission as a patient.
Opo, Mr. President.
Siguro indicate na lang doon kagad para maliwanag.
Salamat,
Hindi
Mr.
ma-abuse. Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat po sa payo, Mr.
I think the
President.
first determination is whether the patient is indigent or not.
Yes, Mr.
Ganun,
President.
I think in the bill that's how it's framed. And then the second determination, kung indigent siya, ano yung source of income niya.
Yes, Mr. President. At bukod sa indigent, meron po tayong term dito sa bill na financially incapacitated. Na ina-anticipate ko po, baka dun nga papasok yung proposed amendment na dinadraft ni Senator Raffy.
So for example,
isa sa mga unang binanggit nila.
Hindi siya indigent but at that point in time,
Opo.
meron siyang, let's say, may calamity
Opo.
at wala siyang source of income. So pwede siyang pumasok dyan sa category na yan.
Opo. Kung otherwise, hindi siya mabibilang sa indigents na tinanong ni Senator Raffy, maaring lower middle class siya or working poor, pero mangangailangan ng tulong nitong binubuo nating panukalang batas, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for those
Salamat,
interventions.
Mr. President. And for, again, with apologies, an anterior amendment from the Senate President on page 6 still, but line 15, delete the preposition of and replace with the conjunction or. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, no more committee amendments from this representation. I would be ready to circle back to the proposed amendment of Senator Pia if she wishes
This
to
is
take
on
the floor
page,
again.
which page? Good sponsor?
Page 3, section 2.
Page 3, section 2. Okay. Which is actually the meat of the
Yes.
bill. Yeah.
So actually, Mr. President, dear sponsor, I don't have any more amendments here. It's more of, I would like us to be able to put on record how will the hospitals be paid for the expenses of the indigent patients. If the body will recall, during our last discussion, I had put on record that the amounts could be quite substantial. And let me just grab my notes. So I included in the discussion the concept of the zero balance billing, which was part of the SONA 2 years ago, and if I'm not mistaken, reiterated this SONA, because the zero balance billing in its perfect form would mean that there is no longer any balance that will be paid when a patient is discharged. So wala na siyang babayaran. Yun yung talagang utopian concept ng zero balance billing. But upon clarification, this was last year, the DOH came out with the policy that the zero balance billing will only apply to DOH hospitals.
Yes, Mr. President. If
Sorry,
not-
I'll just complete. Is it okay?
Sorry,
Yeah.
good,
So just to
gentlemen.
complete, the zero balance billing only applies to DOH hospitals and specialty hospitals. And that number's 91 yan. 87 DOH hospitals plus 4, tama ba? Plus 4 specialty hospitals, 91. And yet, our total number of hospitals is around 1,000. So, wala pang 10% yung mga ospital na pwedeng puntahan ng mga tao para maka-avail ng zero balance billing. So I'm simply presenting the reality on the ground na pagpunta doon ng pasyente at nag-expect siya ng wala siyang kakayanan magbayad, and Her Honor has included in the discussion a very important segment of the population, yung financially incapacitated, na iba pa sa indigent. Talagang nangangailangan yan. Maraming middle class na namumulube dahil sa presyo dahil sa nagkasakit. Mahal nga magkasakit. So I'm very happy naman na we recognize the needs of those who are actually nga financially capable pa nga yan pero mamumulubi ka talaga. So lahat naman tayo nagkakaintindihan dyan. It's not a point of contention. Ang gusto ko lang ilagay natin sa record, and off the record kasi nabanggit naman ng sponsor that she can present the numbers, which I believe came from the Senate President, which I believe came from me. So
And from PIDS, Mr. President.
I think we know these numbers naman, pero pakita naman natin sa tao kung ano to, kasi hindi naman ako nag-imbento niyan, galing po yan sa PIDS, no? Yung ating kinikilalang think tank. Sa kanila nang galing yan, kung magkano gagastusin, magkano ang annual na gastos natin sa mga nagkakasakit na kailangan mag-ospital, ma-ospital. Would you like to be the one to put it on record, Your Honor?
It's all right, Mr. President. First of all, we are not forcing private hospitals into a zero balance billing arrangement. This bill does not create zero balance billing in private hospitals. Hindi po niya ine-extinguish yung mga unpaid balances. Pinoprohibit lang talaga yung detention o kaya withholding on the ground of non-payment. So for the record, hospitals may still collect unpaid lawful charges through promissory notes, lawful security, guarantee letters, assignments where allowed by law, and civil remedies. Ngayon po, going to yung data no na inestimate ng Philippine Institute for Development Studies at nakuha nating lahat mula sa Office of the Senate President. Ito po nagpo-provide ng data sets covering indigent inpatient claims from 2024 to 2026. Pero at the outset pa lang, Mr. President, disclaimer kaagad, hindi po dapat ito tignan na fiscal cost of the bill. Kasi hindi po natin pinapa-automatic guarantee sa gobyerno lahat ng unpaid bills ng ating mga pasyente o ating mga pamilya who would otherwise be detained in hospitals, clinics, or like facilities dahil hindi pa nila mabayaran yung kanilang bill or kanilang buong bill. Because after yung whatever, kung mayroon man na mabayaran ng pasyente at pamilya niya, magka-come into play hindi lang itong mga nasa data ng PIDS, pero lahat ng medical assistance programs ng iba't ibang government agencies as governed by each of their criteria at saka conditions kung qualified ba o hindi yung pasyente at pamilya niya sa particular na assistance na iyon. And in the end, kapag may balanse pa, collectible pa rin ito on the part of the hospital. At pwede pa rin niyang habulin ang balancing ito, including through civil proceedings. Basta ang importante po ay makakamit yung unang layunin ng kasalukuyang batas at layunin pa rin, primary objective pa rin nitong amendatory bill natin na ang pasyente o pamilya niya ay hindi nadidetain. So, tinignan pa rin po namin sa office ko yung data mula sa PIDS, yung data sets ginamit para i-compute yung gross residual billing gap. Again, hindi po ina-assume na nire-represent nito yung amount na actually collected from the patient. Likewise, hindi po dapat i-assume na nire-represent nito yung actual out-of-pocket expenditures. And again, it should not be construed na ang national government na ang automatic guarantor. Kasi yung guarantee letter, accepted in lieu of a promissory note, again, hindi niya ginagawang guarantor ang gobyerno sa buong balanse. There will still be those three components. Kung ano yung kahit konti or minsan wala, mabayaran ng pasyente at pamilya niya, tapos yung iba't ibang medical assistance programs ng iba't ibang government agencies. And kung may balanse, recoverable pa rin ang ospital, including through civil proceedings. So would the gentle lady like me to put the numbers on the record? Because I can do that. If she will bear with me.
I think we should
All
because
right.
we can now have a clearer discussion kung ano
All
yung
right.
ma-expect ng mga tao pag they're confronted with this situation na hospital sila, tapos gusto nilang ma-discharge. So lagay natin sa record yan, Madam Sponsor.
All right. But again, Mr. President, just with that disclaimer na ito yung magiging exposure ng gobyerno kung yung buong balanse na hindi mabayaran ng pasyente at pamilya niya ay sasaluhin ng gobyerno, which is not the case. So again, I just want to put that on record na wag nating isipin na ang hindi mabayaran ng pasyente at pamilya niya ay babayaran lahat ng gobyerno. Masasubject pa rin to the requirements at criteria ng bawat medical assistance program ng bawat government agency. At sa huli, kung may balanse pa, obligasyon pa rin ng pamilya at pasyente, collectible pa rin on the part of the hospital. So, government as guarantor means the potential budgetary obligation that may arise when DOH, DSWD, PCSO, or other government medical assistance programs issue or honor guarantee letters for qualified, indigent, or financially incapacitated patients covering the unpaid balances of hospital bills after, Mr. President, that PhilHealth benefits, discounts, discounts, patient payments, kung mayroon, HMO or insurance payments, charitable deductions, and other applicable benefits have been applied. So again, yung ipuput on record ko ngayon ay for purposes lamang of estimating fiscal exposure. Again, it does not mean that the automatic full payment of the entire hospital bill. It does not also mean zero balance billing. It does not include amounts already covered by PhilHealth, private insurance, HMO, patient payment, hospital discount, or charity write-off. It also does not include payments who are not assessed and qualified under applicability eligibility rules, agency guidelines, and availability of funds. So availability of funds pa rin, Mr. President, per medical assistance program of each government agency. So for proxy computation, the estimated government exposure may be expressed as, so estimated government exposure, kaya ba nating ipakita ito on the screen? Equals number of qualified cases times average residual unpaid balance times assumed approval or payment rate. Teka, saan nawala yung aking... Sandali lang po, Mr. President. Okay. So yung estimated government exposure equals number of qualified cases times average residual unpaid balance times assumed approval or payment rate. Where number of qualified cases refers to the assumed number of indigent or financially incapacitated patients, cases that may be endorsed for government medical assistance. In the absence of a national hospital detention data set na tinanong kanina ni Senator Joel, dahil wala po tayong ganyang data set talaga na kompleto ng cases of hospital detention, yung PhilHealth indigent or NHTS PR claims may be used as a narrow proxy. So proxy lang siya, Mr. President, while all indirect contributor claims may be used as a broader stress test proxy. Yung average residual unpaid balance refers to the assumed unpaid amount remaining after PhilHealth, discounts, patient payments, coverage of HMOs, charitable deductions, and other benefits have been applied. And assumed approval or payment rate refers to the portion of endorsed cases that government assistance programs can actually cover, subject to eligibility, agency guidelines, and always availability of funds. So ito, Mr. President, pinepresenta ko lang itong proxy bilang fiscal risk scenario. Hindi po ito official cost estimate talaga. At ipinapakita pa rin ito na importante itong bill bilang primarily anti-detention measure. Hindi po talaga siya automatic government guarantee para sa lahat ng unpaid private hospital bills. Okay, kung gagamitin natin yung NHTS, yung PhilHealth 2024 indigent claims, ang volume po nun ayon sa PIDS ay mga 2.07 million claims. Again, narrow proxy ito. And assume natin for stress testing purposes, 100% approval o payment rate na hindi nangyayari. A residual unpaid balance of 10,000 pesos per case would imply around 20.7 billion pesos in annual exposure. Kung 25,000 pesos per case ang residual na hindi pa nababayaran sa bill ng mga pasyente, ang exposure ay tataas sa 51.8 billion pesos. At 50,000 per case, the exposure could exceed 100 billion pesos. Pero kung kalahati lang naman ng qualified cases ay ma-approve or mababayaran, yung figures ay makakalahati. So ang exposure would be at around 50 billion pesos. If you will bear with me, Mr. President and Gentle Lady, with more numbers, pero dahil kinrunch po talaga namin yung data ng PIDS, kung i-apply yung test more broadly sa lahat ng indirect contribution claims o around 8.61 million claims, mas lalaki yung exposure. Kung 100% ang payment rate, 10,000 pesos residual unpaid balance per case would imply around 86 billion pesos exposure, while 25,000 pesos per case would imply around 215 billion pesos. Pero again, Mr. President, yung actual exposure ay magdedepende pa sa kung ilang mga kaso ay talagang magka-qualify at aktual na maaprubahan at mababayaran sa ilalim ng rules ng bawat ahensya at available funds niya. So for context pa, Mr. President, yung existing public medical and crisis assistance envelope ay substantial, significant, pero of course limitado. Ang DOH maifip ay mga 51.6 billion pesos para sa taong 2026. DSWD-AX ay mga 63.9 billion pesos at yung medical assistance ng PCSO, although noong 2024 amounted to mga 3.27 billion pesos for 330,023 beneficiaries or roughly 9,900 per beneficiary. And again, kahit paulit-ulit po, Mr. President, importanteng bigyan ko ng diin, hindi po ito official cost estimates dahil ang PhilHealth claims ay hindi pareho ng unique detained patients. Hindi lahat ng napapakinabangan ang PhilHealth coverage ay nade-detain. Hindi lahat ng claims involve unpaid balances. May mga claims na nababayaran naman, walang unpaid balances. Hindi lahat ay private hospital cases. At hindi lahat ay magka-qualify para sa government guarantee letters. Proxy scenarios lamang po ito na magpapakita o pinapakita ang fiscal risk kung ma-misinterpret natin ang measure bilang full government guarantee. Dahil hindi po full government guarantee itong bill. Itong bill ay primarily anti-detention. Pero sinasabi pa rin natin, ina-uphold pa rin natin, pagkatapos anumang mabayaran ng pasyente at pamilya niya, pagkatapos may coverage ng alinmang medical assistance program o mga medical assistance programs ng government agency or agencies, kapag ka may balanse pa rin, obligasyon pa rin ng pasyente at pamilya, collectible pa rin on the part of the hospital. So, bilang suma sa pag numbers crunch namin sa datos ng PIDS, yung safe fiscal position ay malinaw pa rin, Mr. President, dahil walang automatic full guarantee, walang automatic zero balance billing, at wala ring automatic extinguishing ng hospital debt. Ang anumang guarantee letter o assistance nananatiling subject sa eligibility, guidelines, approval, at available funds. So, muli, I cannot stress enough, ang pinagbabawal ng panukala natin ay detention. Hindi niya po pinagbabawal ang lawful collection, Mr. President.
Thank you for that lengthy and quite exhaustive discussion to the sponsor. We appreciate that she gave us a lot of numbers, which I've never seen, no? I've never seen these numbers. What we've seen are the PIDS, the PIDS numbers. But nevertheless, malalaki, the bottom line is malaki ho ang gastos. And I agree with Her Honor that this bill never intended to be a government guarantee. Hindi nga. The only reason for Her Honor's information, for the sponsor's information, that we kept on bringing back yung magkano ang babayaran ng gobyerno because ang private hospital, yun yung aasahan niya. I mean, that's... Okay, I'll go back. If you recall, na-announce nga na may zero balance billing. So at first, akala ng lahat covered yon, no? Lahat ng tao, akala nila kahit saan sila hospital pupunta, covered. Then DOH clarified, ay hindi, covered lang ang zero balance billing ng DOH hospitals and specialty hospitals. So pag doon ka pumunta, wala kang babayaran, government ang magbabayad nun. Clear naman po tayo doon, Madam Sponsor, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
Na yon. So at least yun pa nga, whether indigent ka pa nga o hindi, wala nang problema, right? Do we understand each other? Walang problema,
Under the
no?
zero balance billing system, Mr.
Under the zero
President.
balance. So kaya nga sabi ko earlier, yung utopian if we look at it in the best possible scenario, in a utopian world, if all the hospitals and health centers were zero balance billing, I guess we don't even need this law. Is that correct? Tama?
Well, actually, that utopian world, Mr. President, was already contemplated in part by the original law. Dahil sinubukan na, even in the original law, siguruhin na no one would be detained. It's just that in the past years ng implementation, nakita natin yung kahirapan ng implementation to the point na, gaya ng pinut on the record namin ni Senator Joel, marami-rami pa ring horror stories na gusto sanang mapigilan ng original law at gusto nating mas ma-realize ngayon through this amendatory bill.
So kaya nga, so malayo pa tayo dun sa yung utopian version ng zero balance billing kasi nga there is a balance to be paid and hanggat hindi nababayaran yon, ang tendency ng hospital if we did not pass this law, the original law, and if we don't improve on it, is naghahanap ng way yung hospital to get paid. And one way that they feel that they can get paid is that they somehow find a way to go around the existing law to, if not detain the person, detain the kamag-anak, detain the personal properties. Yun yung situation natin, no? Correct? We understand each other on that.
We understand each other, Mr. President. And again, part of the situation, this is not a zero balance billing law. This actually provides for non-detention of patients and families, even outside the ZBB system, by putting into play whatever limited or absent resources of the patient and family. Tapos yung iba't ibang medical assistance programs ng mga government agencies, apart pa po from the zero balance billing system. And then again, yung balances na obligasyon pa rin ng pasyente at pamilya at collectible pa rin on the part of the hospitals, Mr. President.
But the reality, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, is yung indigent patient and even those who are financially capable, what is financially capable? It would appear, and it's not defined here, no? I'm not aware that we define that, but if you have a medical bill in minimum wage, you're a minimum wage earner, you're financially capable probably to feed your family. Kung dalawa kayong minimum wage earner sa family. Kasi the numbers that we have to feed a family of 4 already exceeds the income of a minimum wage earner. So I don't know if we want to define what is a financially capable person. But my point is, kahit na may konti kang kakayanan, lagpas pa sa minimum wage, kahit dalawa pa kayo nagmi-minimum wage, pag tinamaan ka ng matinding sakit, kakapusin ka. Yun talaga yun. Yun talaga yun, kakapusin ka. Magkaroon ng heart disease, magkaroon ng prolonged stay because of pneumonia. And one of the reasons for that is that hindi pa na-implement ng PhilHealth ang DRG. Ang DRG is the diagnosis-related groups, which means, for example, sa isang sakit na katulad ng pneumonia, imbis na 1 or 2 lang yung category, o 20,000, tapos na yan, bayad ka na. They divide it into groups such that meron kang slight pneumonia, severe, serious, life-threatening pneumonia, so that the bill would be covered even if it's in the hundreds of thousands. We don't have that yet. So for now, pag binayaran ka, babayaran ka lang ng kung ano yung minimum, no? And that is why, in that sense, there will be a balance left because ang babayaran lang ng PhilHealth is yung maliit na amount that was computed many, many years ago, and it's below what it cost the hospital to it is way below the amount na ginastos ng hospital to treat the patient. So, brings us back to the main point. Ang point po natin is PIDS gave us figures in the billions. Her Honor also gave us figures I tried to jot down. Sabi niya kung 50,000 per case, abutin tayo ng 100 billion pesos. Pagkakalahati lang nun, abutin pa rin tayo ng 50 billion. Then meron din siyang computation na pag 25,000 pesos per case, abutin tayo ng 215 billion. I was just jotting notes from Her Honor's statement earlier. The point is this. For 2026, the balance provided for DOH hospitals zero balance billing is just 64.97 billion. 64 billion for DOH hospitals lang. So yung point ko lang naman po is all the other hospitals, and I already mentioned that there are 1,000 plus hospitals, less than 100 or less than 10% have a zero balance policy. So for the remaining 900 plus hospitals, may balanse talaga dyan. Yung iba, katulad naman tama yung sinabi ng sponsor natin, makakabayad. Hindi naman ibig sabihin ng lahat na yon magiging issue itong hospital detention. Kasi yung iba dyan, sa PhilHealth pa lang, bayad na. Pero kadalasan, because we have the numbers also, ang nababayaran ng PhilHealth is on average 30% of the bill. So, Her Honor mentioned the different mechanisms to further complete the payment. It could be government intervention, yung personal din na ilalabas ng pasyente at ng mga kamag-anak. So, lahat naman yun possibility. So, there's a percentage of patients who will not need to avail of this no detention no hospital detention bill. But there will be those that need to avail of it. And the question is, who will pay their balance? Again, Her Honor clarified that this bill does not say it is automatically government. I agree po. Pero the point is there is a bill and sino ang magbabayad. So from the start, ang sinasabi lang natin is we are concerned for the private hospitals that would be left with the bill. And I just want to put on record, hindi ho ako mag-o-object or anything because we have the same purpose. I simply want to put on record na sinabi na ng mga private hospitals, I have a letter from them saying that they would be very concerned. It is from the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines. Very concerned po sila, especially for the small and medium-sized facilities who would bear more of the uncompensated care. So yun lang naman yung concern nila. So, can government step in? Yes, government can step in. I will put on record again the numbers that you have heard me say. It is not new. There is 292 billion. So this is 1/3 of a trillion unappropriated and unreleased funds for PhilHealth. Ito po ay na-earmark na natin sa syntax law. Over the years, this amounts to 292.33. So even if I were to use Her Honor's figures of 25,000 per case, 215 billion, o di covered ang isang taon. If I use a lower number, baka covered ang 2 taon, 3 taon, 4 na taon, 5 taon. The point is that I'm trying to make, and this is not the problem of the sponsor right now with this bill, is that meron naman kahit papanong pondo pang pagkukunan kung sana naririlisan tayo. Si DBM Secretary, Acting Secretary, nandiyan dyan kanina, sabi ko nga kay Senate President, ay sana nakausap natin, na-present natin yung matagal ng utang ng DBM sa pondo para sa PhilHealth na gastusin natin. I will just break this down for everyone's sake, Your Honor. 292.33 billion pesos is unappropriated and unreleased, and the breakdown is as follows. Deficit from Syntax is 113 billion. From PCSO and PAGCOR, 77.46 billion pesos. This is included in the GAA but unreleased 101.43 billion. So 292.33 po ang total niyan. So malaki-laki din yan, sana makakatulong pang gastos. I would also like to add one more point. I mentioned earlier that the zero balance billing for the year 2026 is 64.97 billion. As the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Finance, and handling the budget of DOH and PhilHealth, this representation proposed some amendments. The amendments were specifically for the zero balance billings. Ito po ang amendments ko na tawag ng iba, insertion. Bahala na kayo kung anong mas appropriate na term. But these amendments, thanks to the Senate President, were accepted because at that time he was the chairman of the Committee on Finance. So the amendments are as follows. 3.3 billion for DOH hospital. So, in other words, meron ng budget ZBB for DOH hospitals, pero sa computation ng DOH kulang pa rin. So they gave us the numbers, we presented it, it was approved by the then chairman of the Committee on Finance. 3.3 billion yan, pesos. And then for the regional DOH hospitals, 6 billion. Mas malaki yan kasi nga regional na to eh. So ito yung sa labas ng Metro Manila. 6 billion pesos. And finally, this was the proposal of this representation. It didn't come from DOH, but we proposed it. DOH agreed that it is important, so we proposed it to the chairman of the secretary, to our committee chair, and it was approved, and so it was carried in the GAA. 1 billion pilot for LGU hospitals. Kasi nga, nakakaawa yung mga LGU dahil sila din yung pinupuntahan ng mga pasyente na expected nila may zero balance, yung pala hindi covered. Maliit to kinumpute natin, kaya lang kasi yung capacity na i-approve yan ng chairman ng finance, alam ko hindi na siya makakahanap ng pondo beyond 1 billion. So 1 billion na muna kasi pilot lang naman. So this is a total of a little bit over 10 billion that we added to the zero balance building. Anyway, dear colleagues, I'm just putting this all in record.
Specialty
Please go ahead.
hospitals. We also
DOH
had
and specialty.
Specialty
Yes.
hospitals, about 3 billion plus for
DOH.
for the different specialty hospitals. 1 billion each.
1 billion each.
Yeah,
your
1 billion
memory,
each.
your memory is unparalleled, Mr. President. You are absolutely correct. 1 billion for each specialty hospital. So we do what we can, no? And so, like I said, I have no objection. I'm just putting this on record, and I hope that we can remain vigilant and open to the concerns that may be raised by the private hospitals later on, because ang problema kasi natin yung sila yung sasalo ng issue na to eh. Sila yung kailangan sumunod sa batas. So, mindful po tayo na marami nagsasabing, ang gaganda nga ng batas na pinapasan nyo, hindi naman kayo yung mag-i-implement. Ang mag-i-implement, in this case, is the private hospitals, the LGU hospitals, the private, not even hospitals, but yung mga katulad nung panganakan, marami yan. So let's be mindful of that and the challenges that they might be confronted with. Because at the end of the day, we all agree that we want a strong anti-hospital detention law. And I thank the sponsor for shepherding this bill. But yun nga, with a clear request that we continue our oversight on the implementation of this soon-to-be law. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you also to the gentle lady from Taguig and Pateros. I commit to all the colleagues, especially the gentle lady, that of course, dahil yung mga hospital, especially the private hospitals sa ating service delivery network, which is one of our pillars sa universal healthcare system. Of course, the Senate and especially our Committee on Health are also looking to continue to pass laws to assist them to operate maximally and optimally. Well taken yung pinuto on record ng gentle lady na concern ng PHAP. I'm sure even the member hospitals of PHAP, ayaw naman nila na sila yung magiging site ng hospital detention. So we will be counting on their participation dun sa finally makakraft nating panukalang batas which clearly recognizes yung karapatan ng mga ospital na kolektahin yung mga tamang bill na naikikwenta. Kaugnay rin ng amendment kanina galing kay Senator Joel on bill transparency. And then again, as both the gentle lady and I have recognized, unang magbabayad kung may kaya kahit maliit, yung pasyente at pamilya, then the different medical assistance programs of the different government agencies will come into play according to each of their own rules. Kung magka-qualify o hindi yung pasyente at pamilya. And in the end, kung may balanse, then it remains the obligation of the patient and family, collectible by the hospital. Yung ibang reforms na pinoint out ng gentle lady, for example, yung pagbabalik ng national government, pagbayad niya ng utang niya sa PhilHealth. I join her 100% in that with all the health advocates here in the Senate. At yung patuloy na pag-modernize, pag-reform ng PhilHealth system, including yung pag-shift na yon sa DRG. But in the end, Mr. President, yung original dream, I wouldn't even say it's utopian, pero yung original humanistic dream nung kasalukuyang batas, which was shepherded in her time by the gentle lady, na mawaksi na sa karanasan natin ang hospital detention. Learning the lessons we've learned in the past decades of very difficult implementation on the part of DOH sa pamamagitan itong panukalang batas. Precisely, we are trying ma-achieve na yung pangarap na iyon. And after all, kapag hindi ma-detain yung pasyente at pamilya niya, if they can go back to family life, work, studies, mas magiging resilient sila if and when the next medical emergency comes around. And they can participate more fully in generating and paying back yung resources na kailangan kung meron pa rin silang pagkakautang na sana hindi na kailangan panghabulin ng ospital through civil proceedings, Mr. President. Apologies again, Mr. President. There is one proposed committee amendment that I failed to make of record and accept on the record, Mr. President. And this comes from the Senate President himself. In the same section, after the amendment of Senator Villanueva, to insert this following phrase: the DOH shall act on complaints and grievances received through their patient grievance and redress mechanism within 5 working days from receipt thereof. Failure of the responsible public official or employee to act on any complaint within the prescribed period shall constitute simple neglect of duty, subject to the filing of the appropriate administrative action based on prevailing Civil Service Commission rules and regulations, provided that in cases where the cause of delay is due to force majeure or other analogous circumstances, the prescribed period mandated herein shall be suspended and appropriate adjustments shall be made, provided further that in such cases of justifiable delay, the responsible public official or employee shall notify the complainant of the reason for the delay and the adjusted period to act on the complaint. For the record, Mr. President, the said proposed amendment imposes a stricter time-bound obligation on the Department of Health to resolve complaints involving unlawful patient detention. And therefore, subject to stand, Mr. President, I accept the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
And Mr. President, there is one more proposed amendment that this representation will await, hopefully within the day, from Senator Raffy.
Just to, before we close the period of amendment today, let me just express my opinion on the discussions between Senator Pia and Senator Risa. I do share the thoughts of Senator Pia that it's not the intention to give difficulty to the private hospitals in terms of their operation. Katulad po ng mga private schools, mga private hospitals, partner rin ng gobyerno sa pagbibigay ng hospital services. And pero kami rin po sa Valenzuela, naging biktima rin kami ng palit-ulo scheme. In fact, Merong kaming constituent sa Valenzuela na hindi pinalabas, ang pinalit ay relative nilang i-detain. So I support the intentions of the bill na hindi pwedeng magkaroon ng palit ulo, hindi rin pwedeng i-detain yung mga pasyente. Lalo na kung may mga pasyenteng hirap na hirap at marami rin pasyente na pag may sakit yung kanilang relative, nagpapanik sila at under stress, no? At hindi pwedeng i-take advantage rin ng mga hospitals yung ganong na situation. And it's good to note na ang gobyerno naman may kapasidad na tumulong sa mga hospitals. Nasabi na ito ni Senator Pia kanina, but ulitin ko lang. Ang MAIP ay merong 51 billion in the 2026 GAA at ang intention talaga ng MAIP is to support the private hospitals. Alam natin na ang PhilHealth kaya lang up to 30 to 40%, depende pa sa sakit. Yung balance, dito pumapasok yung medical assistance. At of course, yung AIX, ito yung assistance na binibigay sa mga constituents natin. For 2026 budget, about 63 billion. So itong dalawang funds, no, pwedeng magamit ng mga private hospitals para mabayaran sila. No? So
Thank you, Mr.
thank you, Senator Risa, for
President.
yes, Senator
Just a quick-
Pia. Yeah.
Just a quick statement for the information of the body. Yung mga recommendations ng minority group for MyFIP and AIX have been suspended. Pag may lumalapit sa amin na pasyente, hindi na kami pwedeng sinabi sa website ng DOH at DSWD, hindi napapansin yung recommendation namin. So for the body's information and for the information of the Senate President. So like in my case, for over a decade, ang daming pumupunta sa akin, humihingi ng tulong. And just in the last few months, this has been weaponized against us. In the case of Senator Amy and Senator Bongo, years na yata. I'm just saying, Mr. President, for the record. So sa akin lang naman po, kung ang ibang kasamahan natin pwede namang makatulong sa mga kababayan, bakit yung iba sa amin hindi pwedeng mag-recommend? Hindi na ho ba kami marunong mag-recommend? Yung mga lumalapit ba sa amin are less of Filipino citizens? Yun lang naman po sa akin. Kasi sobra akong na-shock na nagkagano na tayo I hope the Senate President can do something about this. In fairness, napakabait sa akin nung inyong kapatid. I think nakita naman niya yung magandang loob ko nung dinefend ko yung kanyang budget. So it's not on him. I don't know kung saan nanggagaling ang utos na yan.
Yes, well, ang Senate naman is recommendatory. Of course, we just recommend, and we'll look into this
Mr. President,
matter.
We've done it before during my time as Senate President, also Senator Cheese's time as Senate President, and also Senator Soto, as a matter of fact. He had put funds here in the Action Center for the senators, regardless of political color, Mr. President. Let's allow we definitely should give a budget to that. And whoever senator requests for assistance for the patients that go, hindi talaga mawawala, Mr. President. Meron talaga pasyente pumupunta sa amin. Sana dito na sa Senado, pwede nating tulungan, regardless of political color, Mr. President.
Meron tayong Public Assistance Center na pwedeng lumapit yung ating mga constituents to ask for help. At galing yan sa institution as recommendation, no? Dahil nagre-recommend tayo sa mga different executive agencies. So we'll look into that also, and we'll revive that concept. Maganda yung concept because Senate as an institution ang tumutulong.
Tsaka fair yung Senate President, Mr. President, fair yung Senate President natin na yun, regardless of political color or affiliation.
Fair naman lahat ng Senate President.
Dapat tulungan
lalo na ikaw,
po natin.
Dapat
tulungan natin sila, Mr. President. I totally agree.
Mr. President, just to add to the discussion, totoo po yan. I know that we've had discussions internally. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng past and current Senate President because of that funding. But again, this goes to the point that I was also raising with a good sponsor that laging kulang. So alam nyo yan. Pagkatapos pumunta sa opisina ng isang senador, pupunta din sa opisina ng ibang senador kasi nga Kulang. So, Mr. President, pagpunta nila dun sa baba, dun sa general fund na galit ng Senate office, iisa-isahin pa rin nila yung mga opisina ng mga senador kasi kulang ang pondo. That's the whole point. Kulang. So, yun lang. I just wanted to emphasize that bakit naman yung recommendatory power pag naging minority ka, wala nang validity, wala nang respeto doon. Yun lang naman kasi pare-pareho naman tayong senador, pare-pareho naman tayong naninilbihan sa mga kababayan natin.
Thank you for that. Yes, Senator, before we recognize the sponsor, we recognize the former Senate President, Senator Tito Soto.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I know if the period of amendments is closed already?
Not yet. We're still in the period of amendments.
What page are we in now, Mr. President?
We are actually page 3. But since Senator Pia already terminated her proposal, we are actually near the closing of the period of amendments.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. If you don't mind, then will the distinguished lady favor me with a very tiny
Certainly, Mr. President.
observation on my part. Just as I was having a conversation with Senator Rafi Tulfo in the lounge, and we were, of course, monitoring the amendment, there was an amendment on the, I'm not sure what line that is, but there was an amendment where you mentioned local government officials who might not support or something like that, will not take action.
The mention of local government officials, Mr. President, was generally in relation to DILG, na kasama po ang DILG sa mga ahensya na dapat ma-coordinate ng DOH dito sa anti-hospital detention law.
Yeah, but you said something to the effect that it will be a simple neglect of duty if they do not. What portion is
The
that?
reference, Mr. President, was to hospital officials or employees.
Hospital
Yes,
officials.
Mr. President, not
All right.
local government officials.
My tiny amendment, Mr. President, is why say simple? Remove the simple. Just make it neglect of duty.
Yes, and Mr. President.
Why do we have to call it simple neglect of duty?
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I correct myself. It was, in fact, the last committee amendment that I proposed on the floor and accepted from the Senate President, actually. So it does mention, the good gentleman, former Senate President, is right. It does mention failure of the responsible public official or employee. This is to act on any complaint within the prescribed period. So the question now, why simple neglect of duty
Yes.
and why not neglect of duty?
Yes. Why not remove the Diba? It's a simple amendment. But
Yeah, Mr. President, subject to style lang naman yan eh. Styling on the wording.
Or
Unless there's
kaya nga eh.
a penal provision
well,
pag simple
according
neglect
to-
of duty and neglect of duty.
Well, according to Senator Lacson, it should be either simple or serious. Or less serious. Or less serious.
Thank you.
So my question now is why not just neglect of duty?
I was going, Mr. President, because of the former Senate President's proposed amendment to quickly seek legal advice from my legis, but I see a thumbs up. I just need to clarify, are we accepting neglect of duty or serious neglect of duty? Neglect of duty. Subject to style, Mr. President, this representation accepts the proposed amendment of the good Senate President to amend the simple neglect of duty to neglect of duty, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to accept the proposal of our former Senate President Tito Soto is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr.
Subject to
President.
style.
Subject to style. And salamat po sa good former Senate President. May isang huling amendment, Mr. President, galing kay Senator Rafi. And he has asked me to read it for him. Page 6 pa rin po, after line 21, a new section 4, subject to style. To read, section 4, tax deductions. the unpaid balance of the hospital bill or medical expense of a financially incapacitated patient after deduction of PhilHealth and other government health assistance benefits, which is guaranteed to facilitate the patient's discharge, shall be deductible from the gross income of such hospital or medical clinic for income tax purposes. And subject to style, Mr. President, I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Salamat, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby closed.
Well, maybe we can
Salamat,
just
Mr.
get the clean copy so that we can study this further
Yes.
before we can approve it on second reading tomorrow,
Correct,
Mr. President.
correct.
With the
So
permission of the
suspend.
sponsor. That's all right.
Very gladly. Maraming salamat
We
po,
suspend
Mr.
the
President.
consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We suspend muna consideration of the measure for the clean copy.
Any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned bill is hereby suspended.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the sponsors and to all the authors of the amendments, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo, to avail of the privilege hour before we take up other official matters.
We recognize the gentleman from Davao City, Senator Rafi Tulfo.
And Isabela. Mr.
And Isabela Province. Marami hong taga Isabela ho dito.
Mr. President. Mas maganda kung una yung Isabela, Mr. President, tapos pangalan
Tapos Davao City. We will take note of that.
Baka magalit misis ko eh. Anyway, thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I speak before you today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. When economic activity comes at the expense of safe water, clean air, livelihood, workers' health, and the safety of the surrounding communities, we must ask, sino ang umaasenso? At sino naman ang nagbabayad ng presyo ng pag-asenso ng ilan? Noong July 18, sinalakay ng National Bureau of Investigation kasama ang Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission ang Chuang Xing Steel Incorporated sa Magalang, Pampanga. Mahigit 3 billion pesos na halaga ng radioactive at substandard steel products ang nasamsam. 4 na opisyal ng kumpanya ang naaresto at daan-daang manggagawa ang inalis sa hazardous conditions. Mr. President, bago pa man ang raid ng NBI, lumapit na po sa aking programa noong December 2023 ang mga residente na nagsumbong sa akin dahil sa makapal na usok na umano'y nagmula sa planta. Nangako Municipal Environment and Natural Resources Office o MENRO ng Magalang, Pampanga na tututukan ito. Mahigit 2 taon ang lumipas. Imbis na mawala ang problema, mas malala pa pala ang matutuklasan. At kung hindi nyo natatanong itong kumpanya na ito, ang nag-supply ng bakal sa gumuhong 9-story building sa Pampanga noong Mayo kung saan namatay ang 30 katao. I would like to invite your attention to a short video. Itong Chuang Xing Steel Incorporated, pabrika ng bakal. Yung bakal ay nagdudulot naman po ng makapal na usok.
Yes po, Idol.
Nakarating na po ito sa mga kinaukulang, kaya lang wala
pong response.
Mr. Mercado, ngayon nakarating na sa inyo itong problema sa bakal. So inaasahan ko po, kikilos po kayo at inyong mga kasamahan dyan sa Menro.
Sir, we will do it tomorrow.
Yumayanig po yung lupa. Tapos pag ating gabi hanggang madaling araw, dinig-dinig mo yung ingay. Parang may humahampas na malakas. Tapos mabaho. Siyempre, pag naamoy mo, makakatulog ka pa ba? Hanggang sa may stress ka na.
Nagka-asthma yung mister ko hanggang nauwi na sa emphysema.
Mula nung dumating yung bakalan na yan.
Lalo na po kami, dito lang kami nakatira, malapit po kami. Talagang yung hingay, tsaka po yung usok, pag naamoy mo masakit po dito, pag gising mo, yung pilema mo, itim.
Kasi yung tubig dito, deep well contaminated na.
Po yung waste na slugs na tinapon nila doon sa may part. Gumawa pa naman sila ng part doon na may chemical din, may nakatapon na maliliit na bakal, na binasag na bote. Kumusta naman po yung kalusugan ng mga mag-i-stay doon? Na kung mag-i-stay yung mga bata doon, nag-aalala pa kaming mga magulang. O ba't nagawa nila yung ganun? Alam nila na may chemical yon, ba't linagay pa nila doon? Ngayon, naglagay sila ng pantambak, parang tatambakan yun, parang tatakpan lang nila. Nandun pa rin yung chemical. Siyempre, pag umulan, ma'am, bababa lang yung linagay nilang pantambak. Kawawa naman yung mga bata.
Kasi una, yung zoning niya, makikita nyo naman, nalapit niya sa community. Kasi pag heavy industrial na ganyan, at least 1 kilometer yung layo niya. 100 meter lang yata yung layo niya sa ano.
Pangamba namin, naririnig namin sa kwento-kwento, sa sinasabi nila, magraran pa, itataas daw yung bakod nila para daw yung ingay, hindi masyadong nakakapekto sa amin. Kumusta naman ma'am yung usok? Yung bang bakod na ilalagay nila, hanggang langit ba yon?
Despite na may violation, yung barangay, nag-issue pa rin siya ng barangay clearance, and yung municipal, nag-issue sila ng business permit, continuous, yearly. Actually, yung sinasabi nilang investment, yung epekto niya sa mga taga rito, wala naman empleyadong taga rito eh. Kaya wag nila sabihin na para sa mga taga baryo.
Dahil sa mga natuklasang ito, ayon sa NBI, patong-patong na reklamo ang kinakaharap ngayon ng kumpanya for alleged violations of several laws. Number 1, RA 6969 or the Toxic Substances and Hazardous and Nuclear Waste Control Act. Number 2, PD 1586 or the Philippine Environmental Impacts Statement System. Number 3, RA 8749 or the Clean Air Act. Number 4, RA 12305 or the Philippine National Nuclear Energy Safety Act. And number 5, RA 7394 or the Consumer Act of the Philippines. Mr. President, sa testing ng Philippine Nuclear Research Institute or PNRI from July 18 to 24, may elevated radiation readings sa waste, lupa, tubig at production materials ng planta na masama sa kalusugan at maaaring magdulot ng cancer kapag significant ang exposure. Since 2020 pa operational na yung plantang yan. Ilang taon nang nandoon ang mga magagawa at expose ang komunidad. Kapag nagkasakit ang mga tao, several years from now, sino ang mananagot? Sorry na lang ba para sa kanila? Idagdag pa natin ang patong-patong na environmental violations ng planta. As early as 2023, may record na ang DNR, Environmental Management Bureau, na nag-ooperate ang planta ng walang valid wastewater discharge permit. Hindi pa malit na bagay ang kawalan ng wastewater discharge permit. Lalo ngayon, na-detect na may radioactive materials sa wastewater samples mula sa planta. Mr. President, kung noon pa hindi maayos ang treatment ng wastewater, hindi lang po ito problema sa loob ng facility. Sigurado, problema na ito sa buong community. Noong October 2025, may notice of violation na itong Chuangsing. Nakita na ng DNR-EMB na wala itong valid permits para sa air pollution control installations at wastewater discharge. At gumagawa rin sila ng angle bars, C-channel bars, at slug recycling kahit hindi ito covered ng kanilang Environmental Compliance Certificate o ECC. Siyempre, nangakong kumpanya na magkukomply sila. Pero pagdating na March 2026, wala pa rin ang required permits kaya may notice of violation na naman. Dito ako nagtataka, Mr. President. Kung paulit-ulit ang violation, bakit pa-notice-notice lang? Bakit walang monitoring sa compliance? Ito nga po, July 2026 lang naglabas ang DNR ng cease and desist order. Kung hindi pa nag-grade ang NBI. At itong July 30 lang, DNR finally canceled their ECC. Of course, long overdue na. Ang hiling ngayon ng mga residente, wag na itong hayaang magbukas muli. At ang hiling ko naman, tanggalin na ang mga DNR officials na nagpalusot sa mga violations na ito ora mismo. This is a wake-up call for all of us. A red flag that there's something wrong with our policies. How was this facility allowed to operate there for years? Noong 2019, more than 71,000 square meters of agricultural land in Barangay Nabaling were reclassified for industrial use, citing employment, additional local income, and economic development. Pero ngayon, excuse me, sino ba talaga ang nakinabang sa conversion na ito? Approximately 170 meters lamang ang layo ng steel plant mula sa residential community. In the Philippines, the Comprehensive Land Use Plan recommends a 100-meter industrial residential buffer. Pero tingnan natin ang ibang bansa. Malaysia, 500 meters for heavy industry. Queensland, Australia, 500 meters for metal processing facilities. And Victoria, Australia, 500 meters to 1 kilometer for iron and steel production. Kung ganito kaingat ang ibang bansa sa paglalayo ng heavy industry sa mga komunidad, dapat ganun din po tayo kaseryoso sa assessment at planning bago magbigay ng approval. Kaya, kailangan na talaga natin ng National Land Use Act. I filed Senate Bill number 2293 para magkaroon na tayo ng mas malinaw na framework sa paggamit ng lupa. Hindi pwedeng economic benefits lang ang basihan. Dapat titingnan din natin kung magiging ligtas ba para sa mga tao sa kalikasan, sa ibang mga sektor at sa mga komunidad na maapektuhan ang conversion ng lupa. Sa mga ganitong usapin, malaga rin ang papel ng local government sa pagbabantay sa mga negosyong pinapayagang mag-operate. Since 2020, patuloy na binibigyan ng business permit ang Chuangxing Steel kahit may mga reklamo ng mga residente. At matapos ang raid ng NBI, ayun, saka lang din sinuspindi ng LGU ang business permit nito. Isa pang nakabahala sa operations ng Chuangxing ay ang estado ng kanilang mga manggagawa. Authorities remove 347 Filipino workers and 37 Chinese nationals from Chuangxing's hazardous industrial conditions, with 10 workers examined showing symptoms of, eto na po, radiation exposure. Kawawa naman. Government inspections also documented wage and benefit violations, inadequate PPE, the lack of required occupational safety and health programs, lack of qualified safety personnel, and unsafe industrial equipment and operations. Ilan po sa mga manggagawa ng steel plant ay lumapit mismo sa aking opisina dahil sa poor and unsafe working conditions. Panoorin po natin ito.
Kami na lang po mag-a-adjust sa trabaho namin para hindi po kami madisgrasya.
Talagang wala kayong PPE, protective
Wala
gear?
po. Safety belt, akyat ka sa taas. Bahala ka na. Gawaan paraan para hindi ka mahulog. Gano'n.
Yung kamay ko sumabit sa jacket dun sa may bandang kred. Ayun po, yung nangyari sa kamay ko, yung binibigyan ako ng 250 araw-araw, di nila binabayaran. Sa totoo lang po, mahihirapan na po akong mag-apply sa ibang kumpanya nangyari sa kamay ko. Ito, wala na to eh. Tsaka ito, balat na lang yung nag-ano nito, tapos lumilitaw yung buto.
Bali po pagpukpok ng kasama ko, tumalsik po yung kalahati ng lumasa na tipak po siya. Tumalsik po sa dibdib ko. Ngayon po hanggang ngayon, nandito pa yung bakal, hindi pa po natatanggal.
Na kailangan operahan na?
Opo. Mag-isang taon na po ito. Wala naman po silang binibigay sa akin na tulong, ganyan.
Sa amin kasi ma'am, sobrang usok sa loob. Sa pwesto namin, halos wala kang makita. Kinukumpli nga namin sa bus namin, wala man nangyayari.
May mga mask po ba kayo na
Wala po, wala sila ini-issue. Ganito lang po. Gaganyan mo lang.
napakadelikado po kasi malikabok na, mausok, maingay. Kaya ito nabingi itong kabila kung tayo ngayon.
Yung mga barya kasi dyan, ninalo nilang pang panangkap yun. Halimbawa, pag nagkaka-low-carbon, ibig sabihin ng low-carbon, yung bakal masyadong malambot. Kasi pagdadaan ng finished product yun, magkakaroon ng mixture yun. Kaya maraming reject. Inahalo nila yung kumbaga pang patigas ng tunaw, yung katamtaman ng magandang kalabasan ng bakal.
Mga ano yan?
Yes po. May tagi 5 piso, may piso, may 10, may 20. Nagulat kami. Siyempre, pera natin yan, malaking kabastusan yan eh.
Makikita po sa video na lumabag din sila sa PD 247 for willful defacing, mutilating, burning, or destroying a Philippine currency, including our peso coins. Ginagawa po nilang scrap metal ang ating kaperahan. Mr. President, the lessons from Chuang Sing in Magalang, Pampanga must guide us as we look to another major development, the Pax Silica project. Pax Silica is about 300 times bigger than Chuang Sing as far as size goes. And if we could not handle such a small company, paano pa itong malaking development? Investments, of course, are welcome, but transparency and accountability are non-negotiable. Magandang mga numero sa economic side ng Pax Silica. Around 600 billion pesos in project initial investments. 130,000 to 290,000 direct jobs. Hundreds of thousands of indirect jobs. And potentially 68 to 75 billion pesos in annual tax revenues. But a project of this scale will also require significant resources, especially water. Some AI facilities abroad reportedly consume millions of gallons of water for cooling and other operations. To address this, the Basic Conversion and Development Authority, or BCDA, is looking at surface water harvesting and water impounding. However, bilang chairman ng Committee on Public Services, nakita na po natin sa ilang hearing kung gaano kaseryoso ang problema sa water supply, including in parts of Tarlac and Pampanga. Kaya bago tayo magdagdag ng isa pang major water consumer, kailangan malinaw saang manggagaling ang tubig. At kapag nagkulang supply, sino ang bibigyan ng priority? Napakarami pa rin pong tanong na kailangan sagutin. Ano ba talaga itatayo? Data centers? Semiconductor facilities? Ano ang magiging epekto nito sa environment? Farmers, indigenous peoples, at mga residente sa paligid. At kung sasabing lilika ito ng libo-libong trabaho, anong klaseng trabaho ba ang mapupunta sa mga Pinoy? Estimates are not guarantees. Kung jobs, livelihood at government revenues ang ipinapangako, dapat malinaw na bahagi ng agreement ang mga commitment na yan. Kaya naghain po ako ng Senate Resolution number 571 calling for an inquiry into the proposed Pax Silica Hub in New Clark City to determine its environmental and community implications and whether existing legal and regulatory safeguards are adequate. In closing, Mr. President, we have already seen in Magalang, Pampanga, what happens when regulatory enforcement comes too late. Development cannot simply be approved today and regulated after the damage appears tomorrow. Because at the end of the day, we can rebuild infrastructure and recover investments. But damage to our environment and our communities cannot simply be undone. With this, I ask for the support of my colleagues. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po. What's the pleasure of Senator Risa, the gentle lady from Panay Island? Yes. Yeah, we recognize the gentle lady from Panay Island, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat Mr. President. Maikling manifestation lang ng pagsuporta sa privilege speech ni Senator Raffy. Nais ko pong suportahan ang kanyang privilege speech. Para sa impormasyon ng ating kapulungan, parehong subject po ito ng Senate Resolution number 588 na inihain ko rin po ngayong araw. Bukod po dun sa proposed Senate Resolution number 563, kaugnay naman ng Paxilica. Pero para sa manifestasyong ito, Mr. President, mag-focus po ako dun sa binunyag ni Senator Raffy na steel plant. Hindi po isolated case yung ipinakita po niya. Earlier this year, ang PNRI, ang Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, ay nakahanap ng presensya ng uranium-238, thorium-232 at thorium-228 sa imported feedstock sa Philippine Sanja Steel Corporation na nasa loob ng isang special economic zone. Nakakabahala ito masyado, Mr. President. Bukod sa mga health at community impacts, nagpapalitaw po ito ng mga tanong tungkol sa kalidad ng mga steel bars na umiikot po sa ating market. Huwag din po nating kalimutan, nakatanggap po tayo ng impormasyon na yung teknolohiya na ginagamit para i-produce itong mga steel products ay naban na sa China 10 years ago pa. Hindi po talaga natin dapat payagan ang mga dayuhan na simpleng ilipat yung kanilang negosyo na pinagbabawal na sa kanilang bansa, dito naman po sa ating bansa. Kaya muli po, Mr. President, sinusuportahan ko ang privilege speech ni Senator Raffy at sa pamamagitan ng ating mga Senate resolutions, isusulong ko rin po yung pagbunyag sa dapat malaman po ng publiko at ng ating buong gobyerno para mabigyang daan yung tamang policy action natin kaugnay ng mga ito. Salamat po, Mr. President, at mabuhay Senator Raffy.
Thank you. Ay papasalamat po kami kay Senator Raffy Tulfo sa kanyang expose dahil yung nakita ko dyan, ang nakakalungkot, 250 pesos a day ang binabayad ho nila sa kanilang mga manggagawa. At ang minimum wage po is 755 pesos. So, 1/3 ang binabayad nila. At napakadelikado po yung trabaho nila, makikita ho natin. Kaya kaagad ho, i-refer ho natin to sa the appropriate committee para maimbestigahan at mapigilan yung mga ganitong hindi magandang gawain. We recognize Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's just a quick manifestation in support of the resolution filed by Senator Raffy pertaining to this Pax Silica. Maganda po yung layunin, nabasa ko po, ilang araw ko na pong inaaral. It will generate thousands of jobs. Siyempre, ika nga, we will become a hub dito po sa artificial intelligence, dito po sa Southeast Asia. Pero Ginoong Pangulo, tulad pong nabanggit din ni Senator Raffy na may mga kaakibat itong mga suliranin na dapat sigurong malinawan tayo kung ano ang dapat gawin ng iba't ibang ahensya. Una na po dyan, tama po yung tubig dahil gugugol po ito bilang cooling, maraming tubig po. Saan po kukuha ang BCDA ng tubig? Saan po manggagaling? Alam naman ho natin, wala namang malalaking lawa o ika nga dam dyan po sa Pampanga or sa Bulacan or Tarlac. Isa pa hong problema yung kuryente, Ginoong Pangulo. Problema ho ang kuryente, kailangan dapat din po masagot ito ng Department of Energy. Saan po kukuha ng kuryente at baka maapektuhan ang mga karatig na puok. Gayon din po yung tubig. Kailangan ho nating malaman, ipaliwanag sa atin ng BCDA o kung anong ahensya ang mga mahala dyan na magiging sapat po ang supply na hindi po maapektuhan ang pangangailangan sa kuryente at tubig ng mga kababayan natin sa lugar niyon. Sumusuporta po ako dito po sa Pax Silica pero at the same time bago ho nating yakapin ito, tanggapin, kailangan lang po nating maliwanagan ipaliwanag po sa atin ang pamahalaan ng ahensyang humahawak po sa mga ito, tulad po ng kuryente, tulad po ng tubig. Ayaw na ho nating matulad po na maraming beses na po na ang legislatura ay nagpasa ng mga batas na sablay. Isa po dyan yung All the Regulation Law, isa po dyan yung IPIRA Law, na sa halip na makinabang ang kababayan natin, iba po ang nakikinabang. Yun lamang po, Ginoong Pangulo, I support the resolution filed by Senator Raffy pertaining to this Pax Silica to investigate and get a clearer picture or idea from government agencies. How do we do this? Kasi marami pong nagrereklamo, even the local government units in Tarlac. Ika nga, the indigenous people are also afraid. We need to explain, these agencies have to explain to us where we will get the water and the electricity, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
At a later time, our majority leader will make the proper motion to refer the different resolutions. You ready to make the motion?
Just for this
Majority Leader?
privileged speech, Your Honor.
Okay.
And then we'll go through reference of
Yeah,
business.
the reference of business and also the resolutions on Pax Silica.
Yes,
later on.
after the very
Yes.
important speech of Senator Pia.
Of course.
Before we'll do the speech
The
of
reference,
Senator Pia
yeah.
first, before the reference. Mr. President, I would prefer the speech of our good gentlemen and all the manifestations done by our colleagues to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the speech is so referred to the Committee on Environment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to recognize a distinguished colleague also for to avail of the privilege hour. May we recognize Senator
Pia
Pia
Cayetano.
Cayetano. Yes.
We recognize the gentle lady from Taguig City, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Those of you who have been here for years will remember that every August I deliver a breastfeeding speech in celebration of the National Breastfeeding Month. Many of our colleagues are very supportive fathers of breastfeeding. And I start with this anecdote that when I first started delivering this speech, the older gentlemen in the Senate thought it was funny. But the more enlightened younger gentlemen who grew up in the era of being supportive husbands, being more knowledgeable and involved fathers, recognize how important breastfeeding is. So for that, I thank all of my colleagues. The theme for the World Health Organization's 2026 World Breastfeeding Week is Breastfeeding for a Sustainable Start in Life. Strengthen what works. The message is clear. We must sustain and strengthen the policies, investments, and partnerships that make breastfeeding possible for every mother and child. Breastfeeding should not rest on the shoulders of mothers alone. It requires supportive policies, enabling workplaces, informed healthcare professionals, and communities that empower mothers to breastfeed successfully. I'll also mention, Mr. President, that when I had my first child, I did have a doctor who was supportive, but I had friends whose doctors would say, you can if you want, you don't have to. So wala man lang support, Mr. President, to really educate and raise the awareness for the mothers about the importance of breastfeeding. Tandaan nyo, nung time ko, wala namang internet, wala namang TikTok, wala namang Instagram na magkikwento sa amin. So if you don't buy your own books on the importance of breastfeeding, if you don't have a mother or a lola that will educate you, mahirap. And also during my time, my mother was a working mom na during her time, yun yung medyo naging hindi naman trend, but that's what the time that mothers started to work. This is the generation of my mother. So they were also encouraged na
they can shorten their breastfeeding. Hindi pa uso ho nun yung mag-pump ka ng milk, dalhin mo sa opisina mo. Medyo doon na sa generation ko yung nag-umpisa. Kaya I mention this because so much work has been done by the communities, by the advocates to make breastfeeding a lifestyle. So we all know that breastfeeding is the simplest way to give a baby its first immunity and address malnutrition. Our colleague, Senator Bam, has sponsored this measure, and a big component of our national nutrition plan includes breastfeeding. It also has health benefits for the mothers, including reduced risk of developing breast and ovarian cancer. I'd also like to point out, given my advocacy for the Sustainable Development Goals, this is consistent with the following: SDG 2 on zero hunger, SDG 3 on good health and well-being, SDG 4 on quality education. Bakit? Sabi ng iba, bakit? Kasi nga, yung bata, kung healthy, and you will learn more in Senator Bam's bill, pag healthy siya as a newborn, as a toddler, as a preschooler, healthy siya because of the breastfeeding and the succeeding nutritional intervention, then makakapag-aral siya ng maayos. So yan ho yung mga connection dyan. Gender equality, which is SDG 5, SDG 10 on reduced inequalities, SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production. Bakit? Kasi hindi ka nabibili ng lata ng gatas. Magbe-breastfeed na lang. Wala ka nang itatapon, wala ka nang i-recycle. Gatas na ng ina yon. SDG 13 on climate action, SDG 17 on partnership for the goals. I want to discuss a little bit about the data. The latest 2025 DOST FNRI updating survey tells two stories. One is a story of progress. The other reminds us that too many mothers still face unnecessary barriers to breastfeeding. So we are moving in the right direction. Exclusive breastfeeding during the first 6 months, which is very crucial, has increased to 54.8%. This is an increase from 2023's 50.4%. So, malaki na na-improve natin. 1993 was 29% only, and in 2003, 34%. So, ngayon, we are at 54.8%. But that still tells us that something like 45% are not continually and exclusively breastfeeding. So marami pa tayong mga babies na mabibigyan pa ng more support, mothers na mabibigyan ng support. Beyond exclusive breastfeeding, we are also making gains. What does this mean? It means that meron pa rin nagbe-breastfeed after 6 months. 61% of Filipino children are still breastfed at 1 year, while 48.5% continue to breastfeed at 2 years. So this continues to give a lot of nutrients to our babies. And this is the highest ever recorded rate in more than a decade. So congratulations to DOH and to all the advocates. Yet there are still barriers. Exclusive breastfeeding is practiced by 66.1% of mothers in the poorest households. And yet, only 41% in the higher income bracket. Bakit kaya? This is most likely due not just to income, but the different circumstances faced by probably working mothers, the working conditions. Nakakapag-breastfeed ba sila pag nagtatrabaho sila? May oras ba sila mag-breastfeed? May support ba sila? Like I said, during my time, I was the first in my office, from my recollection in my law office, to breastfeed, and I had all the support from my bosses, from my mother, who would even bring my daughter to the workplace so I could breastfeed pag hindi ko na kayang mag-pump. Anyway, regardless of socioeconomic background, every mother and child deserves this kind of support. Another important statistic, Mr. President, is the crucial first golden hour. Only 59.4% of newborns are put to breast within their first hour of life. So talagang dapat dito yung nakikita nyo sa movies na pagkapanganak, binibigay sa mommy, binibigay sa dibdib niya. A baby would naturally veer towards the breast of the mother. So if we do not make this possible, we are losing that opportunity for babies to have the best possible nutrition and to start a good habit. I would like to share some related activities. Here in the Senate, it has been more than 10 years, and it really just feels like 5 years ago, but 2014 pa, in partnership with the Senate Gender and Development Focal Point Group, we pushed for the establishment of a lactation room in the Senate. It has now been moved to the 5th floor, from the 5th floor and now to the 2nd floor. This is so important, dear colleagues, because we hear stories of women, young mothers who come to the Senate and say, uy, meron pala kayong lactation room, pwede pala akong mag-pump doon. And they're here for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours for hearings, and they're able to sustain their breastfeeding because of this lactation room. So, thank you pa rin parate sa ating GAD focal point group. Also, when I was a congresswoman for the 2nd District of Taguig, we also did the same in the House of Representatives. Meron pala akong request sa GAD office to please put signage in key areas of the Senate building, especially for outsiders, so that they would know when they arrive. Kasi nga dati, may sign tayo, kaya alam nga nung nag-a-attend ng hearing na meron tayong lactation room. So let's please do that. And that's my staff over there, si Elaine yan, di ba? That's Elaine yan, nag-a-avail siya. Lagyan nyo naman mga magazine. Lagyan nyo na rin ng Netflix. Anyway, because the most important thing, and this is in our law, is that it's a clean place, it's sanitary, there's a table, there's a chair, and there's a chilling facility to store the milk. So, many of my female staff are proudly models for the working mom breastfeeding life. I'd like to take a little bit of credit that because I really supported my staff to be breastfeeding moms. It goes a long way. A lot of them breastfed all their babies for long periods of time. And I often see now, not just in my office, but more na nakasuot ng a cape or like a, what do you call it, like a robe that gives them some breastfeeding cover that gives them some privacy and they're able to work. Ang dami ko nakikitang ganun, kahit sa hearing, nakikita nyo sa background. I always think of Abby, my lawyer who was caught, I mean, not caught, but yeah, I'm proudly breastfeeding with privacy because of that. And my personal assistant also, si Claire, and then si Cherry. Through my Pinay in Action Advocacy Arms, we have seminars all over the country. I won't even mention where because it's really all over the country. Proudly, we were able to share the importance of breastfeeding. And I will just be submitting my entire speech for the record to go through the details of the history of the relevant laws. It started with an executive order, or known as the Philippine Milk Code, which prohibited the advertising, promotion, or sponsorship of breast milk substitute. Ito po yung dinatnan ko na napaka-importanting law, although this is just an executive order, but it has the strength of a law kasi at that time namimigay po ng gatas ang mga milk companies sa hospitals. Inabot ko pa yung time na yon, and this is a deterrent to breastfeeding because a young mother is very vulnerable to just giving her baby milk from the can kung wala namang nagtuturo sa kanya ng importance and actually how to breastfeed. So this law is very important, and I'm happy to know na now medyo strictly enforced na po ito. And then in 1992, the Rooming In and Breastfeeding Act of the late Senator Angara was enacted. Ito yung law na inabot na siguro ng mga young colleagues natin na pag nanganak yung wife nyo, their babies automatically brought to the mother, hindi na nakahiwalay. And then in 2006, I filed my first bill to promote breastfeeding in the country. This is the Breastfeeding Promotion Act of 2006. It was approved, but in the Senate only. So because it was not yet taken up in the House, I had to refile it again. And eventually it passed in 2009, the Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act. So, like I said, it established lactation centers, stations, which I showed you pictures of. It also established lactation periods for nursing employees. So, karapatan ng employees to express their milk. I hope our colleagues are mindful of this and support the breastfeeding employees of the Senate. The law only allows 40 minutes. Sa totoo lang, kailangan more. So if we can be more generous with the time, kasi if you're going to be at work for 8 hours, you probably have to pump around 3 times. And how will you do that in 40 minutes divided by 3 times? Pinaka-minimum siguro is 20 minutes and you probably need more pa. So I ask us and even other employers listening to my speech to try to be supportive of nursing moms. I was able to work while doing this, making multi-use of my hands, and still taking calls, calling my clients. So kaya naman po, sana maging supportive pa tayo. This law also integrated breastfeeding in breastfeeding education in the curricula. And it also designated August as Breastfeeding Awareness Month, hence this speech. After this was passed, years later, we passed the Kalusugan at Nutrisyon ng Mga Nanay Act in 2018, otherwise known as the first 1,000 days. And then, in 2019, we passed one of the laws that I worked very hard for, the 105-day expanded maternity leave law. Because by expanding maternity leave, we also give mothers more time with their babies, more time to establish their milk supplies. I will end here, dear colleagues. I just want to emphasize that mothers still face the challenges of believing in the importance of breastfeeding dahil medyo aggressive talaga ang promotion ng milk in a can by many companies. So I ask that we continue to support the advocacy so that lalong ma-promote ang breastfeeding. And I also call on the companies to be aware that it is a mother's right to be fully informed and to be fully supported in her breastfeeding journey. At the national level, we continue to strengthen the capacity of our barangay health workers and barangay nutrition scholars. Maraming salamat sa kanila. Sila talaga yung on the ground na tumutulong sa mga kababayan natin. And at the local level, we should empower communities by establishing mother-to-mother support groups, expanding home visits by midwives, lactation specialists, barangay health workers, nutrition scholars to continue to promote awareness in the communities. But again, I'd like to emphasize in the workplace. A lot of mothers are the breadwinners, and it would be very sad if they could not breastfeed or continue their breastfeeding because the company they work for is not supportive of this, even though it is mandated. So on that note, I just want to add, what is also important is the establishment of milk banks around the country. Milk banks are like blood banks. May naka-ipon na milk, na breast milk for mothers who can't give their babies their own breast milk. And by law, we're supposed to have more milk banks across the country. I leave it at that, Mr. President. Maraming salamat sa mga colleagues na taon-taon nakikinig dito sa breastfeeding privilege speech because it is very important for our families. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very much, Senator Pia. And yung breastfeeding station is a very important and worthwhile God project. Alam naman natin na ang God Fund is 5% of the total fund. So napakalaki po ang God Fund every year. And minsan nga ho, yung mga projects ay hindi naman nararamdaman ng ating mga kababaihan. So itong breastfeeding station is really a project na hindi lang nararamdaman, nagagamit talaga. No? So hopefully we can look for more worthwhile projects to use our God Fund. I think Senator Risa is raising her hands. We recognize Senator Risa for her intervention.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Maikling manifestation din lang ng pagsuporta dun sa paggunita ng Breastfeeding Month at suporta sa main points na ni-raise sa privilege speech at lalo na siguro timing ngayon na mayroong bagong itinalagang health secretary at bagong itinalagang acting president CEO ng PhilHealth na pinagdiriwang ng marami sa atin kung hindi man ng lahat. Maybe this is a good time to roll back yung statistics, very worrying statistics na sinight sa privilege speech na bumababa sa halip na tumataas yung breastfeeding practice among our people. Maybe in partnership with the new and aligned leadership sa DOH at saka PhilHealth. At lalo na Mr. President sa pagpapatupad ng binanggit ding first 1,000 days law na kung gaano ka importante, essential pa nga, really the first step in the right direction. Of course, after birth, after health during pregnancy, dun sa lifelong health ng bata, bukod pa sa nanay, dun sa full breastfeeding sa unang 6 na buwan ng buhay at sustained breastfeeding at least sa unang 2 taon ng buhay ng bata. So salamat po sa privileged speech. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa, for that intervention and statement of support. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to also congratulate Senator Pia Cayetano. As far as I can remember, I'm on my 13th year of being a senator, and we've known each other maybe 12 of those years or 11. Kasi 3 years po siya sa House. But when she was in the House, when she was in the Senate, magkasama ko kami dito. Every year, never fail po yan. Pag breastfeeding month, she stands up, first to stand and rise on a matter of collective and personal privilege to support breastfeeding month. And we'd like to congratulate her for that. It's a great advocacy. My children were all grew up on being breastfed by their mother. Mr. President, we'd like to refer the said speech to the Committee on Health and Demography and the Committee on Women, Mr. President.
So referred.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, our colleagues, with the indulgence of Senator Risa, our colleagues had asked if they can just do the interpellation, the party list reform bill tomorrow. We can take that, we can bump that up in the agenda, Mr. President.
Yes.
And then so we'd also like to proceed, because it's very important, we have to proceed with the reference of business.
Correct. We have a lot of pending bills and
Pending bills and
resolutions.
resolutions. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measures.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2234, requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection, preservation, appropriate funds therefore. Senator Tulfo R. Wala pa.
Refer to the committees on basic education, higher and technical and vocational education, and finance.
Senate number 2235, requiring the teaching of basic road safety and comprehensive driver's education as part of the curriculum of senior high schools and for other purposes. Senator Tulfo R.
Refer to the committees on basic education and finance.
2236, establishing the leadership, engagement, advancement, development, empowerment, and resilience program, strengthening local youth development ecosystems, promoting responsible citizenship, democratic participation, national resilience, and youth leadership, and for other purposes. Senator Padilla.
Refer to the committees on youth, local government, and finance.
2237, an act fully recognizing the services of social workers by ensuring competitive remuneration and compensation packages, appropriate funds therefore. Senator Tulfo
Refer to the committees on civil service, government reorganization and professional regulation, social justice, welfare, and rural development and finance.
2238, removing domestic workers from the coverage of qualified theft under RPC, amending Article 310 of Act Number 3815, the revised penal code as amended. Senator Tulfo R.
Refer to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2239, creating Level 2 DOH Hospital to be known as the Occidental Mindoro General Hospital in Sablayan, Occidental Mindoro. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
Senate number 2240, institutionalizing the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Program, operating funds, and for other purposes. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship and Finance.
2241, mandating and institutionalizing rollover data allocation scheme, providing for penalties. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services.
2242, providing for a national sports tourism program, creating the National Sports Tourism Council, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Sports, Tourism, and Finance.
2243, instituting a loan restructuring condonation program for socialized and low-cost housing. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement.
2244, providing for Magna Carta of Commuters. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committees on Public Service and Finance.
2245, mandating public telecommunications entities and internet service providers to institute an automatic refund mechanism for service outages and disruptions, providing penalties for violations thereof. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services.
2246, providing for rank structure upgrade and reclassification in the BFP, BJMP, amending certain provisions of RA 9263, the Bureau of Protection and Bureau of Jail Management and Penology Professionalization Act of 2004, and for other purposes. Senator Go.
Refer to the committees on public order and dangerous drugs, civil service, government reorganization, and professional regulation and finance.
2247, institutionalizing the Sustainable Livelihood Program, operating funds therefore. Senator Go.
Refer to the committees on social justice, welfare, and rural development and finance.
Resolutions, proposed resolution 426, directing the appropriate Senate committee to inquire into redundant regulatory requirements for solar photovoltaic recertification that hamper access to solar technology and ease of doing business, with the end in view of strengthening the adoption of solar by reducing the documentary requirements needed for mass adoption. Senator Ontiveros.
Refer to the Committee on Energy and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
427, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the grant of tree cutting permits and their environmental impact, with the end in view of ensuring greater transparency, accountability, and protection of the country's natural resources. Senator Tulfo R.
Refer to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
428, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the mandatory compliance of security service agencies with their responsibilities to the employees under the Labor Code and related laws in the event of an injury or death in the workplace, providing for stricter penalties for violations. Senator Tulfo R.
Refer to the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
429, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the grade transmutation policy of the DepEd and its effects on academic standards for the purpose of creating policy recommendations and responsive legislation. Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading, Senate number 2248, establishing the National Cybersecurity Agency, strengthening the protection of critical information infrastructure, providing funds therefore. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committees on Science and Technology, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation and Finance.
2249, establishing the National Measurement Institute of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committees on Science and Technology, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2250, developing and expanding the Philippine shipbuilding and ship repair, boat building, and ship recycling industries for other purposes. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committees on Public Services, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2251, establishing tax incentives for the rehabilitation, modernization, expansion of Philippine shipyards and creation of jobs, and for other purposes. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services and Ways and Means.
2252, establishing the scope and procedure for Philippine Ship Registry, recognition and enforcement of maritime claims and limitations of liability, as well as providing essential incentives which collectively will promote a comprehensive and orderly Philippine Ship Registry system for the regulation of vessels carrying the flag state. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committees on Public Services and Ways and Means.
2253, providing for single classification society or a consortium of single classification societies for certain vessels, amending Section 22 of RA 9295, the Domestic Shipping Development Act of 2004. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services.
2254, providing for a regulatory framework for open harbor pilotage in the country. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committees on Public Services and Ways and Means.
2255, amending sections 24, 32, 33, 34, 53, 57, 109, 123, and 236 of RA 8424, the National Internal Revenue Code, as amended and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Ways and Means.
2256, providing enhanced protection, security, and benefits for media workers. Senator 24R.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, and Public Information and Mass Media.
Senate number 2257, amending sections 4 and 25 of RA 11697, the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act. Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committees on Energy and Public Services.
2258, institutionalizing the Kabuhayan at Kaunlaran ng Kababayang Katutubo 4K program. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Finance.
2259, appropriating the sum of 15 billion pesos as supplemental appropriation for fiscal year 2026 for relief, recovery, rehabilitation, repair, and reconstruction in areas affected by the 2026 Mindanao earthquake and for other purposes. Senator Pangilinan.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
2260, amending sections 39, 447, 458, and 468 of RA 7160, the Local Government Code of 1991, to increase the fines and penalties that LGUs can prescribe under ordinances and providing for periodic review and adjustment thereof. Senator Estrada.
Refer to the Committee on Local Government.
2261, providing for comprehensive student athlete safety and welfare policy, prescribing minimum safety standards for sports-related activities. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education and Higher and Technical and Vocational Education.
2262, establishing a comprehensive and sustainable framework for faculty development and research in Philippine higher education, creating the Faculty Development and Research Fund, appropriating funds. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Higher Education, Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
2263, institutionalizing the recognition, quality assurance, stackability, and portability of micro-credentials and short courses, strengthening workforce development, providing flexible learning pathways and protections for learners and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources, Development, and Finance.
2264, strengthening the internationalization capacity of Philippine higher education institutions, establishing a national internationalization framework for higher education, creating an internationalization support fund, providing for an interagency coordination education export and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
2265, institutionalizing the higher education industry partnership framework, creating the Higher Education Industry Coordination Council and providing funds therefore. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
2266, institutionalizing a coherent education to employment framework by aligning the quality assurance systems of the Commission on Higher Education, the TESDA, and the DOLE with labor market needs and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education, Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development and Finance.
2267, authorizing SUCs to appoint distinguished foreign nationals to teaching and research positions and grant them academic tenure under exceptional conditions and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education and Labor and Employment and Human Resource Development.
2268, strengthening the protection, safety, health, and welfare of student athletes, amending RA 10676, the Student Athletes Protection Act. Senator Pangilinan.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education and Higher, Technical and Vocational Education.
Resolutions. Resolution 431, directing the Public Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on the proliferation of illegal aesthetic and cosmetic clinics and the administration of unregistered cosmetic and health products by unlicensed individuals, with the end in view of strengthening regulatory enforcement, safeguarding public health, and protecting Filipino consumers. Tulfo, Senator Tulfo R.
Refer to the Committee on Health and Health Demography.
432, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry into the worsening water crisis, recurring water interruptions, and threats to water security and anticipated El Nino phenomenon, with the end in view of determining policy gaps, strengthening accountability, and improving water governance. Senator Tulfo R.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services.
434, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry to discuss and assess the DepEd's classroom congestion problem based on the findings of the second EDCOM for the purpose of identifying and addressing infrastructure gaps, land titling bottlenecks, and interagency coordination challenges. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education.
435, commending that exemplary bravery and professionalism of the members of the Senate media who covered the 13 May 2026 armed incident within the Senate. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
436, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry into the implementation of RA 11650, the Inclusive Education Act, with the end in view of strengthening inclusive education and learner support services. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education.
437, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on the impact of class suspensions and disruptions due to climate change and disasters on learning loss, with the end in view of establishing climate-resilient education systems, ensuring learning continuity. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education.
438, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry to conduct oversight and address issues on the progress of the DepEd's procurement of textbooks and other learning materials pursuant to the findings of the EDCOM 2. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
439, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry into the persistence of mass promotion practices in the Philippine basic education system, with the end in view of ensuring competency-based learner progression and improving educational accountability. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education.
440, commending Sherry Ann Mateo, a 12-year-old resident of Culasi, Antique, for her extraordinary courage, selflessness, and presence of mind in swimming through rough seas to seek help after a motorized bangka capsized off the coast of Antique. Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
441, 2, amending Rule 14 of the Rules of the Senate by adding a new Section 41C to allow participation in the Senate proceedings through video conferencing. Senator Padilla.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
443, urging the DPWH in coordination with the other relevant government agencies and LGUs to conduct a nationwide structural integrity assessment of all public infrastructures, including school buildings, coliseums, multi-purpose halls, government buildings, hospitals, and other public facilities. Senator Padilla.
Refer to the Committee on Public Works.
445, directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry into the tragic deaths of student athletes Rene Clert Butterbonia and Divine Adili with the ended view of strengthening student safety, accountability, transparency, and safeguards for off-campus school activities and sports programs. Senator Aquino.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education and Sports.
446, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct a motu proprio inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Ateneo student athletes Rene Clert Butterbonia and Divine Adili with the end view of reviewing and strengthening safety protocols for safe school-related activities. Senator Padilla.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education and Sports.
448, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the massive layoff and economic disruption caused by the United States ban on Philippine blue swimming crab imports with the end view of identifying deficiencies in the local fisheries and aquatic resources regulatory system and recommending measures to safeguard the livelihood of Filipino fisheries workers, restore access to international markets. Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Trade and Commerce and Entrepreneurship.
450, resolution to conduct an inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the drowning deaths of Ateneo men's basketball team members Rene Butterbonia and Adili during a team building activity in Aurora with the end view of examining existing policies, safety protocols, and training practices governing athletic training environments and strengthening safeguards for student athletes. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education and Sport. For Senate Bill number 2258, entitled An Act Institutionalizing the Kabuhayan and Kaunlaran ng Kababayang Katutubo 4K program, would like to correct myself. It should be referred to Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
Second additional reference to business message from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 2 June 2026, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 2486, declaring July 10 a special non-working holiday in Santa Rosa, Laguna. 2749, December 5 of every year, special non-working holiday in Palayan, Nueva Ecija. 3206, December 23 of every year, special non-working holiday in Sindangan, Zamboanga del Norte. 3212, declaring June 26 of every year, special non-working holiday in Batanes. 4395, declaring August 13 a special non-working holiday in Norsagaray, Bulacan. 5008, declaring August 5 special non-working holiday in Calbayog, Samar. 7251, declaring May 12 of every year special non-working holiday in Cagayan de Oro City. 7735, November 11 of every year special non-working holiday in Marinduque. 7883, declaring March 27 of every year special non-working holiday in Las Piñas. 8194, December 11 of every year special non-working holiday in San Jose, Batangas. 8200, declaring June 16 a special non-working holiday in La Trinidad, Benguet. 8225, declaring December 11 of every year special non-working holiday in Tuba, Benguet. 9348, declaring November 11 of every year special non-working holiday in Santa Barbara, Iloilo.
Refer to the Committee on Local Government.
House number 9360, changing the name of Central Azucarera de Tarlac High School, Annex in Barangay Baleta, Tarlac City, Province of Tarlac to Baleta National High School.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education.
9382, establishing a College of Medicine in the Mindanao State University General Santos City Campus in the city of General Santos, appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to the Committees on Higher Education, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance.
9387, establishing a regular campus of the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University in Aguilian, La Union, to be known as the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University East La Union Campus, appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
9388, establishing a College of Medicine in the Northeastern Mindanao State University main campus in Tandag, Surigao del Sur, appropriating funds therefore. 9390, establishing a College of Medicine in Bukidnon State University in Malaybalay, Bicudnon, appropriating funds therefore. 9391, establishing a College of Medicine in the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City campus, appropriating funds therefore. 9463, establishing a
Ako muna, Ray.
Yes, sir.
Refer to the committees on higher, technical, and vocational education, ways and means, and finance.
9463, establishing regular campuses of the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology in Aliaga and Cuyapo, Nueva Ecija, appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to the committees on higher, technical, and vocational education and finance.
9464, converting the extension campuses of the Eastern Samar State University in Arteche and Balangiga, Eastern Samar, into regular campuses, appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to the committees on higher, technical, and vocational education and finance.
9257, strengthening the BCDA, adding a new section 15D, amending for the purpose RA 7227, the BCDA Act of 1992 as amended.
Refer to the committees on government corporations and public enterprises and national defense and security, peace, unification, and reconciliation.
9397, upholding the people's constitutional right to access information and promoting full public disclosure of all government transactions involving public interest.
Refer to the committees on rules.
House number 9461, strengthening child protection safeguards, regulatory measures, policies, and enforcement mechanisms against online sexual abuse or exploitation of children and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials, repealing RA 11930, the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children and Anti-Child Abuse, Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials Act, providing penalties for violations and appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to the committees on women, children, family relations, and gender equality and finance.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on June 3, 2026, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. 9305, institutionalizing a national emergency response and resiliency framework and granting emergency powers to the President, creating for the purpose the Kalinga program to ensure economic stability, energy security, and continuity of essential services.
Refer to the Committee on Finance, Energy, and Ways and Means.
9465, prohibiting the deliberate dissemination of false information that poses verifiable public harm or serious threat to national security, establishing digital platform accountability and transparency mechanisms, promoting media and digital literacy.
Refer to the committees on public information and mass media and science and technology.
9048, strengthening the right of government to expropriate lands for socialized housing, amending sections 9, 10, 11 of RA 7279, the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992.
Refer to the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement.
9358, strengthening the Department of Education, amending RA 9155, otherwise known as the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education.
9377, strengthening civic education by integrating the study of the Constitution into the curriculum of basic education and institutionalizing the observance of Constitution Day in schools.
Refer to the Committee on Basic Education.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on June 3, 2026, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House number 8476 and Senate number 1894, enhancing universal access to quality tertiary education act, amending RA 10931.
To the archives.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on June 3, 2026, it adopted House Concurrent Resolution 14, providing for the adjournment sine die of the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight, Wednesday, June 3, 2026, in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
To the archives. Majority Leader. Yung ano.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yes, Senator Rafi. What's the pleasure of Senator Rafi Tulfo?
Mr. President, in the past few weeks, I have coordinated with the Office of the Majority Leader regarding the membership of the committees I hold as chairman. In fairness to the Majority Leader's office, they have extended all efforts to formalize the election of the members of the Committee on Public Services and Migrant Workers. What disturbs me is that it is the inaction of the minority floor leader to confirm these memberships that holds important LEDAC bills hostage, such as the Department of Water, crucial franchise bills, and the OFW reintegration bills. To my colleagues in the minority, maraming salamat po for your confirming your intent to join my committee. But to the minority leader, my good friend, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, it is time that we cooperate so that we may get back to legislating. If you have time to go on FB Live, maybe you have time to confirm or give the go signal to your minority members. Kasi Mr. President, pabalik-balik na po yung staff ko sa office ni Senator Peter Alan Cayetano para kumuha raw ng go signal nang sa gayon yung kanyang mga members ay ma-elect na sa committee ko. And all of them were saying we're more than happy and willing to sign, pero ayaw ni Senator Cayetano, Alan Cayetano. I don't know anong dahilan niya, bakit niya hino-hostage yung pagiging members ng kanyang mga kasamahan sa committee ko. Hino-hostage niya po yung mga LEDAC bills sa kanyang pagtanggi na bigyan ng go signal ang kanyang mga kasamahan sa minority para pumirma. Mr. President, sana makarating to kay Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. Kanina sana kausapin ko po siya, kaso wala po siya dito ngayon. Therefore, I have no choice para dalhin to sa floor. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Senator Rafi, thank you for that reminder. In fact, we have 32 committees that have yet to be fully convened. Kulang pa ho tayo ng mga members. And we would like to request later on, me and the majority leader would coordinate and talk to our minority leader to provide us with the list of members to fully complete the 32 committees. We recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Actually, I don't really have to stand anymore because the Senate President already responded in the manner that I believe is becoming of the Senate. Senator Tulfo, madali niyo naman akong tanungin, alam niyo naman kapatid ko si Alan, kung gusto niyang may parating. Huwag na ho kayo magdrama ng mga pa-hostage. Hindi ho tayo ganito dito. And I certainly hope, that you don't set a precedent kasi I don't know the Senate President to be that way. I don't know the Majority Floor Leader to be that way. He happens to be seated beside the former Senate President. The Minority Floor Leader doesn't happen to be here. I can talk to him. Pag in-ignore niya kayo and the next day, wala pa rin, then sige, sabihin niyo yung gusto niyo, pero huwag naman sanang ganun. Wala ko akong naalalang ganun magsalita dito sa Senate for the 19 years that I've been a senator. Yun lang naman po. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
What's the pleasure of Senator Rafi Tulfo?
Sandali, Mr. President, ubusin ko muna yung tawa ko. Never po ako nagdrama dito. Simula nung ako'y maging senador, never ever po ako nagdrama rito. Halugugin niyo po yung mga post sa social media. Never niyo ako nakita nagdrama o ginamit to para mag-grandstanding. Alam niyo po yan. Alam na lahat ng tao rito. Sino ang nagdadrama? Tumingin muna kayo sa salamin bago kayo magsalita. Salamat po.
Pareho naman pong majority and minority gusto ng mag-focus sa trabaho.
Yeah.
At kanina ho, natapos na ho natin yung anti-hospital detention na napakaganda po yung debate at pag-amenda. At naniniwala po ako na mabubuon rin natin itong mga committees natin sa pamamagitan ng coordination between yours truly and the majority leader.
Yeah, Mr. President, we'll just both reach out to our dear friend,
Yes.
the Minority Floor Leader. He hasn't been feeling well. So let's give him.
We'll reach out to him.
We'll reach out to him, and by tomorrow we can settle this issue and elect already the members of the minority.
Correct.
But at least I can guarantee and say that Senator Amy is on all those committees. As being Deputy Minority Floor Leader, she's in all those committees.
At
Yeah, we just have to elect the
si
other
Senator
members.
Amy.
Opo. So don't worry, Mr. President. We'll reach out to our dear Minority Floor Leader, and I'm sure by tomorrow we can settle this all, and we'll start electing members to be able to sign the committee reports.
Yeah,
We
because-
guarantee all our members, both in the majority and the
Yes,
minority.
because we cannot sign the committee reports without completing the committee memberships, as well as the BICAM and the ratification without completing the membership. So it's really important that we should complete that
Yes.
as soon as possible.
Absolutely, Mr. President. And finally, Mr. President, before we adjourn, just two administrative matters. Mr. President, following are some of the measures relating to PAC-SILIC initiative pending referrals to the order of business. under resolution number PSR number 547, introduced by Senator Amy Marcos, and PS resolution number 571, introduced by Senator Raffy Tulfo, with the consent of the body, I move that PS resolution number 547 and 571, together with PS resolution number 541, titled Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Environment, and Natural Resources and Climate Change to conduct an inquiry in native legislation into the nationwide practice of illegal wastewater discharge and improper septic waste disposal, be included and taken up in the hearing of the Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change to be held this Friday, August 14, 2026. This is without prejudice to the referral to be made on all other measures in the proper time. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is hereby approved.
And in the like manner, Mr. President, in relation to PS Resolution number 588, titled Resolution Directing the Committee on Economic Affairs to conduct an inquiry in native legislation into the domestic steel industry, which is likewise pending referral of order of business. With the consent of the body, I move that the measure be included and taken up in the hearing of the Committee on Economic Affairs to be held this Thursday, August 13, 2026. This is likewise without prejudice to the referral to be made at the proper time. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I thank all my colleagues for their work today, and I move to proceed. I move, Mr. President, we adjourn until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, August 12, 2026. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, August 12, 2026.
Maraming salamat po.